I hear you. Oui, je vous suis, je vous
She,
suis.
can you hear?
Loud and clear.
Okay.
Mm. Oui, oui, je vous suis, Abdurrahman. Ça va? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May you be seated. We're about to resume our deliberations. Honorable Vice Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Commissioners, Madam Executive Secretary, ladies and gentlemen, delegates from states, from NHRIs and the civil society, the Commission is about to resume its deliberations. This is the second day of our session. Please, some silence in the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, may you be seated. STC, can you please give us today's agenda? Thank you, Honorable Commissioner.
A tea and coffee break between 11 and 11:30, following which we would have another panel discussion on the AU theme of the year 2026, assuring sustainable water availability and safe sanitation systems in Africa, led by Honorable Commissioner Wandenga. This will be followed by another 1 hour of declarations on the human rights situation in Africa, followed by the lunch break, and at the end of the day, we would have activity reports of two special mechanisms of the Commission, the special mechanism on the rights of women in Africa, and the special mechanism on the prevention of torture in Africa. Thank you, Chair.
Merci beaucoup, STC. J'ouvre à présent le point 5, ce sera le premier point de notre agenda, qui va porter sur un panel. C'est un panel sur la mission conjointe d'établissement des faits qui s'est déroulée entre notre commission, la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, et les experts des Nations Unies. Donc, c'est une mission d'établissement des faits qui, comme vous le savez, s'est intéressée à la situation au Soudan. Donc, nous serons conduits dans ce panel par l'honorable vice-président Hatem Essayem, à qui je vais sans tarder donner la parole. Commissaire Hatem, nous avons 1 heure pour ce panel. À partir de maintenant, je vous donne la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour la parole.
For the floor, Excellency, ministers, ambassadors, representatives of state, dear colleagues, commissioners, dear participants. Ladies and gentlemen, may you be seated so that we can walk in calm and serenity. It's a pleasure for me to invite the members of this panel on the situation of human rights in Sudan. And this will be moderated by or coordinated by the members of a fact-finding mission and the United Nations mission represented by Mrs. Joinke, who is just joining us. So, as I was saying, and as you may be aware, the situation in Sudan since 15 April 2023, they've been going through a war or civil war that pits the two belligerents of the Sudanese armed forces and rapid Sudanese forces, and faced with the extortions and the human rights violations, the Peace and Security Council of the African Union actually charged our commission to conduct a fact-finding mission on the situation. So we adopted a resolution that that set up the joint mission. Why joint? Because it is made up of 5 commissioners of our commission and a personality of the political affairs department of Addis Ababa. So we started our work 2 years ago, some 2 years ago, and faced with the challenges encountered at the beginning, especially financial and the lack of authorization from the Sudanese authorities and from neighboring countries. We started our work with a virtual fact-finding. We lasted 2 weeks, and with the help of the civil society and our partners, we heard victims' testimonies from victims and journalists, and we compiled that work, and we were able to come up with a report that was adopted by the plenary of our commission and made public in October 2025. Thereafter, the situation also experienced a visit from our commission in Addis Ababa. We received some funds, and thanks to the commission's own resources, we established the first field visit, and that went to Chad with the authorization of the Chad authorities. I'd like to thank once again. We were able to spend 5 days on the field with refugees, and with the help of UN agencies that are on the field, the UNHCR, the World Food Program, and FIDA, we were able to hear and record the statements from victims and witnesses on the ground. Since we returned, we've been working, putting final touches to the report that will be published after its adoption by the plenary of our commission. So this morning, I have the honor and pleasure to present the members of the panel Mrs. Joyke, who was a member of the fact-finding mission of the United Nations, and Mr. Jigang, who is here. Also, they make their statements on this aspect. And the fourth was Mr. Mohamed Berra, Without further ado, because we have only 1 hour, I know that there's so many people in the hall who would like to ask questions. So I have the honor to give the floor to my sister, Mrs. Joy. Mrs. Joy, the floor is yours.
Independent international fact-finding mission on Sudan. As you may be aware, the UN Human Rights Council established our fact-finding mission in October 2023 with a clear mandate to investigate and establish the facts, circumstances, and root causes of all alleged violations and abuses of international human rights law and also violations of IHL, International Humanitarian Law, and related crimes committed in the context of the ongoing
Sorry to interrupt you. We don't have interpretation in French.
Oh, really? So what do we do?
Les interprètes en français, s'il vous plaît.
Maybe, yeah. They will let us know when they are ready. Yes.
Les interprètes en français, est-ce que vous nous entendez? Faites-nous signe si vous êtes disponible. Okay. Yeah, you can proceed.
It says, okay. So can I just recap? Your Excellencies, the Chair and Moderator, I'm very happy to be here as part of a collaboration with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. And I just mentioned that I represent the fact-finding mission on Sudan that United Nations Human Rights Council set up October 2023. And we are 3 persons. The chair is Othman Mohamed Chan, and we have also Muna Rishwani. We are 3 of us, and I'm the 3rd also from Nigeria. And our mandate was to investigate the facts, circumstances, and root causes of alleged violations of international human rights and international humanitarian law that are committed in relation to the ongoing war in Sudan. And then to collect and preserve information and evidence and identify those responsible with a view to ensuring that they are held accountable. We also to make recommendation, in particular, on accountability measures that have been, and to cooperate with judicial and other bodies, other entities that are relevant, as well as share best practices with other international, regional, and domestic accountability initiative, even including those that will be established in future. So we have documented and reported our findings to the Human Rights Council and General Assembly on multiple occasions. Let me just give a brief about our recent work and key findings. We all know that the conflict in Sudan has been marked by systematic brutality and flagrant disregard for the most basic norms of international law, in which civilians and Sudanese civilians continue to bear the brunt. Our investigations have found that Sudanese armed forces and the Rapid Support Forces, the RSF, as well as their allies, are responsible for serious violations of international humanitarian law and human rights law amounting to international crimes. These include killings, arbitrary detention, torture, widespread rape, and other forms of sexual violence, including airstrikes, shelling, and drone attacks in populated areas. Civilian objects indispensable to survival, including medical facilities and food markets, have also been targeted. Last October, we addressed the issue of accountability and justice for victims and survivors in our conference room paper titled Paths to Justice accountability for atrocities in the Sudan. In it, we present our findings and accountability for international crimes committed since mid-April 2023, when the war broke out and the conflict between SAF and RSF and their respective allies. We also assessed Sudan's domestic capacity to deliver justice and explain the options of accountability to international crimes that will be grounded on 4 pillars: the right to truth, the right to justice, the right to reparations, legal and institutional reforms. We also emphasize that accountability efforts must be victim-centered, gender-sensitive, child-sensitive, inclusive, and rooted in dialogue across Sudanese society. We would like to underscore that accountability is not an abstract legal exercise. It is about ensuring the dignity for victims and survivors. It's also about signaling to the perpetrators that the world is watching and they cannot outrun justice. And it's about breaking the cycles of violence that have haunted Sudan for decades. The mission has identified persons of interest in relation to our mandate and for the crimes they have committed, and we are developing confidential dossiers, taking account of all possible modes of liability, including command responsibility, and the dossiers may be shared with judicial and other entities as appropriate in pursuit of individual criminal accountability. The mission is also engaging with several states regarding credible information it has received of their own involvement or that their nationals or entities are involved in ongoing conflict and actually fueling and exacerbating that conflict. Most recently, in February, we issued our latest report called Hallmarks of Genocide in El Fasher, in which we describe the findings of the investigation and the legal conclusions. And we concluded, definitely, that RSF, in the context of takeover of El Fasher, on and around 26 or 27 October 2025, following a prolonged 18-month siege that resulted in deliberate starvation of the civilian population, committed mass atrocities, including killings on large scale, torture, rape, and other forms of sexual violence, arbitrary arrest, detention, enforced disappearances. Many still remain missing, and the number is not certain. We found that these acts are not only amounted to war crimes and crimes against humanity, but they have shown indicators of genocide. But that they also show indicators of genocide, especially when targeted against specific protected groups under Genocide Convention, and that includes Zagawa and the FAR. And the intent of RSF was to destroy them in whole or in part. There is continued high risk of replication of these patterns of atrocities in other areas of Sudan, in particular the Kordofan region. So ongoing violation, as we enter, unfortunately, the 4th year of this war, serious and widespread violation of both international human rights and IHL continue to be committed by both parties, and the violence reaching deeply alarming levels across the country, and they include revenge attacks. They continue with both parties targeting individuals perceived to be affiliated or supporting the opposing side. Grave violations have been documented across multiple regions, including Khartoum, Darfur, Jizira, Kordofan, and have also been documented in Blue Nile, White Nile, and the Nuba regions of Sudan. Efforts to deliver basic humanitarian assistance have also been repeatedly hindered. Attacks on civilian population, including mass killing, extreme forms of harm, and the systemic destruction of critical infrastructure needed for their survival have led to forced displacement. Sudan today is the worst humanitarian disaster in the world, yet is in the back burner. Rape and other forms of sexual based crimes has also been used as an instrument in this warfare. Women and girls continue to face an ever-increasing risk of being deliberately targeted and subjected to such violence as hostilities intensify across Sudan. The grave humanitarian situation is being exacerbated by escalating use of drones. The drone war between SAF and RSF has resulted in what recent UN reports over 500 deaths aside between just January and March 2026. Drone attacks has been used by both parties, hitting and destroying civilian infrastructure, including residential areas, markets, hospitals, medical personnel, humanitarian workers. They've all been affected. There is also the issue of involvement of third parties, including neighboring countries, as supporters of the warring parties, financiers or facilitators of weapon supplies, has further exacerbated the conflict. And also marring or hindering meaningful opportunity for dialogue. The regional implications of the expansion of the conflict and the connected risk of further instability to the region is one that is of concern in terms of international peace and security. And we are happy that we continue collaboration with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights fact-finding mission, and it's important that both of us, we are working to see as a joint, they have joint fact-finding mission on the situation in Sudan, and we are working closely with them. We've met at the margin of 61st session of the Human Rights Council, and in line with our respective mandate and the AU Addis Ababa roadmap, which focuses on building synergies and joint actions between the African and the UN human rights mechanism. We are doing our work. Complementarity is very important. The best practices, key recommendation, and we respect each other's mandate and our limit. So in our recent joint statement, marking the 3rd anniversary of the conflict in Sudan, the end of the 3rd anniversary, we warned of escalating violence and the heightened risk of further atrocities, and also flagging key recommendations going forward. So going forward, both missions will continue advocating jointly and in their respective forums as a priority that all parties must ensure rapid, safe, and unimpeded humanitarian access, including in accordance with international human rights law. Mr. Chairperson, during maybe question and answer, I'll be able to take on other issues, but we also advocate for immediate observance of the Security Council 13 June resolution, the need for effective and timely responses to early warnings, because we all saw El Fasher coming, and the world and international community failed the Sudanese, especially Sudanese civilians. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we look forward to the interaction. Thank you.
Thank you, dear sister. I know that the topic is burning. It's a burning topic, and you have so many things to say, but we don't have enough time. So I have the pleasure to give the floor to the moderator. He is the one who's going to coordinate the discussions.
Very much, Commissioner, and thank you very much also to Professor Joy Ngozi Ezeelu for that statement. Honorable Chairperson of the African Commission for Human and People's Rights, honorable commissioners that are present here today, state delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, my name is Jagan Gray Johnson, and I will be moderating this important session this afternoon, or this morning, sorry. We've heard from our first speaker, who was doing the presentation by the UN Independent Fact-Finding Mission. I would like to, at this juncture, call upon now our very own Commissioner Hatem, who is also leading the fact-finding mission on the AU side, to maybe make a few words based on some of those findings. Or you want me to? And then I've been asked to call upon now Mohamed Bera.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator, and thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you also, Professor Joy, for the statement. My name is Mohamed Bera. On behalf of Sudanese civil society, so it is really very sad and devastating to watching that Sudan's conflict is entering the third year with the fourth year with no solutions in the highlighting of the all devastating violations that is carrying out by the warring parties. In the center of this escalation, systematic targeting of human rights defenders, systematic killing of the civilians, also targeting of journalists and activists and women and humanitarian workers is widely used as a weapon by the warring parties, especially in Darfur. Alongside with torture, adoption for the ransom, and also forced disappearance. Also a deliberate effort to dismantle the civilian or civic spaces and shrinking the civic spaces for the civil society who are working on documentation. In January, between January and March, more than tens of human rights defenders were detained in Darfur. Some of them, they are women human rights defenders. And until now, they are unknown, the place of their detention. Also, the target on the humanitarian workers is continuing. In Niala, RSF detained women, human rights defenders, and journalists who remain held and undisclosed detention facilities, raising serious risks of torture, sexual violence, and enforced detention. Regarding to the shrinking of the civic spaces, at least from January to March, 2 of the main civil society organizations were closed, this including SUDU and AWAFE. They were stopped from operating in Darfur because of their human rights works. And in the conflict, in the displacement sittings, they continue to expose their concerns about the risks that they are facing, especially in Tawila and also in the areas where there is no safety. And there are also concerns about the retaliation that may happen from the warring parties, especially the coordination that is between the RSF troops and also several rebellion functions, especially SLM under the leadership of Abdul Wahid in the areas of Jabal Marra as well. So therefore, we call for urgently recognizing the systematic targeting of the human rights defenders in Sudan. Also, we call for immediate release of the Sudanese human rights defenders and also journalists and activists as well. We also call for the protection of the survivors and also pathways to the repression by establishing the registry of the survivors in Sudan. We also call for prevention of the exploitation of the survivors in the conflict, in the displacement setting, especially in Darfur, and also beyond the border, across the borders in other displacement settings. Finally, we also welcoming the declaration between the mission and also African fact-finding mission. And for us, this represents an effort for complementing the work that two fact-finding missions are already carrying. And for us, we need to see this as a concrete action in terms of advancing the justice and accountability for the survivors in Sudan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mohamed Bera, for that update and the report. I will now very swiftly, in the interest of time, move on to ask Commissioner Hatem to say a few words, and then we will open up for contributions. We'll come to the declaration after the contributions.
Thank you so much. We have said most of what comprised our joint mission so far. Earlier when I was speaking, I did say that we ended the second part of the investigation on the ground in Chad, and we're now at the stage of finalizing our report. The report will be published following its adoption. We've seen numerous requests for the floor, which we will address. A joint declaration will be read by myself and my sister, Madam Joy. So without further ado, let me give the floor now to the government delegation, the government delegations that have requested the floor for this morning's session. Honorable representative of the Republic of Algeria is the first to take the floor. So Algeria, please, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Commissioner. And thank you to the distinguished rapporteur and the distinguished speakers for the quality of their intervention. We'd like to reaffirm our commitment to protect human rights, particularly in the conflict areas on our continent. We've heard of the atrocities committed in the Sudan, and this is really heartbreaking. We really need to have peace, stability, and reconciliation in our sister country, the Sudan. We condemn the atrocities and violations committed by warring parties, and we would like to encourage the United Nations and the African Union in the work that they're doing to bring an end to the deaths and the violations. We would like to see peace and stability and reconciliation return to the Sudan as soon as possible. Thank you.
The Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Relations of Lesotho. Lesotho.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you.
My delegation thanks Commissioner Hatem and Professor Joy for sharing insights on the outcomes of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and the Human Rights. We also note the presentation by Mr. Bera on behalf of the civil society organization. Mr. Moderator, as we mark 3 years of the conflict, Lesotho remains deeply concerned with the prevailing situation of human rights in the Republic of Sudan. We express our solidarity with the people of Sudan at this difficult time. We are convinced that instability everywhere is a threat to peace, security, human rights, and development as a whole. We recall the importance of the principles of complementarity, subsidiarity, and the African solutions for the African problems. We also welcome all supporting efforts by regional and international actors. At this stage, we are of the view that the immediate and utmost priority is to silence the guns and achieve the ceasefire, paving the way for the humanitarian relief and assistance to the people in the areas that are negatively affected by the conflict, and encouraging political negotiation between all parties. We urge all Sudanese parties to continue the dialogue towards amicable, consensual solution to the political impasse in Sudan and lead the country to smooth and peaceful transition to democracy. As a duty bearer, we wish to encourage the government of Sudan to strengthen efforts to ensure the full and effective implementation of all human rights and humanitarian treaties to which it is a member to. In the same vein, we wish to remind that non-state actors also have the responsibility to abide by international humanitarian law, specifically Common Article 3 of the Geneva Conventions, which require them to abide by laws against prohibition of murder, torture, and hostage-taking, whilst treating civilians, wounded combatants, and detainees. Finally, Mr. Moderator, we urge the international community to provide all necessary support to Sudan, including the political, economic, technical, developmental, and humanitarian assistance in order to enable the country to overcome this transition challenge. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much, Excellency. I now recognize Sudan.
شكرا جزيلا. Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Commissioner Hatem Assaim, leader of the investigation team. Thank you for inviting us to this important session. It is about Sudan, and therefore would like to highlight some facts about these ongoing conflicts in Sudan that broke in the 15th of March 2023. There are some ambiguity of some of the facts that have been presented. The conflict started with immunity of a paramilitary body that used to be part of the Sudanese armed forces. Its name is Rapid Support Forces. The group planned to take over power and then it started a war against the state. It became a militia that's targeting civilians, targeting basic infrastructure, attacking public and private infrastructure, and received foreign support. Mr. Chair, Mr. Moderator, there is international intervention that provide technical support, and mercenaries from 17 countries participated. Some of these mercenaries came from very far, from countries like Colombia and Latin America. And this is an indicator that Sudan is going through a war by proxy, supported by specific countries in the region. What we'd like to say, Mr. Chair, that there are so many widespread violations in the country and violation of the national laws of Sudan, and this militia being supported by outside, not limited its efforts in targeting the civilians, but also, as has been indicated in the several international reports, that atrocities committed by this militia is so huge. Honorable Chair, moderators, the efforts of the government of Sudan is continuing by its national armed forces, which is, according to the constitution, is responsible of defending its territory and citizens. Our national army is abided by the international law and protection of civilians. Examples is that millions of civilians who are moving from the areas under the control of the RSF, they are moving to the areas controlled by the national army. They are being supported by the Sudanese civilian as a whole. The government of Sudan has managed to control most of the area of that used to be occupied by the RSF. In last December, the government of Sudan prepared a comprehensive peace initiative. It has been presented to the UN Human Rights Council and national and UN Peace, International Security Council, Arab League, and other institutions. All these institutions affirmed their support to the government of Sudan, and our effort as a national government is continuing to conduct more investigation about the violations of the human rights and international human rights in the different areas of the country. Our efforts to target the dire humanitarian situation is continuing. The government efforts of the government of Sudan is doing its best to provide humanitarian support and rehabilitate the disrupted infrastructure, particularly in the capital city of Khartoum. Life has started gradually to become normal in Khartoum, and our airports are started to receive international trips. The international media and research centers since the previous session is focused on the attack on Al Fashir, which has been under siege for 180 days. Many statements, whether from the UN or the African Union, condemned that attack. And you have witnessed the atrocities committed there. The government of Sudan has been continuing to ask to categorize this group as a genocidal group that's committing genocides. Mr. Adama Deng, representative of the African Union against torture and genocide, visited Sudan and has been shown the facts on the ground. The African Union representative of women and peace and security also visited Sudan. The different human rights monitors have been focusing on the support that these militias receiving from the neighboring countries. Before concluding, Mr. Chair, let me extend our thanks to Mr. Hatem Assaim, who has started some communications with the government of Sudan, but unfortunately we couldn't manage to allow that visit to be completed to Sudan. And for many reasons that has been highlighted by himself, whether it is financial or logistics, but the government of Sudan is ready to welcome you. And we already put plans for the delegation to come and visit certain refugee camps. We have a functioning Minister of Justice, but there are detainees that were being taken by the RSF in Darfur. And therefore, these reports will be incomplete if without visiting these people in the areas under the control of RSF. We call upon the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to provide more information to the decision makers at the level of the African Union, and particularly about the atrocities committed by RSF. There are certain rights that must be maintained: education, health, and peace. African Union is still its efforts in punishing the Sudanese people by suspending Sudan's participation in these sessions. And this affects the different sectors of the Sudan. When we have many thousands of Sudanese children who are unable to continue their education because they are staying in these refugee camps. We are saying that they are wrong implementation of the decision 1041 issued in October 2021, which suspends the activities of Sudan within the African Union. This is a violation of the African Convention on Democracy, which describes the unconstitutional change of government is by overtaking power in undemocratic situation. That was not the reality in Sudan. Sudan was in a difficult situation. Just like to conclude, Mr. Chair, that we have some observations on this Banjul declaration and being prepared by the joint fact-finding mission of the UN and the African Commission about the situation in Sudan, we have reservations on this declaration for two reasons. The first one, the committee did not, from the African side, did not conclude its visit to Sudan. And on the side of the United Nations, Sudan has refused the participation of the UN mission here because there is a national country for the UN in Sudan. And we have a special rapporteur for human rights in Sudan, beside other national human rights institutions that were to be consulted before initiating this mission. And therefore, we are saying that this joint mission's work is not complete. What is the reference? What is the reference between the African Commission delegation or mission and the UN? Who is the body that approves conducting this mission? However, we express our willingness to cooperate with the African Commission, and we are ready to support Mr. Hatim's. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. Your time is over. Thank you.
Thank you, Moderator. My delegation commends the two missions for convening this joint panel to highlight the importance of the work that has been undertaken in Sudan. My delegation is of the view that the AU should remain at the center of all initiatives related to the continent. Hence, we welcome this joint fact-finding mission. South Africa shares deep concern over political, security, and human rights situation in Sudan. We would also like to see peace in Sudan. And having said that, we stand in firm solidarity with the Sudanese people and remain fully committed to support all initiatives to end the suffering. The reports of mass atrocities, in particular, the potential genocide in El Fasher, are deeply alarming for my delegation. Having said that, and given the lack of direct physical access, my delegation would like to find out what evidence have been gathered by the fact-finding mission that corroborates the possible genocidal acts in El Fasher. On accountability, the tragic legacy of the 1994 genocide in Rwanda remains a profound reminder of the catastrophic cost of international inaction and systemic delay. What plausible steps can be taken by the AU member states to respond to such atrocities? I thank you, Moderator.
Thank you very much, Excellency. I'd like to now recognize Chad.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioner Hatem, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Commission. I take the floor to thank you and also to congratulate you in having conducted these two missions. Commissioner Hatem, I know you came to Eastern Chad, and when you were there, you noticed that the situation of the refugees was great. You were able to see the extent of the needs there and highlighted the gap or the deficits as far as humanitarian response and the resources which are diminishing. Currently, the situation further escalates. We remain faced with a situation where the displaced refugees lack basic supplies for their daily needs. So we would like to take today's opportunity to appeal for solidarity, and that is what characterizes us on our continent, particularly as regards the humanitarian response. History will hold us accountable, not only because of our declarations, but the fact of action or inaction. I'm paraphrasing, but we cannot resolve the crisis in the Sudan with eloquent speeches. What is required is action. We need appropriate response as the African Union to respond to humanitarian needs, particularly the most urgent of these. And you did indicate that the government did provide support to the mission on the ground, and Chad, as always, continues to call for a solution to this crisis, and the best would be that the solution is found right away.
Thank you very much for that. I don't see any other requests to take the floor from any of the delegates. So at this point, I'd like to turn back to the panelists, particularly two commissioners. There was two questions that were posed from the delegation from South Africa. One was about the evidence that there was genocide that actually occurred in El Fasher, and also, if that's the case, what are the steps that the AU could take to address the prevention of such acts? Over to the two commissioners. Thank you.
Presented to the UN Human Rights Council in February, pointed to the title Hallmarks of Genocide, was very explicit, and then also based on the crimes committed, and then that is really indeed, there are indicators of genocide. And like we said, our mandate is also clear with regard to cooperation with judicial and other entities and preservation of evidence, which we are doing. And I also mentioned that we are preparing confidential dossiers on all of this, and we'll make them available to the entities. And we've also called, in terms of accountability, for expansion of the mandate of ICC. And for us, accountability efforts must be victim-centered, gender-sensitive, inclusive, and rooted in dialogue. And that's why this unique cooperation and collaboration with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights is very important, and including Sudanese civil society, legal experts, and in general, civil society. So there are ways states should pursue avenues as well to bring perpetrators to justice, including by expanding the jurisdiction of ICC to cover the whole of Sudan and not just Darfur. And civil society on its part should continue documenting a violation and advocating for impartial justice and genuine accountability in Sudan. And there are mediators, and mediators should not put accountability at the back burner, because oftentimes when we're trying to achieve peace and we're doing peace negotiation, you say, let's get peace first and then accountability. And if you look at the root causes of conflict in Sudan, lack of accountability is really responsible for the cycle of conflict in Sudan. So the link to accountability, we have to link accountability to continuing, supporting evidence gathering and preservation, because you need those evidence in order to ensure accountability. And for us, access for both missions, and not just one, of the investigating bodies to Sudan is imperative. And we will continue to knock at the door of Sudan and Sudan that they should allow UN a fact-finding mission, which is impartial, independent, to do its work. Again, we need financial and human resource capacity for all of those, especially agencies working like the Chad has mentioned. We have also been on mission. We have been on mission as a UN fact-finding to Sudan, and we saw things firsthand, and we consulted with all bodies, and we recommended urgent assistance to Sudan. all parties to the conflict, African Union, UN member state, regional and international organizations, should ensure compliance by all states and businesses with regard to embargo, Darfur arms embargo, under Security Council Resolution 1556 of 2004. In enforcing this, because it is imperative, because supply of arms that is fueling this conflict. On our part, we look forward to increasing cooperation and coordination with regional mechanisms as well as civil society to maximize and our combined capacity and to deliver to Sudanese people solidarity as emphasized by South Africa. They must be with the people of Sudan and victims and survivors of the conflict. We must, all of us, first ensure inclusion, whether gender, age, person with disability, must, because the Sudanese society is so divisive these days. But effort must be made to reach out and ensure that the conversation is inclusive and all relevant, designed for impactful interventions mechanism. So the fourth year of the war is very sad, and that we've entered that, and we are very clear that this may not be a war that will end militarily by any of the side. Negotiation is important, and accountability must be part of that. Perpetrators cannot outrun justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've been informed that Commissioner Lita wants to intervene.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the floor. I would like to first thank Commissioner Hatem and the team that he led to this fact-finding mission on the ground, which Commissioner Deso, Commissioner Salma, and myself accompanied him to the ground. Secondly, I would like to say that the United Nations truly provided the support that we needed on the ground in terms of facilitating us to go to the refugee camps. They provided us with security and transport, and we would like to acknowledge that as part of the Addis Ababa roadmap, this really was very appreciated, and I'm sure the Chair has said that. But Chair, I took the floor just to say that I've looked at the declaration. There is a small omission in one of the paragraphs, and have given this to the drafting team. There are actually two omissions, but also it would be amiss for us not to acknowledge the support of the neighboring countries that have been hosting refugees. There are quite a number. There is Chad, there is Uganda, there is Egypt, there is Eritrea, there is South Sudan, and all these countries are going out of their way to take care of these refugees, and in particular, to acknowledge the role being played by Chad. We saw the kind of respect they were according to the refugees, the way they were going out of their way to make sure that refugees feel like they're among brothers and sisters in Chad. So we wish to really acknowledge this, and to say that we also wish to thank the African Union Liaison Office on the ground because of the role that they played in making sure that we had a seamless meetings with the government and also on the ground. Chair, this is all I wanted to say at the moment, and congratulate you for this joint initiative, and yield back the floor.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for your observations. I now give the floor to Commissioner Janet Salenjai.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I'd also like to join my colleague, Commissioner Lita, as a member of the fact-finding mission, to commend our chair, the head of the fact-finding mission, for the initiative to have this joint panel with the global mechanism, which is the UN fact-finding mission in Sudan. And just to reinforce the fact that based on the findings that were actually dilated on by my sister, Professor Joy, in terms of the violations that are happening on the ground. When we did our virtual fact-finding mission, which our report is out in the domain, it's become very obvious that one common thread runs through all the findings: gross and massive violation of women's rights. And I think this actually calls for special attention. And I think within the context of the Addis Ababa roadmap, while we're looking at all the violations, my call will be for myself and my sister, Professor Joy, is to see how we can come together and organize a platform that will address the specific issues relating to the gender dimension of this conflict and how women are being disproportionately affected. This is really a cause for concern. It's something that is not inevitable, because it's become inevitable that in every conflict, conflict with sexual violence emerges. It looks like it's the norm. We have to find ways of ensuring that we engage positively to ensure that it doesn't become the norm, so that at least we see what we can do together. So this is just a special call I'm making in terms of the women of the continent who, despite the fact that even when there is no war, they're disproportionately affected. When we have war, this situation gets exacerbated, and it's really, really cause for concern and a challenge that we should all flag. This is just the bit I just wanted to highlight, and it's a common thread. I think that our report on the ground mission on Chad is not out, and we wouldn't preempt it. But of course, I'm sure the interviews and the testimonies there will also, highlight the issue of gross and massive violation of women's rights. This is just the bit I wanted to add. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for your appeal. I think that has been well received. At this juncture, we are 2 minutes past the hour, although we started a little late. But in the interest of time, I'd like us to move swiftly along to the reading of the declaration, and I'd like to call upon Commissioner Hatem to start us off. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator, for giving me the floor. We shall now read the joint declaration. This was adopted by the joint mission by the African Commission and the International Mission for Sudan. Let me start by reading the title, and thereafter I will hand over the floor to my colleague to read the bulk. So during the 87th ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, held from 24th April to 28th May 2026 in Banjul, Republic of the Gambia, the joint fact-finding mission of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights on the situation in Sudan, and the United Nations Independent International Fact-Finding Mission for Sudan, acting within the framework of the Addis Ababa roadmap and their respective mandates, and recalling that these consist inter alia of investigating and establishing the facts, circumstances, and root causes of violations and abuses of international human rights law, as well as violations of international humanitarian law committed in the context of the armed conflict in the Republic of Sudan, with a view to contributing to accountability and protection of civilians, reaffirming their shared commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms in Sudan in accordance with the applicable international, regional, and international legal frameworks, further recalling that the armed conflict, which in mid-April 2023 in Sudan between the Rapid Support Forces, RSF, and the Sudanese Armed Forces has generated one of the gravest humanitarian and human rights crises in the world, marked by widespread suffering, mass displacement, severe food insecurity, collapse of the essential services, and serious risks to regional peace and stability. Deeply concerned by the continued escalation of violence across Sudan and by persistent patterns of killings, arbitrary detention, torture, and other ill treatment, enforced disappearances, conflict-related sexual violence, starvation, indiscriminate attacks, attacks against civilians and the civilian objects, looting, extortion, as well as forced displacement, recalling that both missions have found that the RSF and the SAF, together with their respective allies, bear responsibility for the Commission for the violation of international humanitarian law and international human rights law, including grave violations against children, with violations committed by the RSF being particularly widespread and systematic. Alarmed by the current situation in Darfur, including in El Fasher, as well as in the Kordofan regions, where civilians face heightened risk of episodic crimes, siege condition, displacement, denial of humanitarian assistance, and ethnically targeted violence in which vulnerable groups, including the elderly and people living with disabilities, are further impacted. Further concern that attacks against humanitarian personnel, medical facilities, markets, schools, camps for internally displaced persons, places of worship, and civilian infrastructure indispensable to survival continue to intensify the suffering of the civilian population, acknowledging the courage and resilience of victims, survivors, Sudanese civil society, humanitarian actors, journalists, and human rights defenders, particularly women and youth, whose commitment to peace and to documenting violations deserve particular recognition, who continue to document abuses and assist affected communities at great personal risk, recognizing also the importance of cooperation, complementarity, and coordination between regional and internationally accountable mechanisms in support of civil protection, documentation of violence, preservation of evidence, and further justice processes. Emphasizes that there can be no sustainable peace in Sudan without addressing the root causes of the conflict and the case for justice and accountability, inclusive governance and restoration of dignity, and the rights for all Sudanese people declare as follows.
Je vous remercie.
As follows: immediate protection of civilians. All parties to the conflict must immediately cease attacks against civilians, civilian objects, and fully comply with their obligations under international humanitarian law and international human rights law. The protection of civilians must be treated as an urgent and overriding priority. Ceasefire and de-escalation. All parties to the conflict must take immediate steps towards a credible cessation of hostilities and a sustainable ceasefire supported by effective monitoring arrangement and confidence-building measures. Guarantee of humanitarian access. All parties to the conflict must ensure rapid, safe, sustained, and unimpeded humanitarian access to all affected populations by all necessary routes and refrain from attacks on or obstruction of humanitarian personnel, asset, and relief operations. Sexual violence and gender-based crimes. Immediate and effective measures must be taken to prevent and respond to conflict-related sexual violence and other gender-based crimes, including through survivor-centered access to medical care, psychological support, protection, remedies, and accountability. On ethnic cleansing, immediately halt all forms of ethnic cleansing by the RSF, particularly targeting indigenous people in Darfur, including in El Fasher and in the Kordofan regions, and ensure that they are fully integrated back home, their cultural identity restored, and their heritage, including mineral resources, are protected. On arbitrary retention and enforced disappearances. Practices such as arbitrary detention, enforced disappearances, torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment must cease immediately. All persons arbitrarily deprived of liberty must be released or brought promptly before a competent judicial authority. On accountability and justice, serious violations and abuses, including war crimes, crimes against humanity, and other atrocity crimes committed by RSF, by SAF, and their allies, and acts by states and entities which aid or abet serious violations and abuses committed by the warring parties must be subject to prompt, independent, impartial, and effective investigations with a view to ensuring justice, truth, reparations, and guarantees of non-reoccurrence. On cooperation with international and regional mechanisms, all parties to the conflict must cooperate fully and with the two fact-finding mission and other relevant accountability mechanisms including by granting them access, facilitating engagement with victims and witnesses, and preserving relevant records and evidence. On implementation of recommendation of both fact-finding missions, all relevant actors, including the parties to the conflict, Sudanese stakeholders, the African Union, United Nations member states, as well as regional and international partners, must take concrete and timely steps to implement recommendations issued by the two fact-finding missions. Particular priority must be given to measures aimed at protecting civilians, protecting human rights defenders, and other such groups which play a key role in identifying early warning indicators and documenting human rights violations, ending ongoing violation, ensuring humanitarian access, supporting survivors, including through interim preparatory measures, and sustained access to medical, psychological, and legal assistance, preserving evidence.
Suivre les efforts en vue de documenter les violations et les abus. Je voudrais également me réjouir de ce que l'ambassadeur du Soudan a déclaré, en fait, l'accord de son État pour accueillir notre mission conjointe. Nous prenons bonne note de cela. Ceci étant dit, je voudrais à ce stade clôturer ce panel et mettre fin, en fait, clôturer aussi le point 5 de notre agenda. Le second point inscrit à l'ordre du jour, c'est le point 4 qui porte sur la situation des droits de l'homme. Nous avons des demandes de prise de parole de la part des délégués des États, des INDH et des organisations de la société civile. Nous allons commencer par les délégués des États qui ont demandé la parole. Oui. Je donne la parole à la République d'Angola. Au titre du point 4, nous sommes sur la situation des droits de l'homme.
Bom dia, muito obrigado pela assistência da palavra, Sr. Presidente, Comissário Edith Sassou, honoráveis comissários, excelentíssimos representantes dos Estados, ilustres representantes das INDH e das organizações da sociedade civil, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, distintos convidados. É para nós uma honra participar nesta 87ª sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos, sob o lema Assegurar a disponibilidade sustentável de água e sistemas de saneamento seguro para alcançar os objetivos da Agenda 2063. O tema está no cerne da dignidade humana e do desenvolvimento sustentável do nosso continente. Esta sessão decorre num contexto regional complexo, marcado pelo recrudescimento dos armados, terrorismo, deslocações forçadas, xenofobia e pelo impacto crescente das alterações climáticas. A República de Angola reafirma o seu compromisso inabalável com os princípios e disposições da Carta Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos, instrumento fundador do Sistema Regional de Proteção. Honorável Presidente, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, é por conseguinte um momento oportuno para, de forma resumida, porém marcante, trazermos notas de mudanças positivas observadas na promoção e proteção dos direitos humanos dos povos em África, no geral, e em Angola, em particular, no setor social. No domínio da saúde, a saúde é, para o Executivo angolano, um direito fundamental, um pilar central do desenvolvimento sustentável do nosso país. O Serviço Nacional de Saúde está a ser progressivamente reforçado com a expansão de infraestruturas de saúde modernas nos 3 níveis de atenção, com uma aposta particular nos cuidados de saúde primários, que representam mais de 80% das nossas unidades. De acordo com os dados de indicadores múltiplos de saúde, a mortalidade infantil reduziu de 44 para 32 por mil nados vivos, a mortalidade de menores de 5 anos passou de 68 para 52 por mil nados vivos, a mortalidade materna de 239 para 160 por mil nados vivos, 100 mil nados vivos. A taxa de desnutrição reduziu de 9 4,1% em 2024 para 5,8% em 2025. Na saúde sexual e reprodutiva, a implementação de um plano estratégico focado na sensibilização da adolescente e no respeito pelos direitos reprodutivos contribuiu para a melhoria expressiva, com a redução da mortalidade materna de forma evidente, fruto da forte aposta que temos dado a nível dos cuidados primários de saúde, consequente aumento de parte das instituições assistidas por profissionais qualificados de 35% para 64% e elevada cobertura de planeamento familiar de 60% para 65%, superando as metas estabelecidas. Persistem desafios importantes, sobretudo no controle de doenças como a cólera e a malária, continuam entre as principais causas de morbilidade e mortalidade. No âmbito ambiental e de saúde pública, destaca-se o reforço da vigilância epidemiológica, laboratorial e ambiental. No setor da ação social e promoção da mulher, o Sistema de Proteção Social Coenda continua a implementação, tendo registrado em 2025 um total de 1.750.988 agregados familiares elegíveis para transferências sociais monetárias, dos quais 1.350.400 já beneficiaram do pagamento acumulados no âmbito da inclusão produtiva. O programa alcançou 54.129, dos quais 28.556 mulheres, com a distribuição de
women, with the distribution of 360 kits, 18,000 plant seedlings, and 8,000 animals, strengthening livelihoods. In support of families affected by disasters and calamities, 975 families were assisted. In the area of family empowerment, initiatives such as the Django project raised awareness of 78 families, reached 60,000 people on gender issues, and trained 1,700 women in digital financial literacy. And in addition, 1,700 traditional midwives and 689 young women were trained in small business management. The province of Benguela was affected by flooding due to overflowing of Cavaco River. More than 8,000 families were affected. In legal matters, we highlighted progress, including presidential decree, the law on non-governmental organization, the law of comprehensive response to HIV. Honorable President, distinguished guests, in this spirit, we reiterate Angola's commitment to African Development 2063, to the Agenda for Children 2040, to the Strategy for Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment 2018-2028, and to the theme chosen for this year, as well as the signing of the African Union Convention on the Elimination of Violence Against Women and Girls. We take this opportunity to congratulate on the 45th anniversary of the adoption of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate. The Commission has taken due note of your statement. I would now give the floor to the Delegate of the Republic of Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, you have the floor.
Congratulates you and the Commission on the excellent preparations for the 87th Ordinary Session
May I take this opportunity to congratulate you on your election as the new chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Further, may I congratulate your vice chairperson and the 3 new commissioners who have since taken office at this session. As Zimbabwe, we express full confidence in your stewardship of the session's agenda. We extend our sincere appreciation to this august body for the opportunity to engage in constructive dialogue on human and people's rights in Africa. Allow me to convey our profound gratitude to the government and people of the Republic of the Gambia for their enduring hospitality and warm reception. Mr. Chairman, Zimbabwe reaffirms without reservation its commitment to fulfilling its human rights obligations under the African Charter and other international instruments to which it is party. The government remains steadfast in advancing the full enjoyment of human rights through sustained administrative policy and legislative reforms. In this regard, my delegation welcomes and reflects on the successful promotion mission to Zimbabwe undertaken in April by Commissioner Salah Njie and her delegation. The mission held candid and constructive dialogue with state and non-state actors across Zimbabwe's human rights ecosystem, underscoring an entrenched national culture of human rights. We are pleased to report that His Excellency, the President, Dr. Idi Mnangagwa, has accepted in principle a request for Zimbabwe to host a future session of the African Commission. The mission stands as clear testimony to Zimbabwe's deepening engagement with African Commission's mechanism and to our government's commitment to transparency and accountability on human rights. We reiterate our commitment to review and address any concerns raised from the mission visit. Chairperson, Zimbabwe is at an advanced stage towards accession to the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, a landmark instrument that will further reinforce the protection of women's rights and the eradication of gender-based violence. In 2025, Zimbabwe presented its periodic state party report to the UN Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights during the committee's 78th session, as well as its combined 16th periodic report under the African Charter. Our continued and active cooperation with regional and international human rights mechanisms strengthens Zimbabwe's human rights architecture and enhances compliance for the benefit of all citizens. On our economic front, under the Second Republic, led by His Excellency Comrade Emmerson Mnangagwa, Zimbabwe has recorded significant economic growth and development anchored in the successful implementation of national economic blueprints, expanded mining and agricultural production, and substantial infrastructure investment. Government continues to address challenges, manage risks, and harness emerging opportunities to transform livelihoods in pursuit of our national vision, a prosperous and empowered upper middle income society by 2030, and leaving no one and no place behind. According to 2026 World Bank projections, Zimbabwe's economy is expected to grow by more than 5%, outpacing the global average of 2.6%. This follows 7.5% growth recorded in 2025 as confirmed by the International Monetary Fund. This positive trajectory underpins an inclusive development path premised on the judicious use of national resources for equitable and sustainable growth. Chairperson, these projections have been achieved despite the continued imposition of unilateral coercive measures. While recently modified, the legacy of these illegal sanctions continues to constrain Zimbabwe's capacity to create an optimal environment for prosperity and impedes the full realization of economic and social rights by ordinary citizens. Furthermore, ongoing global conflicts, notably between the USA and Iran, continue to disrupt economies and livelihoods worldwide. Rising costs, travel restrictions, and shortages of key commodities such as fuel, fertilizer, and grain are eroding the economic stability of developing nations and pushing millions into poverty. Zimbabwe reiterates its call for the peaceful resolution of disputes, strict adherence to international law, and respect for multilateral institutions. Mr. Chairperson, Following the land reform program undertaken to redress colonial inequalities and broaden access to land, the government has commenced a program to strengthen security of tenure through the issuance of title deeds for agricultural land. This initiative will unlock value, enhance agricultural productivity, and stimulate investment in the sector that remains the backbone of our economy. Mr. Chairman, I also wish to underscore that the fight against corruption remains a top national priority. Law reform is being complemented by strict enforcement and prosecution. Zimbabwe's legislative agenda remains firmly anchored in the promotion and protection of human rights. Currently, before Parliament, we have the Justice Child Bill, which establishes a juvenile system. We also have the Environmental Management Amendment Bill and the Climate Change Management Bill, the Occupational Safety and Health Bill, and the National Drug and Substance Abuse Control. With regards to water, sanitation, and hygiene programs, Zimbabwe has strengthened WASH with access to improving drinking water in our community. In conclusion, Mr. Chairperson, my delegation reaffirms Zimbabwe's steadfast commitment to the mandate of the African Commission to promote and protect human and people's rights across the continent. The Commission remains a beacon of hope and a custodian of African values and ideals. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from the Republic of Zimbabwe. The Commission would like to thank you for your address and appreciates positively the fact that you recently hosted a promotion mission. We positively appreciate the announcement that you just made with the agreement of your government to host an upcoming session of the African Court on Human and People's Rights. Now I'm going to give the floor to the Republic of Kenya. Kenya, you have the floor, please.
Chairperson, Vice Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, colleague excellencies representing member states, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Republic of Kenya, this delegation congratulates the Chairperson and Vice Chairperson for your leadership of the Commission following your election last year. We commend the Commission Secretary and the Secretariat for the excellent organization of the preparatory work for the 87th session. We also thank the Republic of the Gambia for the hospitality and cordial reception since our arrival. Chairperson, the Republic of Kenya is honored to address this 87th ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Kenya joins the continent and the Commission on the commemorative event of the 45th anniversary of the adoption of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Nairobi fondly remembers the congregation of the Organization of African Unity on June 27, 1981, when this most sacrosanct instrument was adopted in Nairobi, Kenya. The Charter remains an enduring legacy of our forerunners. The launch of the celebration will not only usher a moment of reflection on the progress achieved, but also a call to renew our commitment to the vision of the Charter for a continent where human rights remain the foundation of our collective pursuit of dignity, peace, equality, unity, and sustainable development in line with the theme of the African Union. For Kenya, the Charter has provided enduring guidance in embedding human rights within our constitutional framework, shaping our governance, and inspiring reforms that safeguard the rights of all people. Acknowledging the critical role human rights play in peace, security, and national development, the Government of Kenya submitted the 14th periodic report on the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and the second report on the Maputo Protocol in December 2025. This highlights the government's commitment in prioritizing human rights agenda and respect for the mandate and procedures of the institutions of the African Union. We look forward to constructive engagement with the Commission. Chairperson, to strengthen coordinated reporting and treaty implementation, the Government of Kenya established a National Committee on International and Regional Human Rights Obligations in March 2019. Gazetted by the Attorney General, this interagency committee comprises 18 institutions, including government ministries, agencies, and national human rights institutions. Its mandate is to organize and facilitate the preparation of Kenya's periodic reports, to international and regional human rights mechanisms guided by lead ministries responsible for specific treaties. This structure has enhanced our capacity to meet reporting obligations and foster a harmonized approach to follow-up and implementation. Kenya continues to take decisive steps to address enforced disappearances and extrajudicial killings. On this basis, Kenya has advanced legislative proposals to criminalize enforced disappearance in line with her pledge during the 75th anniversary on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Additionally, Kenya has initiated the review of the national policy and action plan on human rights to address the emerging issues such as digital rights, data protection, and climate-related risks. This ensures that our national framework remains responsive to contemporary challenges. The review is therefore necessary and timely, providing an opportunity to address identified implementation gaps and respond to emerging and increasing complex human rights risks and reinforce coherence between constitutional obligations, national development priorities, and institutional performance systems. Chairperson, in December 2025, Kenya adopted the National Policy on Ethnic Minorities, Indigenous, and Marginalized Communities, providing a framework for inclusion, protection, and empowerment and equitable development of ethnic minorities, indigenous, and marginalized communities. Chairperson, in the preceding session of the Commission, Kenya shared the sad news of the demise of the chairperson of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, the Honorable Mrs. Rosalind Odede. In the aftermath of this untimely loss, a competitive and transparent election process was undertaken, culminating in the appointment of Ms. Clarice Oganga in October 2025 as a new chairperson. The appointment of a new chairperson has ensured continuity and reinforced the independence and capacity of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. To strengthen police accountability and public trust, Kenya has expanded the presence of the Independent Policing Oversight Authority to 21 counties, enhancing access to oversight mechanisms. The National Police Service continues to implement its updated training and development policy, emphasizing human rights, crowd control, and legal standards. Further, the government of Kenya has broadened access to justice through nationwide legal aid centers, alternative justice systems, and court-annexed mediation. Representation in public service has become more inclusive, with nearly all ethnic groups attaining fair participation. Gender equality has been strengthened, with 92% of public institutions complying with the two-thirds gender principle and protection of intersex persons and marginalized communities. Chairperson, Kenya has prioritized universal social protection, affordable housing, and health reforms. Kenya continues to provide free and compulsory basic education, achieving a near universal transition rates from primary to secondary levels of education. Higher education access has been enhanced through expanded institutions, student financing reforms, and curriculum reforms, including the rollout of the competency-based education and training. As we conclude, it is noteworthy that Kenya's approach to human rights remains holistic, anchored in constitutional values, responsive to emerging challenges, and guided by inclusive governance. We continue to engage with civil society, development partners, and regional institutions to strengthen accountability, transparency, and the rule of law. In closing, Kenya affirms its commitment to the African Commission and to the collective advancement of human and people's rights across our continent. We stand ready to learn, share experiences, deepen cooperation, and contribute to a future where Africa enjoys dignity, justice, and opportunity. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Delegate from the Republic of Kenya. The Commission takes due note of your statement and lauds your availability to present your periodic report during this session. We would also like to express the condolences or sympathy of the Commission following the death of the chairperson of National Human Rights Commission of your country. Now I'm going to give the floor to the delegate of Sudan, Ambassador Yanasa. You have the floor, please.
Concerning the water, I think in countries like Sudan and others where there have been a problem, the drinking water is a great problem, and it needs this cooperation from all African stakeholders first. In countries with abundance of water, people do not have access to those water. And I totally agree with the idea that the cooperation should be brought to the concerned organizations, and I think Africa is capable of, as it is capable of feeding itself, it is capable of solving this problem. In Sudan today, the water constitutes a problem because the militia destroyed and targeted those sources of water. So the access of water is a problem during the conflicts always. This is what I can add to this intervention, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that very precise and concise intervention. Now I'm going to give the floor to the Democratic Republic of Congo, the DRC. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for the floor. Honorable Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, Chairperson of the African Commission Honorable Commissioners, representatives of state, representatives of National Human Rights Commissions, representatives of civil society organizations, all protocols observed or respected. I'd like to greet you on behalf of His Excellency, the Presidency of the Republic, Felix Chilombo, Her Excellency, the Prime Minister, Head of Government, Jumit Soloka, and on my own behalf. Ladies and gentlemen, on this beginning of the 87th session, I would like to express my gratitude towards the African Commission on Human and People's Rights that has undertaken so many initiatives to promote and protect human rights in Africa. It should be, this following mission should be mentioned, the fact-finding mission and so many field visits. Within this framework, we'd like to confirm to the Commission that its mission to promote human rights that's underway is welcome in the Democratic Republic of Congo. These actions attest to the willingness of the Commission to meet challenges as regards human rights on our continent. It is an opportunity for me to laud on behalf of the victims of the Rwandan aggression of my country, Resolution 643 of 30 October 2025 that acknowledged and recognized international crimes as well as the genocide crimes or crimes of genocide committed in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Ladies and gentlemen, the Republic of Congo, the Democratic Republic of Congo reaffirms its attachment to the Human and People's Rights Charter, as well as to the values that it embodies. I must point out here the importance of the Maputo Protocol that accompanies the Charter. Indeed, it's on the instruction of His Excellency, the President of the Republic, and the coordination of Her Excellency, the Prime Minister, that we have prepared And very soon, we are going to submit to the Commission the cumulative report on the implementation of the Charter and the Maputo Protocol. This report takes into account the 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, and the 17th periodic report from 2018 to 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, since the last presentation of the report on the implementation of the Charter and the Maputo Protocol in 2017, the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo adopted several initiatives to ensure the compliance and promotion of, with the respect and promotion of human rights. It should be pointed out, in addition to what was underscored during the past session, the implementation of transitional justice for the reparations of victims and the redynamization of the Provincial Division of Human Rights in all the provinces of the country. Currently, we are working to endow the provincial divisions with their own buildings and organize capacity building seminars for all civil servants, especially the civil servants of the Ministry of Human Rights. However, these efforts cannot hide the drama that is taking place in our country, the drama that, or the tragedy that is promoted by President Paul Kagame and the Rwandan forces and their support from the M23. And in the areas under occupation, the civilian population are undergoing massive violations of war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide crimes. The last report of the workshop organized by the government with the civil society shows that in 12 months of occupation, the towns of Goma, Bukavu, and its surroundings, Rwanda actually violated the lives and physical integrity of 17,000 lives, including 15,000 of violation to life, 859 cases of adoption, and outstanding statistics of women that have raped every 4 minutes. The case of Buhira is even more deplorable, with 1,500 civilians killed, 300 new displaced persons, 12,000 children that are out of school, and many mass graves. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Chairperson, I'd like to conclude my address with an appeal to the conscience and the increased mobilization for peace and justice, for which we must continue to work hard until the last unconscionable leader in Africa would change by force or otherwise. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your statement. The Commission will encourage your government to finalize the periodic report that will be presented next time. We also appreciate all the facilitation that are being made to welcome our promotion mission. We appreciate all of that. This brings an end to the request for the floor by the state delegates. I'm going to open the second list to welcome the statements from the national human rights institutions. I'd like to invite the National Human Rights Commission of Cameroon. Professor Kobela, you have the floor, please. I'd like to invite the National Human Rights Commission of Burundi. Honorable President, honorable commissioners, distinguished delegates, the Commissioner of Burundi would like to laud the efforts of the Commission to support states in protecting human rights. I'd like to now in Burundi, the Commission notes the progress in the legal and institutional framework, especially regard to the establishment of a judge to promote access to justice. It also notes the digitalization of the Commission is monitoring measures in prison. The recent measures of presidential pardon it considers in reduction the prison population. Regards to press freedom, the Commission is delighted about the recent release of journalists Sanda Musa and Dahana after 2 years of detention. This positive gesture encourages freedom of press. The Commission knows that the situation of human rights in Burundi is marked by new waves of recruitment of refugees from Tanzania. This pressure adds to the hosting by Burundi of more than 100,000 refugees from the DRC after the escalation of armed conflicts. The increase there's also massive internal displacement and expose populations to and violates their socio-economic rights. The Commission appeals to the government and partners of Burundi to strengthen host mechanisms and assist humanitarian assistance to protect a vulnerable population. As regards the elections due to the field crisis, and the Commission adopts the Commission constates that ineffectiveness of the policy due to a lean budget, natural disaster impact, and the low purchase power of the population. It plans to increase the budget and to guarantee justice for arbitrary expulsions. On climate change, Burundi launched in 2025 the program 2025 and other initiatives as a youth conference on climate. The Commission laws the effort of reforestation, protection of the fauna, and the protection of involvement of the community in protecting the environment. The protection of victims of natural disaster is still a problem. The Commission encourages stakeholders for fair access to resources to protect the population of especially the most vulnerable and establish climate justice for all. Concerning women's rights and girls' rights, the Commission promised the rights of women and their participation in decision making, and encourages the respect of quota at the local level, strengthening of girl enrollment, and strengthening the family and the nationality code. As regards the fight against violence of gender violence, the Commission is delighted about the prosecution of perpetrators. However, the Commission condemns and recommends the revision of criminal code and the continuation of education program for the respect of human dignity. Finally, the Commission is committed with the international, regional, national mechanisms to promote human rights. Thank you very much. The Commission has taken due note of your statement and I'd like to thank you. Now, I'd like to invite the National Human Rights Commission of the Gambia, Mrs. Fatou Gai. You have the floor, please. To invite the Is she in the hall? Would appear so. Please, you have 5 minutes. Thank you very much. The Commission has taken due note of your statement. Is the National Human Rights Commission of the Sahara Republic present? I'd like to thank you for giving me the floor. In regard item 3, allow me, to, first of all, to inform you about the main activities. What's going on?
Someone else is doing it. In partnership with the Italian organizations, we had some training sessions on mechanisms that we can use for human rights protection. In February 2023, we attended a plenary session of the UN, and we worked with the human rights organizations within the UN as we try to address with Morocco the occupation of the Sahrawi Treaty. We've been working with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to have a national celebration, Human Rights Day, each year. We have been also focusing on the aspect of self-determination as per the Charter, the African Union Charter on Human and People's Rights. We had a consultative meeting at national level to try and coordinate the human rights institutions and to have a better output as far as our reports on the human rights situation. As far as the occupied territory of Sahrawi, we have mentioned this on numerous occasions to the Commission. In any case, we want to highlight the fact that forced displacement continues. Homes continue to be destroyed. Livestock continues to be destroyed. Deliberate actions have been taken to ensure that the people of Sahrawi leave their territories. And this is perpetrated by Moroccan colonizers. We want to highlight this once again, the attempts to eradicate the identity of Sahrawi people altogether. This is a deplorable situation where many are even being arrested and kept in detention by Moroccan forces. Human rights defenders continue to condemn these actions, and international human rights organizations are also highlighting and condemning these actions. Despite ceasefire in 2020, armed conflict continues. There is violence from the Moroccan side against civilians in Sahrawi. Nationals or civilians are being targeted by drones. Continued war crimes evidence in Sahrawi. This human rights situation in the Sahrawi Republic is of grave concern. Many foreign delegations who have been coming to try and assess the situation on the ground are being denied access. This has been documented through numerous reports. There was a report of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from the United States which highlighted the need to establish an ad hoc committee by the United Nations working with American institutions and to carry out independent assessments on the ground of the current situation in order to highlight the violations that are being committed by the Moroccan army in flagrant violation of the international laws. In addition, Moroccan occupation consists of violations of human rights on a systematic basis. We appeal for urgent intervention to save the people of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic. They have survived violence throughout the period of occupation by Moroccan forces. Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic remains the only colony in Africa. We see Morocco continues to violate our rights, and we would like the continent as well as the international community to continue to condemn this situation. We are concerned by a certain amount of silence on the part of the United Nations as Morocco continues to violate the rights of citizens. Thank you very much. We'd like to call upon the last speaker. This is the Ethiopian Commission on Human Rights. You have the floor. Thank you very much. Well, we would need to have a break for tea now. We will resume in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Tea and coffee served at the same point as we had yesterday. For Excellencies, representatives of member states, state delegates, the banquet hall on the ground floor. For all other distinguished participants, the banquet hall on the upper floor. For the secretariat, the cafeteria, and for the support staff, the lobby. Thank you very much, and enjoy your tea and coffee break. How many minutes? 30, okay. We will come back in 30 minutes at 11:38 a.m. Thank you.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Darling Chijawa, Fiji Gambia, the Waikura Viri Chindo Aranch Africa. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
is my distinct honor to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission, being held in this warm, beautiful, and historic city of Banjul.
car elle se tient au cours de l'année qui marque le 45e anniversaire de l'adoption de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme internationale de référence et le 40e anniversaire de son entrée en vigueur. C'est le lieu de rendre hommage à toutes les personnalités qui ont porté la vision, les rédacteurs qui l'ont matérialisé, et particulièrement les chefs d'État et de gouvernement qui, par leurs actions résolues, ont permis à l'Afrique de se doter d'un système régional de protection des droits de l'homme ancré dans ses réalités, ses valeurs et ses aspirations.
The African Union Commission reaffirms its commitment to continue the cooperation and complementarity with the Commission in supporting member states to translate commitments into concrete action for the benefit of our people.
We recognize that the silence of the guns in Africa is inextricably linked to the protection of the individuals. Without respect for human rights and accountability, there can be no lasting peace. And without peace, rights remain fragile.
Human rights are not abstract principles. Human rights are about whether a child has access to education and safety. Human rights are about whether a woman has control over her body. Human rights are about whether citizens can speak freely, organize peacefully, and trust the very... Peace and security cannot be separated from governments and communities. Where justice is absent, instability grows. Where exclusion persists, insecurity deepens. And where institutions fail to protect the dignity and rights of citizens, trust is eroded and tensions rise.
Je peux vous assurer que la Cour, pour sa part, est disposée à collaborer avec les autres organes et de mener à bien notre mandat commun relatif à la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
The spirit of Banjul must travel far beyond these halls. It must reach communities that never sent a delegate to any of our sessions. The legacy of this commission will be measured not by the sophistication of its resolutions, but by the protection it delivers to the ordinary African men, women, and children. May this 87th session be bold in its decisions, honest in its assessments, and precise in its demands. May it strengthen our collective resolve to build an Africa where dignity is not aspirational, but lived. It is my honor to declare the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights open.
It is my distinct honor to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission, being held in this warm, beautiful, and historic city of Banjul.
La session que nous ouvrons ce matin revêt une signification particulière, car elle se tient au cours de l'année qui marque le 45e anniversaire de l'adoption de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, notre instrument de référence, et le 40e anniversaire de son entrée en vigueur. C'est le lieu de rendre hommage à toutes les personnalités qui ont porté la vision, les rédacteurs qui l'ont matérialisé, et particulièrement les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, qui par leurs actions résolues ont permis à l'Afrique de se doter d'un système régional de protection des droits de l'homme, ancré dans ses réalités, ses valeurs et ses aspirations.
The African Union Commission reaffirms its commitment to continue the cooperation and complementarity with the Commission in supporting member states to translate commitments into concrete action for the benefit of our people.
We recognize that the silence of the guns in Africa is inextricably linked to the protection of the individuals. Without respect for human rights and accountability, there can be no lasting peace. And without peace, rights remain fragile.
Human rights are not abstract principles. Human rights are about whether a child has access to education and safety. Human rights are about whether a woman has control over her body. Human rights are about whether citizens can speak freely, organize peacefully, and trust the very institutions meant to protect them. Peace and security cannot be separated from governance and human rights. Where justice is absent, instability grows. Where exclusion persists, insecurity deepens. And where institutions fail to protect the dignity and rights of citizens, trust is eroded and tensions rise.
Je peux vous assurer que la Cour, pour sa part, est disposée à collaborer avec les autres organes et de mener à bien notre mandat commun relatif à la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
The spirit of Banjul must travel far beyond these halls. It must reach communities that never sent a delegate to any of our sessions. The legacy of this commission will be measured not by the sophistication of its resolutions, but by the protection it delivers to the ordinary African men, women, and children. May this 87th session be bold in its decisions, honest in its assessments, and precise in its demands. May it strengthen our collective resolve to build an Africa where dignity is not aspirational, but lived. It is my honor to declare the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights open.
It is my distinct honor to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission, being held in this warm, beautiful, and historic city of Banjul.
La session que nous ouvrons ce matin revêt une signification particulière, car elle se tient au cours de l'année qui marque la 45e anniversaire de l'adoption de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, notre instrument de référence, et le 40e anniversaire de son entrée en vigueur. C'est le lieu de rendre hommage à toutes les personnalités qui ont porté la vision, les rédacteurs qui l'ont matérialisé, et particulièrement les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, qui par leurs actions résolues ont permis à l'Afrique de se doter d'un système régional de protection des droits de l'homme, ancré dans ses réalités, ses valeurs et ses aspirations.
The African Union Commission reaffirms its commitment to continue the cooperation and complementarity with the Commission in supporting member states to translate commitments into concrete action for the benefit of our people.
We recognize that the silence of the guns in Africa is inextricably linked to the protection of the individuals. Without respect for human rights and accountability, there can be no lasting peace. And without peace, rights remain fragile.
Human rights are not abstract principles. Human rights are about whether a child has access to education and safety. Human rights are about whether a woman has control over her body. Human rights are about whether citizens can speak freely, organize peacefully, and trust the very institutions meant to protect them. Peace and security cannot be separated from governance and human rights. Where justice is absent, instability grows. Where exclusion persists, insecurity deepens. And where institutions fail to protect the dignity and rights of citizens, trust is eroded and tensions rise.
Je peux vous assurer que la Cour, pour sa part, est disposée à collaborer avec les autres organes et de mener à bien notre mandat commun relatif à la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
The spirit of Banjul must travel far beyond these halls. It must reach communities that never sent a delegate to any of our sessions. The legacy of this commission will be measured not by the sophistication of its resolutions, but by the protection it delivers to the ordinary African men, women, and children. May this 87th session be bold in its decisions, honest in its assessments, and precise in its demands. May it strengthen our collective resolve to build an Africa where dignity is not aspirational, but lived. It is my honor to declare the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights open.
It is my distinct honor to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission, being held in this warm, beautiful, and historic city of Banjul.
La session que nous ouvrons ce matin revêt une signification particulière, car elle se tient au cours de l'année qui marque la 45e anniversaire de l'adoption de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, notre instrument de référence, et le 40e anniversaire de son entrée en vigueur. C'est le lieu de rendre hommage à toutes les personnalités qui ont porté la vision, les rédacteurs qui l'ont matérialisé, et particulièrement les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, qui par leurs actions résolues ont permis à l'Afrique de se doter d'un système régional de protection des droits de l'homme, ancré dans ses réalités, ses valeurs et ses aspirations.
The African Union Commission reaffirms its commitment to continue the cooperation and complementarity with the Commission in supporting member states to translate commitments into concrete action for the benefit of our people.
We recognize that the silence of the guns in Africa is inextricably linked to the protection of the individuals. Without respect for human rights and accountability, there can be no lasting peace. And without peace, rights remain fragile.
Human rights are not abstract principles. Human rights are about whether a child has access to education and safety. Human rights are about whether a woman has control over her body. Human rights are about whether citizens can speak freely, organize peacefully, and trust the very institutions meant to protect them. Peace and security cannot be separated from governance and human rights. Where justice is absent, instability grows. Where exclusion persists, insecurity deepens. And where institutions fail to protect the dignity and rights of citizens, trust is eroded and tensions rise.
Je peux vous assurer que la Cour, pour sa part, est disposée à collaborer avec les autres organes et de mener à bien notre mandat commun relatif à la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
The spirit of Banjul must travel far beyond these halls. It must reach communities that never sent a delegate to any of our sessions. The legacy of this commission will be measured not by the sophistication of its resolutions, but by the protection it delivers to the ordinary African men, women, and children. May this 87th session be bold in its decisions, honest in its assessments, and precise in its demands. May it strengthen our collective resolve to build an Africa where dignity is not aspirational, but lived. It is my honor to declare the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights open.
Yeah. Hugh? Yeah, he's gonna. Commissioner. Yeah. Yesterday he didn't have the. Him.
Prof, Prof, Prof Rémi. Il n'a pas entendu. S'il veut me donner son chauffeur,
So that's why discussion. That's will happen because she's here. He can't see the people.
It is my distinct honor to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission, being held in this warm, beautiful, and historic city of Banjul.
La session que nous ouvrons ce matin revêt une signification particulière, car elle se tient au cours de l'année qui marque la 45e anniversaire de l'adoption de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, notre instrument de référence, et le 40e anniversaire de son entrée en vigueur. C'est le lieu de rendre hommage à toutes les personnalités qui ont porté la vision, les rédacteurs qui l'ont matérialisé, et particulièrement les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, qui par leurs actions résolues ont permis à l'Afrique de se doter d'un système régional de protection des droits de l'homme, ancré dans ses réalités, ses valeurs et ses aspirations.
The African Union Commission reaffirms its commitment to continue the cooperation and complementarity with the Commission in supporting member states to translate commitments into concrete action for the benefit of our people.
We recognize that the silence of the guns in Africa is inextricably linked to the protection of the individuals. Without respect for human rights and accountability, there can be no lasting peace. And without peace, rights remain fragile.
Human rights are not abstract principles. Human rights are about whether a child has access to education and safety. Human rights are about whether a woman has control over her body. Human rights are about whether citizens can speak freely, organize peacefully, and trust the very institutions meant to protect them. Peace and security cannot be separated from governance and human rights. Where justice is absent, instability grows. Where exclusion persists, insecurity deepens. And where institutions fail to protect the dignity and rights of citizens, trust is eroded and tensions rise.
Je peux vous assurer que la Cour, pour sa part, est disposée à collaborer avec les autres organes et de mener à bien notre mandat commun relatif à la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
The spirit of Banjul must travel far beyond these halls. It must reach communities that never sent a delegate to any of our sessions. The legacy of this commission will be measured not by the sophistication of its resolutions, but by the protection it delivers to the ordinary African men, women, and children. May this 87th session be bold in its decisions, honest in its assessments, and precise in its demands. May it strengthen our collective resolve to build an Africa where dignity is not aspirational, but lived. It is my honor to declare the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights open.
Thank you.
first session, right?
Yeah.
I hope it's interesting.
It is interesting.
You like it, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It's good.
Interesting. It is my distinct honor to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission, being held in this warm, beautiful, and historic city of Banjul.
La session que nous ouvrons ce matin revêt une signification particulière, car elle se tient au cours de l'année qui marque la 45e anniversaire de l'adoption de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, notre instrument de référence, et le 40e anniversaire de son entrée en vigueur. C'est le lieu de rendre hommage à toutes les personnalités qui ont porté la vision, les rédacteurs qui l'ont matérialisé, et particulièrement les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, qui par leurs actions résolues ont permis à l'Afrique de se doter d'un système régional de protection des droits de l'homme ancré dans ses réalités, ses valeurs et ses aspirations.
The African Union Commission reaffirms its commitment to continue the cooperation and complementarity with the Commission in supporting member states to translate commitments into concrete action for the benefit of our people.
We recognize that the silence of the guns in Africa is inextricably linked to the protection of the individuals. Without respect for human rights and accountability, there can be no lasting peace. And without peace, rights remain fragile.
Human rights are not abstract principles. Human rights are about whether a child has access to education and safety. Human rights are about whether a woman has control over her body. Human rights are about whether citizens can speak freely, organize peacefully, and trust the very institutions meant to protect them. Peace and security cannot be separated from governance and human rights. Where justice is absent, instability grows. Where exclusion persists, insecurity deepens. And where institutions fail to protect the dignity and rights of citizens, trust is eroded and tensions rise.
Je peux vous assurer que la Cour, pour sa part, est disposée à collaborer avec les autres organes et de mener à bien notre mandat commun relatif à la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
The spirit of Banjul must travel far beyond these halls. It must reach communities that never sent a delegate to any of our sessions. The legacy of this commission will be measured not by the sophistication of its resolutions, but by the protection it delivers to the ordinary African men, women, and children. May this 87th session be bold in its decisions, honest in its assessments, and precise in its demands. May it strengthen our collective resolve to build an Africa where dignity is not aspirational, but lived. It is my honor to declare the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights open.
It is my distinct honor to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission, being held in this warm, beautiful, and historic city of Banjul.
La session que nous ouvrons ce matin revêt une signification particulière, car elle se tient au cours de l'année qui marque la 45e anniversaire de l'adoption de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, notre instrument de référence, et le 40e anniversaire de son entrée en vigueur. C'est le lieu de rendre hommage à toutes les personnalités qui ont porté la vision, les rédacteurs qui l'ont matérialisé, et particulièrement les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, qui par leurs actions résolues ont permis à l'Afrique de se doter d'un système régional de protection des droits de l'homme, ancré dans ses réalités, ses valeurs et ses aspirations.
The African Union Commission reaffirms its commitment to continue the cooperation and complementarity with the Commission in supporting Member States to translate commitments into concrete action for the benefit of our people.
We recognize that the silence of the guns in Africa is inextricably linked to the protection of the individuals. Without respect for human rights and accountability, there can be no lasting peace. And without peace, rights remain fragile.
Human rights are not abstract principles. Human rights are about whether a child has access to education and safety. Human rights are about whether a woman has control over her body. Human rights are about whether citizens can speak freely, organize peacefully, and trust the very institutions meant to protect them. Peace and security cannot be separated from governance and human rights. Where justice is absent, instability grows. Where exclusion persists, insecurity deepens. And where institutions fail to protect the dignity and rights of citizens, trust is eroded and tensions rise.
Je peux vous assurer que la Cour, pour sa part, est disposée à collaborer avec les autres organes et de mener à bien notre mandat commun relatif à la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
The spirit of Banjul must travel far beyond these halls. It must reach communities that never sent a delegate to any of our sessions. The legacy of this commission will be measured not by the sophistication of its resolutions, but by the protection it delivers to the ordinary African men, women, and children. May this 87th session be bold in its decisions, honest in its assessments, and precise in its demands. May it strengthen our collective resolve to build an Africa where dignity is not aspirational, but lived. It is my honor to declare the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights open.
It is my distinct honor to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission, being held in this warm, beautiful, and historic city of Banjul.
La session que nous ouvrons ce matin revêt une signification particulière, car elle se tient au cours de l'année, qui marque la 45e anniversaire de l'adoption de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, notre instrument de référence, et le 40e anniversaire de son entrée en vigueur. C'est le lien de rendre hommage à toutes les personnalités qui ont porté la vision, les rédacteurs qui l'ont matérialisé, et particulièrement les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, qui par leurs actions résolues ont permis à l'Afrique de se doter d'un système régional de protection des droits de l'homme, ancré dans ses réalités, ses valeurs et ses aspirations.
The African Union Commission reaffirms its commitment to continue the cooperation and complementarity with the Commission in supporting Member States to translate commitments into concrete action for the benefit of our people.
We recognize that the silence of the guns in Africa is inextricably linked to the protection of the individuals. Without respect for human rights and accountability, there can be no lasting peace. And without peace, rights remain fragile.
Human rights are not abstract principles. Human rights are about whether a child has access to education and safety. Human rights are about whether a woman has control over her body. Human rights are about whether citizens can speak freely, organize peacefully, and trust the very institutions meant to protect them. Peace and security cannot be separated from governance and human rights. Where justice is absent, instability grows. Where exclusion persists, insecurity deepens. And where institutions fail to protect the dignity and rights of citizens, trust is eroded and tensions rise.
Je peux vous assurer que la Cour, pour sa part, est disposée à collaborer avec les autres organes et de mener à bien notre mandat commun relatif à la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
The spirit of Banjul must travel far beyond these halls. It must reach communities that never sent a delegate to any of our sessions. The legacy of this commission will be measured not by the sophistication of its resolutions, but by the protection it delivers to the ordinary African men, women, and children. May this 87th session be bold in its decisions, honest in its assessments, and precise in its demands. May it strengthen our collective resolve to build an Africa where dignity is not aspirational, but lived. It is my honor to declare the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights open.
Votre attention, s'il vous plaît. La Commission va reprendre ses travaux. Nous reprenons après cette pause santé. Et je m'en vais tout de suite ouvrir le point 5 de notre agenda.
Yes, sir, we confirm.
participants, may I simply say delegates. It is a distinct honor on my part to welcome you to this panel on the theme of the year 2026, AU theme 2026, ensuring sustainable availability of water and safe sanitation at this 87th ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. We have a panel of distinguished presenters who I had earlier called, and just for the sake of putting perspective to what they are going to discuss, I, as the chairperson of the Working Group on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, I'm going to tackle the topic overview and normative framework implementation of the African Vision 2063 in the AU theme for the year 2026, highlighting the right to water under the African Charter and the African Charter on Human and People's Rights guidelines on the right to water. Then my colleague, Honorable Janet Ramatoulaye Salanjai, who is the Special Rapporteur on the rights of women in Africa, shall deal with the topic, the gender dimensions of water insecurity and the right to safe sanitation. Then my other colleague, Honorable Commissioner Selma Sassi Safra, who is the Special Rapporteur on refugees, asylum seekers, internally displaced persons, and migrants in Africa. We will deal with the topic vulnerable populations, water and sanitation, challenges for refugees and migrants and displaced people. Then we shall have a perspective from the state, which is going to be presented by His Excellency Mr. Binyam Bea, as chargé d'affaires of the Embassy of the State of Eritrea to the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia and permanent representative to AU and UNECA, who is going to give us a state's perspective on promoting the national implementation of the right to water and sanitation. And lastly, but not the least, we are going to have a representative of the CSOs, Ms. Isabella Mwangi, Policy and Advocacy Leads, African Renaissance Trust, who is going to give us a topic on promoting community-based approaches to water and sanitation governance. Then we are going to have an interactive discussion for about 20 minutes. All the presenters, including myself, have been allocated 7 minutes each to make their presentations. Start with my presentations. I'll skip presentations because I've already given them, but wish to point out the topic that I'm going to discuss is basically the overview and normative framework implementation of the African Water Vision 2063 and the AU theme of the year 2026, highlighting the right to water under the African Charter and the African Charter on Human and People's Rights guidelines on the right to water. Distinguished delegates, the discussion at hand is anchored, as I've already indicated, on the AU theme of the year 2026, assuring sustainable availability of safe water and sanitation systems to achieve the goals of Agenda 2063. I must emphasize that this theme is timely and urgent because water and sanitation are not merely development issues, environmental concerns, or matters of public service delivery. They are, in my view, fundamentally human rights issues. Access to safe drinking water and sanitation is essential for the protection and fulfillment of human rights, particularly the rights to life, health, dignity, and satisfactory environment. The starting point in this discussion is the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which I'll be referring to as the Charter in my presentation. While the Charter does not expressly provide for a standalone right to water, the Commission has purposively and broadly interpreted the Charter as encompassing this right through the several protected rights. These, distinguished delegates, are rights that include the right to life under Article 4, the right to dignity under Article 5, the right to health under Article 16, the right to development under Article 22, and the right to a satisfactory environment under Article 24. This discussion must therefore move from viewing water as a commodity, a discretionary service, or an act of charity. The right to development under, the discussion must move from viewing water as a commodity, a discretionary service, or an act of charity to recognizing access to safe and sufficient water as a legal entitlement grounded in human dignity and state obligation. The Commission has developed this normative framework through its promotional and imperative mandate, particularly through its resolutions, guidelines, and reporting standards on economic, social, and cultural rights. In this regard, Resolution 300 on the right to water obligations is central. This resolution recalls the Commission's mandate to promote human rights under the African Charter and urges African Union member states to meet their obligations in providing clean drinking water for all populations and to cooperate in the management and protection of water resources. Resolution 300 calls on states to protect the quality of the national and international water resources, ensure the national and equitable use of water resources, and prioritize vital human needs, protect traditional and local water management systems, establish mechanisms for participation in water governance, guarantee justiciability of the right to water, and comply with the principle of non-discrimination. The resolution is supported by guidelines on the rights to water, which was prepared by the Working Group on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights in line with its mandate, and of course, Resolution 300, and consolidates the Commission's interpretation of the right to water and provide clear guidance to states and civil society actors on the rights and obligations arising from the right to water. The guidelines affirm access to safe and adequate water as an integral part of the rights guaranteed by the African Charter. They provide guidance to member states on the principles of availability, accessibility, quality, non-discrimination, accountability, and the sustainable management of water resources. Delegates, these principles make it clear that water, the right to water, is not fulfilled merely by the existence of infrastructure. It requires water that is safe, sufficient, affordable, physically accessible, and acceptable, and available without discrimination. The guidelines also clarify that implementation must pay particular attention to vulnerable and marginalized groups, including women, children, persons with disabilities, rural communities, displaced persons, refugees, migrants, and persons living in geographically inaccessible areas. The challenge before us in 2026 is therefore not the absence of normative guidance. The challenge is the persistent gap between political aspirations and the realities experienced by many African countries. Governance, finance, and institutional capacity challenges continue to limit universal access to safe drinking water. Under Article 62 of the African Charter, states are required to submit periodic reports on the legislative and other measures taken to give effect to the rights and freedoms guaranteed under the Charter. I will talk about the state's obligations under Article 62 later when I come to conclude. Water availability and the safe sanitation system should not be understood only as the AU theme of the year. They are part of the broader continental vision of the Africa we want under Agenda 2063 and are further reinforced by the Africa Water Vision of 2063. Agenda 2063 envisions a prosperous, people-centered, peaceful, and sustainable Africa that guarantees development for all. Such a vision cannot be realized if communities continue to lack drinking water and adequate sanitation. In this sense, sustainable water availability and the safe sanitation system objectives attached only to a single theme year. They are foundational to the Africa's long-term development, human rights, public health, food security, climate resilience, peace, and regional integration. Talking about climate resilience also be central to this discussion. Change is already disrupting water availability through droughts, floods, changing rain patterns, and environmental degradation, placing additional pressure on already fragile water resources and sanitation infrastructure. The AU theme of 2026 must translate into concrete legal, policy, budgetary, and institutional action at the national level. The Commission's guidelines on the right to water should be actively used as the tools for implementation in state reporting, advocacy, monitoring, and accountability. I must emphasize, though, that implementation must remain the central focus. It must be noted that adopting policies and launching strategies and announcing infrastructure projects are important steps, but they are not sufficient on their own. There is therefore need to note that the real measure for progress is whether people, especially those in vulnerable situations, can access reliable, affordable, and dignified water and sanitation services in practice. Therefore, the discussion must focus on practical measures that can improve access to water and sanitation at national and community levels. In this regard, I invite the panelists to reflect on how states, national human rights institutions, civil society, development partners, and communities can work together to address the gap between legal commitments and the realities on the ground. I also invite specific reflections on how the Commission's guidelines on the right to water can be used effectively to support implementation, state reporting, and advocacy. Let me conclude by noting that the Commission has provided normative guidance. The task now is to ensure that this guidance leads to concrete improvements in access to safe water and sanitation. Distinguished delegates, this should be the end of the overview that I was tasked to present. And without much ado, we will go straight to listen to the presentation to be made by Commissioner Janet Salanjai, who is going to give us the discussion, as I had already indicated, on the gender dimensions of water insecurity and the right to safe water. Commissioner Salanjai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner Mandega of the ECOSOC Committee of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, for giving me the opportunity to share my insights from a gender perspective on the theme of the year, assuring sustainable water availability and safe sanitation systems in Africa. As you've rightly observed, Honorable Commissioner, I think what is relevant and pertinent for us to all underscore and note is that water is life. Water is indeed life. But yet across Africa, millions still lack safe access to safe drinking water and adequate sanitation. And the consequences are disproportionately borne by women and girls. So the gender dimension of this discussion is very pertinent. According to UN Women, a UNICEF report that was submitted, that was published in 2022, women and girls are primarily responsible for household water collection, and an estimated 200 million hours each day are spent collectively, globally, to fetch water. A burden that limits education, economic participation, and leadership. Unsafe sanitation facilities further expose women to health risk, harassment, and social exclusion. Climate variability, droughts, floods, and water scarcity exacerbates these challenges, especially for rural and peri-urban communities. In addition to the normative framework from under the Africa Charter that has been referenced by the chairperson of the ECOSOC committee, the development blueprint of the AU, Agenda 2063, envisions an Africa whose development is people-driven, relying on the potential of its women and youth. That vision cannot be realized while millions of African women and girls still lack safe sanitation. This is not merely a technical issue. It is a human rights issue. It is a governance issue, a public health issue, and above all, a justice issue. I shared similar reflections during the NGO forum to say that when a girl misses school every month due to the absence of safe menstrual hygiene facilities, her rights are violated. When a woman risks assault while searching for safe water to relieve herself, her rights are violated. When children die from preventable diarrheal disease because communities lack sanitation and clean water, our collective obligation has failed. Women must not only benefit from water governance, they must also participate in the decision-making, planning, and monitoring. We cannot achieve gender equality without safe water and sanitation. And we cannot speak of dignity while women and girls continue to carry the burden of water insecurity. In addition to the African Charter, the Maputo Protocol enshrines women's rights to participate fully in the management of natural resources, including water, and obliges states to eliminate discrimination and ensure equitable access to resources and services. Achieving sustainable water availability is therefore not only a matter of infrastructure, it is a matter of gender justice, human dignity, and inclusive governance. Article 3 of the Maputo Protocol guarantees women's dignity, and this is very relevant to the discussion. Article 4 deals with protection from right to life, integrity, and security of the person. Article 14 guarantees women's right to health, including reproductive health. Menstrual hygiene management is therefore not peripheral. It is central to the realization of this right. Articles 15 and 16 address women's socio-economic and social welfare. Girls cannot fully enjoy the right to education, and women cannot fully participate economically when sanitation barriers persist. And Article 18 guarantees right to live in a healthy and sustainable environment. Together, these provisions make one thing abundantly clear, in addition to the provisions of the Charter that has been cited by my colleague. The question is not about the normative framework. The question is, are we implementing the norms and the rights that we have in the continent? Why do we have millions still living without safe sanitation despite these commitments? And this brings me to the recent development at the African Commission. This question led to the African Union Commission at its 86th session to adopt Resolution 658 on the development of guidelines on the right to sanitation in Africa, with a specific focus on women and girls, which is very relevant to the theme of this panel and, of course, my intervention. The resolution recognizes a painful truth that while we have principles, we still lack sufficient operational guidance, accountability tools, and implementation frameworks. As the Commission moves forward with the drafting of the guidelines on the right to sanitation in Africa, we will need partnership and support from all stakeholders. And most of you are present here today, member states, national human rights institutions, civil society organizations, and our development partners. The guidelines seek to clarify state obligation and actually require what is actually required in practice. Over time, these standards will influence legislation, court decisions, national policies, budget priorities, and regional jurisprudence. Apart from the guidelines also and the matters of justice, inclusive water governance is also central to this effort. Women must be active decision makers in water committees, policy forums, and local management structures. Policies and investments should reflect diverse voices, including youth, persons with disabilities, and marginalized communities, ensuring that water and sanitary systems are both effective and equitable. To translate these commitments into impact, we need gender-responsive policies that institutionalize water leadership in water management. Investment in safe, accessible water points and sanitation facilities, including those designed to reduce health and safety risks. Capacity building and technology transfer to empower women and local communities with the skills, knowledge, and tools to manage water sustainability. Climate resilient planning, integrating risk assessment for droughts, floods, and other environmental stress to protect vulnerable populations. Distinguished delegate, by centering women, promoting inclusivity, and applying the principles of the Maputo Protocol, we can transform water and sanitation systems into instruments of empowerment, equality, and sustainable development. When women and communities lead, water solutions are more resilient, effective, and just. As we reflect on this theme, let us reaffirm that every African, regardless of gender, location, or ability, has the right to a safe water, dignified sanitation, and equal opportunity to thrive. Together, we can ensure that 2026 is a turning point for sustainable, inclusive, and gender-responsive water governance in Africa. As I conclude, allow me to share a simple and urgent reflection. Somewhere on this continent tonight, a young girl will miss school because there is no safe sanitation facility. Somewhere, a woman will risk violence simply because she needs a toilet. Somewhere, a child will suffer illness that could have been prevented through basic sanitation. These are realities that are not inevitable. They are policy choices, and they can be changed through collective and concerted action with the right policies and systems in place. I thank you all for your kind attention and look forward to your deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Janet. That is a presentation that was on the gender dimensions of water, security, and the right to safe sanitation. Now, we are going to listen to a presentation by yet another colleague of mine, Commissioner Selma Sassi Safa, who is going to discuss an issue to do with vulnerable groups. And it's going to be on water and sanitation challenges for refugees, migrants, and displaced persons. These people also require water. Commissioner Selma, you have 7 minutes to make your presentation. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for giving me the floor, and especially for having given me this opportunity to share my opinion as my capacity as special rapporteur on refugees and asylum seekers, displaced persons, and migrants in Africa. So the topic that was chosen this year on the assuring sustainable water availability and safe sanitation systems. Water is not only about infrastructure or development. It affects the stability of African society and conflict prevention, climate resilience, human mobility, and effective protection of fundamental rights. This guideline is in line with the vision of Agenda 2063 of the African Union that puts the development of this center of human dignity, climate resilience, but increasingly it's becoming clear that these objectives cannot be achieved without inclusive governance that is sustainable and equitable as regards water resources for refugees, asylum seekers, migrants, and internally displaced persons. It is a very important issue. In several African contexts, access to water, safe, and sanitation is one of the markers of inequalities on protection. Displaced population, which are the hardest hit by this shortage of this water infrastructure in Central Sahel, especially in the areas such as Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali. The scarcity of water resources aggravated by recurrent drought, desertification, and population pressure increases tension among nomad communities and pastoral communities. The clashes in Chad are a case in point at the basis of a dispute on the use of a well. In massive displacement in Somalia, Kenya, and Ethiopia, and millions of persons have lost their livelihoods. In the east of the Democratic Republic of Congo, in the east of the DRC, massive displacements related to violence also puts considerable pressure on water and sanitation systems in displacement camps and sites. The population, the lack of health infrastructure, and limited access to safe water helps to proliferate or increase epidemics such as cholera and other waterborne diseases. In Sudan and South Sudan, armed conflicts, the destruction and restriction imposed on humanitarian aid has affected the access of water to displaced people. This reality calls for a more integrated approach. The legal framework, as recalled by my colleague commissioners, provides several bases, such like it was underscored. And I would like to add the convention, the Kampala Convention on Internally Displaced Persons, or the guiding principles of 2023 on migrants, refugees, or asylum seekers. But despite these normative frameworks, several challenges persist. The first challenge is about a chasm between political communities and realities on the field. In several contexts of prolonged displacement, response related to low and sanitation is temporary, and some crises have been going on for years and even decades. The second challenge is regards the lack of enough policies on water resources. In many urban areas, migrants, asylum seekers, and are excluded from public water supply. The third challenge is on the fragmentation of responses. policies on water, climate change, and forest displacement, and the prevention of conflicts continues to be developed separately, and even these problems are interconnected. The fourth challenge that I would like to wrap up with concerns the capacity of African response. In this regard, it is important to underscore the need to speed up the operationalization of the African agency and endow with enough resources because this operationalization will reflect an important will to strengthen African capacities of prevention, coordination, and response to humanitarian crises on the continent, and especially implement the principles of African responses to African problems. In light of this, several priorities are essential and could be shared. First, African states should be able to integrate explicitly the stakes or challenges on water and sanitation in national policies on enforced displacement, migration, or climate adaptation. Next, humanitarian response should be sustainable and based on resilience, investment in infrastructure, and strengthening of local capacity. Investment in water infrastructure should benefit displaced population and the host communities in order to prevent tensions related to resource competition. Finally, prevention mechanisms, anticipation, data collection, and accountability concerning displacements due to water insecurity should also be considerably strengthened. One last recommendation, which is general, also concerns the need to implement the solidarity principle of sharing burden and responsibilities faced with the massive displacement of population in certain regions in Africa, so that no country can face up to it individually. Ladies and gentlemen, guarantee sustainable access to water and sanitation for displaced persons, refugees, and asylum seekers or migrants. It's not only a humanitarian need. It's about, like we have just recalled, a real legal existence, an imperative for human dignity, and a prerequisite for the realization of Agenda 2063, and that's leaving nobody behind. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll leave the floor back to you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Commissioner Selma. Indeed, vulnerable populations like refugees, migrants, and displaced people are people that are also entitled to the enjoyment of the rights to water as well as safe sanitation. Now, without wasting much time, when we talk about the right to water, I think at the end, we also have to look at what is the perspective that the state has over this issue. And to lead us into this discussion, we are going to have a discussion on promoting the national implementation of the right to water and sanitation, and we are going to be given a presentation by His Excellency Mr. Binyam Bear, the Charge d'Affaires of the Embassy of Eritrea to Ethiopia and AU and UNESCA. Mr. Binyam, you have 7 minutes to make your presentation. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner, for giving me the floor. Honorable Commissioners, representatives of member states, national institutions, CSOs, and members of the Commission, it's my honor to contribute to this panel on the aspect of state responsibility in ensuring the rights of water. Since the time allotted to me is only 7 minutes, and I was intending to share a video, I would kindly ask that the video runs without any sound as I make my presentation so that we can use the time appropriately. So, with that, Mr. Honorable Commissioner, my delegation appreciates the holding of this panel. As you recall, in our intervention last year, we had made a point to point out that fundamental rights, such as that of the rights of water, were not, in our view, given the attention that they deserve within the framework of the SHPR. And the guideline also mentioned that the right of water is not one of the rights protected by the Charter. Hence, my delegation commends the Commission's initiative in preparing the guidelines on the rights of water in Africa that was adopted in 2019. Going through that, we were able to learn that the guideline covers this aspect in a comprehensive manner. And in sharing Eritrea's experience, which is not different from many of African countries, but we wanted to share how a country that is found in a Sahelian belt with not having water in abundance is trying to cope. So my presentation will have three parts. One is comparison of the guideline vis-a-vis Eritrea's policies and how it's translated into action. And thirdly, the practical aspect that we are looking at on the video. As underscored by the guideline, Eritrea's law safeguards state sovereignty on water resources while promoting community responsibility over natural resources. Eritrea also subscribes to the principles of indivisibility and interdependence of human rights. At the same time, Eritrea is cognizant that some rights, like the right of water, food, are foundational to other rights. As the two honorable commissioners just mentioned, without ensuring those rights, it's impossible to ensure those other rights, including the right to health, education, and etc. So in this context, Eritrea is committed to implementing its obligation to mobilize resources for the realization of the right of water into the principle of non-discrimination and equal access. This aligns with its development program, which is anchored on local ownership and self-reliance. The fourth major pillar of Eritrea's development agenda is implementation of programs through popular participation, which is underscored all over the text of the guideline. But how will this policy outlines translated into action? With a large swath of its territory falling within the wider Sahel belt, Eritrea is an arid and semi-arid country. It's not particularly also endowed with rich water resources, and rainfall continues to be low and erratic. So in 1991, at independence, only 13% of the population had access to safe and clean drinking water. It has now increased to approximately 85%. This progress was underpinned by major investment in dams, water reservoirs, and distribution systems. While we only had 138 dams in 1991, currently the number exceeds 850. So currently, rural areas, approximately 79% of the population has access to safely managed drinking water, up from 72% in 2015, while within urban areas, it has reached 95%, a 5% increase since 2015. So the contribution of water is multifold. In agriculture, it had allowed us to increase fruit production by 71-fold and vegetable production by 4 times, contributing to the safeguarding of the right to food. In health, Eritrea's achievement in decreasing maternal mortality, in increasing the standard of life, had a major part of the contribution of water. And access to water has also progressively risen in schools. As Commissioner Salah mentioned, that without having access to water, girls were forced to go for hours to fetch water. Now, when they have water nearby, they can have access to school and also have all of that comes associated with water. Importantly, there is also an increase in basic sanitation and hygiene facilities. Currently, 93% of the nation's total villages have been declared and certified as open defecation free, up from 32% in 2015. So moreover, about 70% of all public institutions have now improved water, sanitation, and hygiene facilities. So, but what goes into building the water storage facilities? But not just dams, because it requires a long program from building check dams, afforestation programs, irrigation systems, and conveyance from storage to the user. So the video that you are seeing side by side, just to indicate the effort that goes into conserving every liter of water and making sure that it's kept clean, that it reaches the public, that it goes to the farmland through solar or other means, and to make sure that it's distributed equally across the country without any discrimination along any class or any region. So making sure that the aspect of social justice, the aspect of equity, and that it's implemented through, as I started by saying, self-reliance, domestic ownership of resources, and popular participation. So while we discuss here the guideline, which is an important aspect, that it's also important to understand the efforts that states, communities, and individuals have to go through to preserve, to conserve water, especially in places like Eritrea and across the Sahelian belt, which are not endowed with water resources. So with that, I conclude my presentation, and I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. We have state's perspective, and I think the examples that you have given are quite impressive. 850 dams is and not a mean achievement. It's something I think which other African states need to emulate. Now, we have a representative from the CSOs, as we all know, in our work as human rights defenders, champions, practitioners. We work hand in hand with the CSOs, and not to be outdone, we are going to listen to a presentation on promoting community-based approaches to water and sanitation governance, which will be given to us by Ms. Isabella Mwangi. Unfortunately, Ms. Mwangi, you only have 7 minutes to make your presentation, which I'm sure you should be able to make within the allocated time. Ms. Mwangi, you may go ahead.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I thought there for a minute you were about to cut short of my time. Honorable Chairperson, Commissioners, honorable members of the states, and states representatives and distinguished guests. It is my honor to share some pertinent issues on why we need to promote community-based approaches to water and sanitation governance. The theme of this year provides us with an opportunity to bridge the persistent gap between continental policy aspirations and the lived realities of our communities. In Africa, it is estimated that about 418 million people lack access to safe drinking water, while about 779 million people lack basic sanitation services. It further reveals that the persistent gaps is often due to weak implementation, limited accountability, and exclusion of those affected communities. WASH issues can no longer be ignored in times of peace and in the context of conflict. It is in this regard that the adoption of community-based practice is important. Promoting community-based approach is not merely a matter of efficiency, but it is a strategic approach that promotes direct application of the African Charter and the Maputo Protocol. that have clearly articulated fundamental rights such as the right to life, dignity, health, development, and adequate environment. These rights cannot be realized in a singular manner, but by ensuring that water and safely managed sanitation systems are in place to promote universal health and ensure that all citizens are happy, healthy, and thriving. Community-based practices directly center the people while empowering the very people who live with the daily realities of water scarcity and poor sanitation. The approach of community-based model leads to improved water and sanitation services and systems by ensuring that member states are able to achieve their state's obligation, which is premised under the framework of duty to respect, protect, and fulfill the right to water and sanitation. Centering the people and supporting their contribution will lead to progressive realization of access to water and safely managed sanitation. And this will lead to the direct application or achieving availability and quality of wash, accessibility and affordability of water services to all, non-discrimination and equality with a specific focus for the marginalized groups, participation, transparency, and accountability. Secondly, this particular approach also helps us to promote domestication of our regional laws into our national laws, explicitly recognizing that communities play a major and central role in ensuring that social services, particularly water and sanitation, are offered and available to all. In Africa, we actually have good practice. Several countries currently do recognize community tariffs, bylaws, and dispute resolution mechanisms that has improved the cost and sustainability of rural and peri-urban schemes. Such community practices allow member states or allow the states to retain ultimate responsibilities and fulfill their obligations more effectively and in a more accountable manner. Thirdly, community-based practices allows for promotion of a human-based service delivery practices. Such practices include community-led total sanitation, hybrid community partnerships, and lastly, use of digital tools to enable and enhance transparency and community oversight. As it has already been articulated by the previous speakers, this model will also ensure it addresses the vulnerabilities of women, marginalized communities, displaced persons, and migrants. Specifically, it will ensure that the community governance guarantees leadership in committees, and there is clear decisions that include women in the decision-making process. And this will then enhance that women and girls and those who are marginalized are able to voice out in the process of designing and implementation of WASH initiatives. This also will allow for adaptive community models that allows for displaced person, migrants, and marginalized communities to be able to participate expressly by ensuring that states have temporary water points, cross-border, and arrangements were relevant for explicit inclusion protocols to access safe water and safely managed sanitation. It is important that we also note that the community-based practice will help us in general to improve and strengthen accountability in water and sanitation. To center this conversation as to why community-based approach is important is that one, it helps us to realize the rights of water and sanitation under the African Charter and all the other relevant regional instruments. Two, it is essential for promoting and sustaining equity and accountability. And then thirdly, it helps in being able to move this conversation from rhetorics to ensure that we are implementing and embedding governance that ensures inclusion in law, policy, and financing in WASH management. My call to action as I conclude is for member states to accelerate community-based management by allocating dedicated budgets, inclusive governance models, and adhering to the human rights principle in WASH business. To the African Commission to incorporate monitoring of WASH practices with a keen focus of those included, and it's in fact both short-term and long-term, and to the NHRIs and CSOs to prioritize community building for community leaders, especially women and girls, to ensure that it reinforces community ownership. For us, community-based practices is the correct approach because it will lead to ensuring sustainable access to water and sanitation, where it states that ensuring access to water and sanitation requires governing with communities, not for them. When communities are empowered as right holders and partners, wash systems last longer, inequality is reduced, and human dignity is upheld. And the positive effect is citizens are healthy, happy, and we all have a thriving community. I yield back to you, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Sakura Mungi. That was a perspective from the CSOs, and I like the bit of we should do away with rhetoric. And I'm sure we are going to do away with rhetoric at the end of, by the end of the year. Thank you so much. Now, we have come to the end of the presentations, and I'm sure you agree with me that the presenters made very good presentations. Even if I'm not hearing the applause, can you please give us a round of applause for the presentations that have been made. And that's done. I now cede the floor to my colleague, Commissioner Selma, who is on the ground, who is going to moderate the interactive discussion. I'll come back later to conclude. Commissioner Selma, you may proceed.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Modérateur, pour...
Moderator, as you've said, let me also commend the panelists for their presentations. So let's move on now to the interactive discussion with participants. I've been given a list with the names of participants who've registered to speak during this panel session. So let me give the floor to them, and after they've all spoken, I will allow others in the room to take the floor. So let me begin by the states. We have Algeria, Mr. Shefkilala. May I ask that you all do your best to stick to the heart of what it is you want to say, to make it as concise as possible so that everyone can have a chance to participate. Thank you very much. So let me begin by thanking the Commissioner for the quality of the intervention and all the speakers on the panel. Thank you for your observations and recommendations. Indeed, water is an essential natural resource, essential for life. Access to wash is one of the human rights that we need to protect. African citizens are seeking their rights to be observed, but we are faced with challenges due to climate change, desertification. We need financial support from international partners to guarantee adaptation to the extreme weather conditions and climate change. So the AU theme of the year for 2026 is a continental strategy for the crucial issue of water. We need to guarantee this important resource to more than 3 billion Africans by 2063 in accordance with our continental agenda. So Algeria would like to reaffirm its commitment to state sovereignty as far as natural resources like water and the right for every country to benefit from their water resources, to ensure water and sanitation services to its citizens. Algeria has built water desalination stations. We have been building dams as well so as to ensure that we have more water that we can transport to different regions of the country, and we have introduced new water management rules in the country. As to the desalination stations, we have seen this as a good step in Algeria to benefit coastal communities so that water desalination services are ensuring that we can provide sufficient water to coastal communities so that we have 300 cubic meters available to each household. This was a $2.4 billion investment, and Algeria would like to share the experiences with other African countries in this regard. Access to water by our citizens requires ongoing training because we need to train experts for this strategic sector. Since 2019, Algeria has been supporting the Water, Energy and Climate Change Institute. This institute hosts students for over 40 African countries, and we train high-level experts in water and sanitation. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as in all other countries, water resources have become a source of conflict and tension, and this in particular in Africa. Africa has these challenges, and more of these can arise in future as there are cross-border communities sharing water resources. We feel it's important, therefore, to address this. We need to be able to share cross-border water resources. This requires dialogue between neighboring countries so as to build dams as an option. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Kilala, for your intervention, and also having proposed to share Algeria's experience with other countries. So let me move to Lesotho now.
Vous avez demandé la parole. Est-ce que le Lesotho sont là? Lesotho?
Thank you,
Oui,
Moderator.
ok, vous avez la parole. Allez-y, madame.
The Kingdom of Lesotho welcomes the holding of this important panel discussion on the AU theme of the year 2026, assuring sustainable water availability and safe sanitation systems in Africa. We note that the theme aims to transform water management into a catalyst for industrialization and development. Indeed, we need to harness water resources for the Africa we want. The Kingdom of Lesotho recognizes that access to safe drinking water and adequate sanitation is an important human right for all. In the same vein, we are cognizant of the fact that water security and gender equality are deeply interlinked. As rightfully pointed out by the panelists, in the African continent, the reality of water insecurity is lived most heavily by women and girls who, despite their central role in household and community water management, women remain significantly underrepresented in decision-making structures across the water sector. Yet, despite carrying this responsibility, their voices are too often absent from the decisions that shape how water is managed, financed and delivered. We therefore wish to point out that the imbalance is not only unjust, but it also weakens the very solutions we are trying to build. When those who experience these challenges most directly are excluded, water systems become less effective, less sustainable, and less inclusive. We call for strengthened gender-responsive governance, including inclusive participation, sex disaggregated data systems, and removal of structural barriers such as insecure land tenure, discriminatory norms, and unpaid water-related labor. I thank you, Moderator.
Merci beaucoup, Excellent.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your intervention. Let me give the floor now to the Republic of Angola.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. Access to safe water and adequate sanitation is for the Angolan government not only a public health imperative, but a human right enshrined in our constitution, in our national development policies. In this domain, Angola has seen significant progress. The National Water Council, established by the Presidential Decree 76/17 from 20 April, is a consultative organ of the executive power in the area of the planning and management of national and shared water resources. The institutional development program in the water sector in its phase 2 with the support from the World Bank, African Development Bank, and the French development agencies covers 10 regions in the country, more specifically the Huambo, Huila, Lunda Norte, Malanje, Moshiko, and Moshiko Leste provinces, with over 94,000 connections concluded and investments hired in the around $1.5 billion. The National Water Plan 2040 defines the vision for the supply systems, including the most vulnerable rural areas. The program for fighting the effects of droughts in Angola is underway. We've built a channel in the Cunene province in southern Angola, which is a strategic infrastructure with the objective to ensure regular and sustainable supply of water to our populations. It's also good to note that within the scope of the optimization of the production of renewable energies, we've concluded 4 photovoltaic plants in different provinces in the countries, namely the Huambo province, Moshiko Leste, and Lunda Norte provinces. On the other hand, in the scope of environmental recovery, we've recorded the planting of 590,000 trees in 2025, totaling 1,479 trees to the first quarter of 2026. And we expect to plant over 96,000 mangrove for the recovery of the ecosystem and mitigation of climate effects. Honorable Commissioner and participants, we would like to reiterate Angola's engagements with the Africa Agenda 2063 and the strategy for women empowerment and equality, as well as the topic for this year, the theme of the year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you for sharing with all of us the programs and projects that you've been implementing in Angola, continuing with member states, South Africa, and then followed by Zimbabwe.
Of the African Union for 2026 on water and sanitation. Our constitution states that everyone has the right to sufficient water. South Africa is facing water security crisis, which is worsened by an escalating demand due to economic and population growth, urbanization and rising standard of living, unsustainable use and high levels of wastage and loss, as well as increasing population which renders water unfit for use, amongst others. In response to these national challenges of water, President Cyril Ramaphosa established a National Water Crisis Committee, chaired by the President, to tackle the country's ongoing water crisis. Each year, South Africa dedicates the month of March to observe National Water Month. Building on these foundations, the government highlights the value of fresh water and advocates for sustainable management of water for future generations. The government of South Africa is amending the Water Service Bill to strengthen regulations, licensing and enforcement of water service provision. My government is in the final stages of establishing a National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency to effectively manage the country's water infrastructure and to mobilize funding for water infrastructure. Moderator, given the crisis of the role and impact of water in other sectors of the economy and the livelihood of the people, South Africa calls for the African Union and its organs to prioritize the theme of the African Union for 2026. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Excellence. Dernier intervenant, le Zimbabwe, vous avez la parole. Nous sommes déjà en dépassement de temps, donc
Run out of time, so may I ask you to, as far as is possible, to be as concise as you can in your statement.
Is essential to fulfillment of women's and girls' rights and dignity. Adequate provision of safe, portable, accessible, and affordable water is an essential requirement for women and girls. Women and girls spend a lot of time walking long distances to fetch water. They also need water to fulfill the prescribed gender roles. This increases the burden of unpaid care work. In schools, girls need water for effective menstrual cycle hygiene standards. Zimbabwe has increased the efforts to ensure that schools have gender-responsive services, e.g. water and sanitation, and that they are not disturbed during their menstrual period. Zimbabwe, through the Presidential Borehole Drilling Program, has increased the provision of water and sanitation services in villages so that women and girls have access to potable water. The program has been cascaded to all provinces with a target to provide at least a borehole for each village. Furthermore, the government of Zimbabwe continues to construct strategic dams, and this improves access to water for home use and irrigation, leading to better agricultural productivity, thereby boosting income for women in rural areas. Women and girls are not only treated as beneficiaries of water and sanitation services, but are also incorporated as leaders and decision makers in local development platforms, such as Waterpoint and health committees, so that their voices are heard and reflected in bylaws and local decision-making structures. In response to climate change, which results in shortage of water, the government, in collaboration with the development partners, has put in place solar-powered boreholes in climate-hard-hit areas. These are also being used in community gardens, resulting in food security. This has further reduced incidences of gender-based violence, as women and girls are no longer need to travel distances to fetch water, thereby ensuring protection of women and girls. Provision of boreholes has also resulted in improved sanitation facilities in communities for caregivers who are mostly women and girls. The government of Zimbabwe is committed to ensure the implementation of gender-responsive watch programs to ensure protection of the rights of women and girls. I thank you.
merci beaucoup, Excellence. C'est moi qui...
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you for the information you've shared with us. We would like to congratulate you because we've seen all of this during our last promotion mission last month to Zimbabwe. There are no other requests for the floor, so let me give the floor to Commissioner Mwandenga to conclude.
Thank you, Commissioner Selma.
Sorry, Commissioner Mwandenga. I think that Commissioner Lita demande la parole. Yes, Commissioner Lita.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The two chairs of this panel, Commissioner Mwandenga and Commissioner Salma. Chair, I take the floor just very briefly to highlight two things. One is that the custodians of environment and water are indigenous people in our continent, indigenous people and women. And so it is very important to underscore this fact and to mention that the issue of climate change is affecting indigenous people particularly because they live in marginalized areas as well. And also to mention that they are further displaced from the watering holes through extractive industries and encroachment of national parks for tourism in their territories. We just came from a meeting in Dakar where we looked at the role of extractive industries and the emerging demand for critical minerals, and learned that it takes 50 million liters to process 1 ton of lithium. With this continent being so rich with critical minerals, it means that in the process of developing ourselves and exploiting our resources, we may run out of water. So this is a very important thing that I thought I should flag out here coming from the Dakar conference so that we also capture the issue of the likely conflict between the need for water, drinking water, water for sanitation, and also water for industrialization. I thank you, Chair, and submit.
Merci beaucoup, commissaire Lita. Commissaire Mwandenga, avant de... je vous remets la parole pour vos propos conclusifs, mais je vous transmets également une demande qui a été faite par mon voisin, l'ambassadeur Binyam, qui voudrait...
Neighbor, Ambassador Binyam, who wanted to say a few words in half a minute before you conclude.
The holding of this panel. The reason I wanted to take the floor just for 30 seconds is to call on the Commission to make these issues as standing alone items on the agenda of its sessions. That is the right of water, food, health. When we talk about human rights, and in the concept note that there is a mention of 418 million people lacking access to safe drinking water, and other 779 people lacking basic sanitation services. So this by itself necessitates the issue to be on top of the agenda. But most importantly, this is also the foundation of fulfilling the other rights, the right to health, the right to education, the right to development, dignity, and all aspects of human rights. So the plea that I'm making now is to make sure that to facilitate the achievement of these goals, that we prioritize and put them on the agenda to call for additional investment, additional attention from all aspects, from the states, partners, communities, and individuals. Thank you.
On vous remet la parole, commissaire Mwandenga, cette fois-ci de manière définitive. Merci.
Thank you, Commissioner Selma. And I would have loved to give the presenters another bite at the cherry, but time is not with us. So it behoves upon me to thank Commissioner Selma and for chairing the discussion session part of this panel discussion. And at the same time, I also want to thank all the presenters for the well-crafted presentations that they presented. And as far as I'm concerned, I think the topics that we selected for this panel discussion covered all aspects that we could cover. We dealt with them from the perspective of the African Commission itself, and then we broke it down to the various mechanisms which dealt with the women. We also had the perspective from the vulnerable populations, which dealt with refugees, migrants, and displaced persons. Then we also had some presentation, very good presentation from the state's perspective. And of course, the last contribution that His Excellency has made is worthy of consideration. And I'm sure since the chair has also heard for himself, I'm sure in the planning of the next sessions, we are going to see how we are going to accommodate those particular ones. Not to be outdone, we also had presentations from the CSOs, and I think she was practical and her core that we shouldn't be rhetorical. I repeat that word, I like it. Indeed, we shouldn't be. So that by the end of the year, when we look back and say, the theme of the year was ensuring sustainable availability of water and safe sanitation in Africa. Are we going to say we have achieved something, or are we going to say that we talked about the right to water, the right to sanitation, and it ended up in conference rooms and nothing else came out of it? It is my hope and plea that to the delegates, all of you who have heard about what we're talking about, should be able to go back to your home states and ensure that the right to water and safe sanitation in Africa becomes a reality. After all, it's a benefit to all of us, not to some of us. All of us will benefit from this particular right. I thought I should end on that particular note, and then also thank the delegates themselves for having taken time to be with us and listen to the presentations, and also thank the delegates that took part in making interventions, so that at least the panel discussion was all but complete. Thank you, Chair, and I cede the floor back to you so that you continue with the rest of the program for the session. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, honorable commissaire Mwandenga. Je voudrais vous féliciter.
To congratulate you, as well as the commissioners, as well as the experts who intervene in this panel. This panel is of crucial importance because it has enabled us to underscore the essential character of water and sanitation, but also to share experiences implemented in the party states with a view to facilitating access to water, sometimes in most difficult conditions. Before closing this panel discussion, once and for all, I would like to reassure Ambassador Dinyam, to whom I would like to congratulate, that throughout the year we will talk about this matter, so that we would be able to use it as a theme of the year. But apart from that, we would deal with this matter under several aspects, because as you know, issues linked to the protection of economic and social rights remain at the very center of our commission. So on that note, I would like to thank all of you once again, congratulate you, and then close this panel discussions. You are kindly given the permission to leave. At this juncture, I would like to reopen item number 4 of our agenda on the situation of human rights, and let us continue up to 13:45 when we will go for lunch break. Let me continue with my list, and I would like to call on the delegate from the Republic of Tunisia, Excellency Ambassador Rachid Saibano. You have the floor for 7 minutes. Is it English or do you know?
The honorable delegates, members of the delegations, Tunis expresses its honor to be in the capital, Banjul, the capital of Gambia in order to participate with the rest of the member states and the commissioners and the executive secretary of the commission and all those who are here to celebrate the 45th anniversary of the African Charter on Human Rights. On this occasion, Tunisia expresses that it was among the first countries to adopt this charter in August 82. This expresses the Tunisia determination to cooperate and work and support the efforts of the African Commission on Human Rights in its endeavor in Africa and abroad. With its commitment to oblige by the outcome of the Charter, Tunisia presented in last session its report on the African Charter on Human Rights and Peoples and its preliminary report on the rights of women in Africa. The presentation, the discussion of those reports was a chance, an opportunity to look into the common interest subjects, and the outcome was the recommendations that the country of Tunisia is committed to oblige by the use of the experience and the expertise that's given by the Commission to the member states. Tunisia seizes the chance to thank the African Commission on Human Rights and Peoples for selecting the theme for this year to protect the drinking water, which is a challenge and that facing all our countries and the coming generations. We have to recall or remind that the right to access to water is a constitutional right, and and it was a part of the Tunisian country planning, especially with the extension of metro cosmopolitan cities in Tunisia. The reports in Tunisia indicate that there is an enhancement with connecting the houses to the utility and electricity, and this reflects the betterment of the conditions of livelihood of the citizens and making the water drinkable to the standards that are known worldwide, and with the efforts to sustain the use of the water. There had been, this policy was enacted in the frame of a system that can maintain sustainability and to manage and mitigate the climate changes. There had been a political plan that would put in operation in order to make it as a reference for the maintaining the resilience of the population. There had been efforts in agriculture and mitigating the climate changes and the distribution of water, and do the work for the most vulnerable segments of societies. This is a plan of with the first term from 26 to 2030. Tunisia is supported by a complete institutional frame that can help Tunisia overcome the climate changes with factors like ministries and regional institutions on the local level and the provincial level. To conclude, in the frame of renewing its commitment to a positive interaction with the honorable commissioners of the Commission, and in order to be able to reply and interact with all those different mechanisms for cooperation that are available, we request the esteemed Commission to review the time frame for the response to enable the countries to reply in the adequate time. Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner, for listening.
Thank you, Honorable Ambassador. The Commission has taken due note of your statement. We have exhausted the list for the request relating to the states. At this juncture, we would listen to statements from the civil society organizations up to the lunch break. I will now call upon NGO Alliance for Africa, observer number 235. Mr. Yemwa Obibi, Madam Yoma Obibi, my apologies.
We commend the 46 member states of the African Union who have ratified the Maputo Protocol, and we call upon the 9 member states that are yet to ratify the Maputo Protocol, specifically Burundi, Chad, Egypt, Eritrea, Madagascar, Morocco, Niger, Somalia, and Sudan to urgently ratify the protocol. We call upon the strengthening of the implementation of the Maputo Protocol through the withdrawal of reservations on some provisions of the Maputo Protocol. We acknowledge that across Africa, the Maputo Protocol has shaped constitutional reforms, strengthened national legislation on gender equality, and informed progressive laws and policies addressing gender-based violence, harmful cultural practices, advancing sexual and reproductive health and rights, women's political participation, and economic empowerment. However, as I mentioned, 9 AU member states are yet to ratify, and an additional 9 member states have entered reservations on some provisions of the Maputo Protocol. These are Algeria, Cameroon, Ethiopia, Kenya, Mauritius, Namibia, Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, South Africa, and Uganda. We call upon the African Commission to urge member states to take decisive action towards the full implementation and domestication of the Maputo Protocol by withdrawing the existing reservations on key provisions, allocating adequate resources towards fulfillment of provisions, and ensuring effective monitoring and state reporting and compliance. Third, we note the persistent non-compliance with the 2/3 gender principle in Kenya. We acknowledge that the Republic of Kenya's constitutional commitment to gender equality, including its recognition of the importance of the 2/3 gender principle. However, respectfully, we draw attention of the persistent non-compliance by the Republic of Kenya to implement its constitutional requirement, which mandates that no more than 2/3 of members of elective or appointive bodies shall be of the same gender. As Kenya approaches the 2027 general elections, the urgency of implementing the principle cannot be overstated. We therefore urge the Commission to call upon the government of Kenya to take immediate steps to enact necessary legal framework to give full effect to the 2/3 gender principle as per their obligations under the African Charter and the Maputo Protocol. Fourth, Nigeria's compliance with the Maputo Protocol on women and girls' rights. We note with concern that despite Nigeria's commitments under the Maputo Protocol and other instruments, women and girls continue to face widespread rights violations. We therefore urge the African Commission to encourage Nigeria to domesticate and enforce the Maputo Protocol, including Article 14, and ensure nationwide adoption of the Child Rights Act and harmful practices by strengthening anti-FGM law and supporting community education and advocacy, to also improve education and health services by promoting school retention and re-entry for pregnant girls and teenage mothers, and providing adolescent-friendly SRHR services, including comprehensive sexuality education. And further, to support civil society engagement by backing organizations that raise awareness and monitor implementation of the protocol. Fifth and finally, we raise concerns over Senegal's amended Article 319 of the Penal Code following its successful adoption in March 2026. The revised provision introduces a definition of acts criminalized and introduces new offenses criminalizing the glorification of unnatural acts. We respectfully urge the Commission to urge the Republic of Senegal to review the amended Article 319 of the Penal Code to ensure compliance with the African Charter, and also to remind the state of its obligation to uphold equality, non-discrimination, and dignity, and encourage measures to prevent violence, stigma, and discrimination, and to align national laws with regional and international standards. We also, Mr. Chairperson, would like to raise the concerns about ending conflict-related sexual violence against women and girls in Africa, and call upon the Commission to urge member states to strengthen accountability.
Vous avez épuisé votre temps.
Merci.
J'appelle la Fédération internationale des femmes avocates du Cameroun, Maître Gladys Mbouya.
Avocats sans frontières. Micheline Somda. Honorable Press Chairperson, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol citizens, it is with an honor that I take the floor on behalf of Lawyers Without Borders Canada, a non-governmental committed to promoting access to justice and protection of rights in several African commissions and legal representation in several countries in Africa, especially in Benin, Burkina Faso, Mali, Democratic Republic of Congo, and Senegal. Honorable Commissioners, despite important advances, a significant gap remains between the commitments made by the state and their implementation. In many contexts, populations continue to face obstacles, structural, legal, and socio-economic obstacles that hinder real access to their rights and weaken confidence in institutions. First and foremost, effective access to justice remains a central challenge across the continent. Justice remains difficult to access because of its cost, its remoteness geographically, the complexity of the procedures, or the slowness of the execution of judgment of justice in contradiction with the guarantee provided for in Article 7 of the African Charter. Moreover, in several countries where we intervene, such as Burkina Faso, Mali, Democratic Republic of Congo, security is a real obstacle to effective access to justice, especially in areas affected by armed conflict due to the absence of functional jurisdiction. This difficulty continually translates into persistent impunity, low confidence populations in the judicial institutions, and by a high proportion of those under remand. This obstacle disproportionately affects marginalized groups and the most vulnerable, especially women, young women, and rural populations, thus strengthening structural inequalities contrary to the principles of equality and non-discrimination enshrined by the African Charter. Secondly, women continue to face specific difficulties in the realization of their economic and social rights despite the commitment of the state parties under the Maputo Protocol. As long as these inequalities are not reflected, socio-economic rights of African women would be, in that case, underscoring the commitment. Honorable Chairperson, the shrinking of the civic space is a major concern. Restriction affecting the action of civil society organizations, whether legal, administrative, or practical, jeopardize their ability to accompany victims to document violations and contribute to public debate. These are dynamics contrary to the freedoms guaranteed by Articles 9, 10, 11 of the African Charter have a direct impact on access to justice and more widely on effective and human rights. Dear sir, we would like to make the following recommendations for the Commission. Encourage state parties to the African Charter to respect their commitments by recommending, doing the recommendations, and also respecting their obligations when it comes to reporting. Access to information, especially to women, girls, and girls in vulnerable situations, by the way, in place assistance legal mechanism, accessible, effective, and adapted, including through community and decentralized mechanisms. Promote economic and socio-cultural rights of women by doing away with obstacles that impede their access to resources and protection mechanisms, especially when it comes to land and access to credit. Guarantee a sure and favorable environment to action of the civil society by putting an end to arbitrary restriction and ensuring effective protection of human rights defenders, and enhance the role of mechanisms. And we would like to reaffirm our commitment to support the efforts of the Commission of African Commission on Human and People's Rights in favor of the promotion and the protection of human rights in Africa in an approach of empowerment through law. Thank you for your kind attention. The Commission would like to thank you and have taken good note of your communication. NGO Agenda 120 Oriamize Oweje. Is she present here? I would now call upon the Network of Women Leaders for Development, 553. Madam, are you the Network of Women Leaders for Development?
Madame, vous avez la parole pour 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Honorable Chairperson of the African Commission, Honorable Commissioners, development partners, members of the media, and all protocol duly observed. The Women Leaders Network for Development, RFLD, in partnership with the West Africa Civil Society Institute, WACSI, welcomes the convening of the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. It is an honor to contribute to the Commission's deliberation by sharing insights from our work, regional engagement, and empirical research on the state of civic space and human rights across West Africa and the wider sub-Saharan Africa. Honorable Chairperson, the civic space environment across Africa continues to decline under the combined pressure of democratic backsliding, militarized governance, insecurity, digital repression, and diminishing tolerance for dissent. Recent findings from the 2025 Civic Space Assessment in West Africa, alongside data from Civic Space Monitor, show that several countries in the region are now classified as obstructed, repressed, or closed, with increasing restrictions on freedom of expression, peaceful assembly, media freedom, and association. The withdrawal of Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger from ECOWAS, alongside growing securitization trends across both AES and ECOWAS countries, has further weakened regional democratic accountability mechanism and heightened risk for journalists, civic space actors, women-led movement, and human rights defenders. With the ratification of continental and international human rights instruments, which continues to progress, civic space itself is shrinking at an alarming pace. Data from the RFLD Donors Data Hub indicates that restrictive cybersecurity and public order law have increasingly been used across more than 30 African countries to undermine freedom of expression,
digital rights, and civic participation. The recent cancellation of RightsCon in the Republic of Zambia, one of the world leading platforms for human rights and technology conversation, further underscored the growing fragility of digital freedom across the continent. At the same time, impunity for violation of civil and political rights remain a major obstacle to democratic consolidation. Gender equality also remains an unfinished struggle. Despite the progress made on the Maputo Protocol, gender-based violence continues to rise across conflict and politically fragile contexts. Evidence gathered through our monitoring platform indicates that women and girls in conflict-affected communities continue to face systemic violence with limited access to legal protection, psychosocial support, and effective remedies. As a feminist organization and civil society institution committed to democratic governance, human rights, and ecosystem resilience, RFLD and WACSI continue to deploy multidimensional approaches aimed at protecting civic space, strengthening women's leadership, supporting civil society sustainability, and advancing climate and social justice. Through strategic convening and indigenous data system, we advocate and transform civic space into credible policy influence capable of shaping regional, national, and continental responses to human rights challenges. Honorable Chairperson, we further draw the Commission's attention to the growing intersection between climate injustice, displacement, and human rights violations. Environmental crises have displaced millions across sub-Saharan Africa, the majority of whom are women and children. Yet many affected populations continue to exist without protection and inadequate recognition of climate-induced displacement. Access to clean water has been discussed on this floor since yesterday. Sanitation must therefore no longer be viewed solely as a development concern, but as a fundamental human right directly linked to dignity, health, education, and peace building. The question of justice for African and people of African descent also remain both urgent and unresolved. The enduring legacy of slavery, colonialism, structural racism, and economic dispossession continue to shape inequalities experienced by African people globally. Reparatory justice must therefore be approached not as a charity, but as a legitimate moral, political, and legal obligation, grounded in truth, accountability, restitution, and historical recognition. In light of this, Honorable Chairperson, RFLD and WACSI respectfully calls on the Commission and State Party to strengthen accountability mechanism for implementing judgment of the African Court on Human and People's Rights, develop stronger normative guidance linking digital governance and cybersecurity framework with the protection of fundamental human rights and civic freedom, prioritize gender-sensitive protection system, digital safety mechanism, and reporting pathways for women's human rights defenders, women journalists, and feminist movement facing our basic civics repression. Honorable Chairperson, the shrinking civic space in the continent is no longer an isolated governance concern. It is rapidly becoming a continental challenge to peace, security, and democratic stability. Thank you very much.
Merci. La Commission prend bonne note de votre contribution et vous remercie. J'appelle l'ONG SOS Information juridique multisectorielle, numéro 530. Vous avez la parole pour 5 minutes.
Merci beaucoup, Honorable Président, pour la parole. Honorable Président de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, Honorable Commissaire, distingués participants, c'est ici l'occasion.
Distinguished participants, this is an opportunity for us to sincerely thank the African Commission on Human and People's Rights for this forum, and in particular for the adoption of Resolution 643 of October 2025 regarding justice for victims of serious human rights violations and international crimes in the DRC since 1997, including the recognition of genocide. This resolution constitutes a major step forward in the fight against impunity and the recognition of the suffering of Congolese victims. We also laud the efforts of the Congolese authorities in the ongoing process of adopting the transitional justice law, as well as the enactment of the law on the protection of human rights defenders, even though its dissemination and implementation remain insufficient. Honorable Chair, honorable commissioners, we would like to point out that despite these advances which we welcome, the human rights situation remains extremely concerning in the DRC, particularly in the eastern part of the country where civilians continue to suffer massacres, sexual violence, forced displacement, and repeated attacks against human rights defenders and journalists, not to mention the province of Ituri, where the ADF and other armed groups continue to regularly massacre civilians. Credible investigation reports notably also document the discovery of mass graves in the Uvira region following the occupation of certain areas by the AFC M23, which reinforces concerns about the scale of violations committed against civilians. In light of this situation, we call on the Commission to ensure effective follow-up to its Resolution 643 on the DRC. We also encourage the Congolese authorities to respect the Constitution and fundamental freedoms, as well as to ensure the strengthening of civil space and the rule of law. We also reiterate our call for the establishment of an international criminal court or a special judicial mechanism for the DRC in order to combat impunity in the long term and bring justice to the millions of victims of crimes committed over several decades. Finally, we encourage the effective implementation of transitional justice mechanisms, including reparations, institutional reforms, and guarantees of non-repetition to build a lasting peace based on truth, justice, and human dignity in the DRC. We can finish our statement without thanking the African civil society and other international organizations that continue to throw their weight behind us for justice for victims of serious violation of human rights in the DRC. Thank you very much. The Commission takes due note of your statement. Now I'd like to invite FIACAT, observer number 40.
FIACAT is what, Burundi? I don't have anything.
Honorable President, Honorable Commissioner, on the concerning situation of the civic space and increased acts of transnational repressions that target human rights offenders, including the forum of regional and international forums. Our organization reaffirms the importance to guarantee a safe environment that enable human rights offenders to conduct free advocacy. It also recalls the essential role of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights in protecting human rights and the preservation of civic space. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, our organization is preoccupied with the situation of Burundian refugees that are present in several countries in Africa, especially in Tanzania, where coercive measures such as the destruction of habitat, the closure of schools, and threats and intimidation attempts are used in refugee camps, include to send them away by Burundian refugees by force. In the current context, in the pre-electoral context in Burundi now, and given the concording information of arbitrary arrests, enforced displacements, and persecutions that target people who criticize the authorities, and these are all massive violation of human rights. We also call on the Commission to exhort states that host or welcome Burundian refugees to suspend all forced return. Now, moreover, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, in Cote d'Ivoire, our organization expressed their concern with regard to the risk of the restriction of civil space related to the order of 12 June 2024 regarding the organization of the civil society. These provisions enable the ministerial councils to dissolve organizations for reasons such as the conduct of activity that seeks to discredit political institutions and the crisis that can violate freedom of expression and assembly. Our organizations recall that in accordance with the guidelines of the African Commission on the freedom of association and assembly in Africa, the freedom of association includes the right to participate in public discussions and to be involved in public affairs management. We encourage the community to exhort the Ivorian state to be comply with international and regional standards. Finally, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, our organizations would like to draw your attention to the situation of human rights that is concerning in Cameroon against the post-electoral background, followed by the aftermath of the 2025 electoral elections. Protests related to the outcome led to massive repression of the opposition, causing many deaths. In 1st May 2026, close to 1,900 people were still in custody. Our organization would also like to alert the Commission on the persistence of gender violence, especially femicide, and then the number keeps increasing in Cameroon. Between January and November 2025, at least 66 femicides were identified, and 34 more were recorded between January and March 2026. Most of these crimes are committed in the family, and we like to encourage the Commission to exhort the Cameroon government to guarantee public freedoms and to strengthen mechanisms to prevent and protect and the protection of gender-based violence. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The Commission would like to thank you and takes due note of your statement. I'd like to invite the Zimbabwe lawyers observer status number 329.
Honorable Commissioners, State Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights presents the statement on the human rights situation in Zimbabwe. Since the 85th public session of this Honorable Commission, Zimbabwe's human rights situation has been marked by a decline in fundamental freedoms, the continued shrinking of civic space, and worsening socioeconomic challenges. On 16 February 2026, the Constitutional Amendment Bill was gazetted. The bill proposes to abolish, among other things, the Zimbabwe Gender Commission and transfer key electoral functions, including voter registration, from the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission. If enacted, these amendments risk undermining entrenched constitutional safeguards and weakening core constitutional values. Civic space in Zimbabwe remains severely constrained with sustained repression of fundamental freedoms. Human rights defenders continue to face arrests, abductions, targeted intimidation in connection with their public engagement on the proposed constitutional amendments. Authorities have interfered with, and in some instances prohibited, meetings convened by civil society actors to deliberate on the bill. For instance, in March 2026, attempts by Professor Love Momaduku to convene consultative meetings were obstructed, while legal practitioner Tendai Biti was arrested after convening a private meeting on the bill. Notably, the recent public hearings on the bill were marred by silencing of dissenting voices, limited consultation venues, and incidents of disruption and violence, all of which restricted meaningful public participation. Freedom of expression has also come under increasing strain. A vigilante group calling itself Anti-Presidential Criticism has been involved in arbitrarily detaining individuals deemed to have insulted the president and handing them over to the Zimbabwe Republic Police. The activities of groups such as Edutainers for ED have also targeted human rights defenders and contributed to a growing chilling effect discouraging open debate on issues of public interest. On 10 April 2026, the chairperson of the Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission was reassigned following a press briefing in which she raised grave concerns about the public hearings on the bill. Incidents of torture and ill treatment continue to be reported. During the public hearings on the bill, Gilbert Mutubuki was arrested and seriously injured, while human rights lawyer Douglas Coltart was assaulted and had his phone stolen at the public hearings. Fair trial rights remain a concern, particularly in cases involving political activists. Since his arrest in October 2025, Godfrey Karembera, also known as Mazibabawe Shanduko, has remained in prolonged detention with his trial yet to commence. The socio-economic situation in Zimbabwe remains constrained. The rising cost of living, increased taxation, and disproportionate fuel hikes have impacted on the enjoyment of socio-economic rights. In March 2026, nurses across the country engaged in picketing and strike action in response to deteriorating working conditions and inadequate remuneration. Regrettably, some nurses in Marondera were arrested while attempting to demonstrate. On 16 April 2026, nurses from Pariniatwa group of hospitals staged a further protest and announced a nationwide strike. Similarly, other public sector workers, including teachers, have expressed growing discontent over declining working conditions in Zimbabwe. There has also been a surge in human rights violations with regard to the right to a clean and healthy environment, driven by increased mining activities that often disregard the rights of local communities. In some cases, communities have been evicted without compensation, while mining companies have ignored court orders with limited police enforcement support. In Hurungwe, Lebanon Investments has continued operations despite court rulings exposing communities to ongoing environmental and health risks. The introduction of prepaid water meters in Harare risks infringing the right to water. Therefore, ZLHR urges the African Commission to call upon the government of Zimbabwe to fully implement and give effect to the concluding observations issued by the Honorable Commission in March 2025, to halt and review the proposed constitutional amendment and ensure full compliance with the constitutional principles, including public participation, respect and protect civic space by guaranteeing the rights to freedom of expression, uphold fair trial rights, protect the right to work, and ensure adequate and equitable access to water by establishing a clear rights-based regulatory framework that guarantees affordability, accessibility, and potable water for all. Thank you.
La Commission prend note de votre déclaration.
The Commission takes due note of your statement and the information that you have shared, and would like to thank you. At this juncture, I would like to invite you to break for lunch for 1 hour, and we will reconvene at 2:45. So the session is adjourned for 1 hour. Thank you.
هون قدام من C'est bon? Ok. Abdallah.
فانا خلاص مسموح بي قالت بدي قالت قراته في البرنامج خلاص كلمني كنت وانا ترى معاهم كان راه كان يوجد في إيه؟ لا هو يعني إيه. تفضلي علموا عنها قال عنه خالف معرفة خير احنا والله نحن
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore ci lu doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
It is my distinct honor to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission, being held in this warm, beautiful, and historic city of Banjul.
La session que nous ouvrons ce matin revêt une signification particulière, car elle se tient au cours de l'année qui marque la 45e anniversaire de l'adoption de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, notre instrument de référence, et le 40e anniversaire de son entrée en vigueur. C'est le lieu de rendre hommage à toutes les personnalités qui ont porté la vision, les rédacteurs qui l'ont matérialisé, et particulièrement les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, qui par leurs actions résolues ont permis à l'Afrique de se doter d'un système régional de protection des droits de l'homme ancré dans ses réalités, ses valeurs et ses aspirations.
The African Union Commission reaffirms its commitment to continue the cooperation and complementarity with the Commission in supporting member states to translate commitments into concrete action for the benefit of our people.
We recognize that the silence of the guns in Africa is inextricably linked to the protection of the individuals. Without respect for human rights and accountability, there can be no lasting peace. And without peace, rights remain fragile.
Human rights are not abstract principles. Human rights are about whether a child has access to education and safety. Human rights are about whether a woman has control over her body. Human rights are about whether citizens can speak freely, organize peacefully, and trust the very institutions meant to protect them. Peace and security cannot be separated from governance and human rights. Where justice is absent, instability grows. Where exclusion persists, insecurity deepens. And where institutions fail to protect the dignity and rights of citizens, trust is eroded and tensions rise.
Je peux vous assurer que la Cour, pour sa part, est disposée à collaborer avec les autres organes et de mener à bien notre mandat commun relatif à la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
The spirit of Banjul must travel far beyond these halls. It must reach communities that never sent a delegate to any of our sessions. The legacy of this commission will be measured not by the sophistication of its resolutions, but by the protection it delivers to the ordinary African men, women, and children. May this 87th session be bold in its decisions, honest in its assessments, and precise in its demands. May it strengthen our collective resolve to build an Africa where dignity is not aspirational, but lived. It is my honor to declare the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights open.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue au Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bi yore ci lu doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
It is my distinct honor to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission, being held in this warm, beautiful, and historic city of Banjul.
La session que nous ouvrons ce matin revêt une signification particulière, car elle se tient au cours de l'année qui marque la 45e anniversaire de l'adoption de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, notre instrument de référence, et le 40e anniversaire de son entrée en vigueur. C'est le lieu de rendre hommage à toutes les personnalités qui ont porté la vision, les rédacteurs qui l'ont matérialisé, et particulièrement les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, qui par leurs actions résolues ont permis à l'Afrique de se doter d'un système régional de protection des droits de l'homme ancré dans ses réalités, ses valeurs et ses aspirations.
The African Union Commission reaffirms its commitment to continue the cooperation and complementarity with the Commission in supporting member states to translate commitments into concrete action for the benefit of our people.
We recognize that the silence of the guns in Africa is inextricably linked to the protection of the individuals. Without respect for human rights and accountability, there can be no lasting peace. And without peace, rights remain fragile.
Human rights are not abstract principles. Human rights are about whether a child has access to education and safety. Human rights are about whether a woman has control over her body. Human rights are about whether citizens can speak freely, organize peacefully, and trust the very institutions meant to protect them. Peace and security cannot be separated from governance and human rights. Where justice is absent, instability grows. Where exclusion persists, insecurity deepens. And where institutions fail to protect the dignity and rights of citizens, trust is eroded and tensions rise.
Je peux vous assurer que la Cour, pour sa part, est disposée à collaborer avec les autres organes et de mener à bien notre mandat commun relatif à la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
The spirit of Banjul must travel far beyond these halls. It must reach communities that never sent a delegate to any of our sessions. The legacy of this commission will be measured not by the sophistication of its resolutions, but by the protection it delivers to the ordinary African men, women, and children. May this 87th session be bold in its decisions, honest in its assessments, and precise in its demands. May it strengthen our collective resolve to build an Africa where dignity is not aspirational, but lived. It is my honor to declare the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights open.
team for the warm hospitality extended to us when we were in Zimbabwe. And I think our number one was Zimbabwe, please.
Oh, this to Canada. The electricity.
In my capacity as water, I attended several meetings. For the point of the open together with the Virgin I organized a regional consultation for the framework for advocacy for the English protocol, which was launched during this session. This was part of the process of the adoption of the framework. On 3rd December 2025, I convened a meeting with all partners to evaluate the continental level. On the 8th of December 2025, I participated in the conference entitled From Prayer to Action to Fulfill Beijing Pledge in the Arab States, sharing knowledge on ending violence against women and girls. It was held in Amman, Jordan, from 8th to 9th of December. It was organized by UN General Office for the Arab States in Jordan. I was meant to be there in person, but because of commitments I had to send a record of video message to the meeting. On the 9th to the 10th of December, I attended the 6th High-Level Forum on Human Rights and Security at the invitation of the AU Special Envoy. In a very good groundbreaking jurisdiction, which is a best practice for safe abortion services for minor, a 10-year-old who was violated. In terms of the GMAC and related on the margins of the AU Summit in Addis Ababa, that is the 42nd GMAC CSO pre-summit meetings, I took part in several panels. From the 8th of February 2026, I participated in a high-level panel discussion on the theme of the water, sanitation, and gender justice, what must change in 2026. I also attended at the ECOSOC Civil Society pre-summit meeting on the 26th, on the 9th February 2026, where I delivered an intervention at the ECOSOC Civil Society pre-summit meeting on the same theme of their sanitation with a focus on gender and health, perspectives of the African human rights system. I also took the opportunity to attend several side meetings on the margins of the summit, a high-level breakfast meeting on financing and refarming Africa's gender commitment, which I participated in and convened by the Gender Directorate, which was also presided over by the President of the Republic of Ghana, under His Excellency John Mahama, in collaboration with the Gender Directorate. In my intervention, I recall that under the African Charter and Protocol, states are legally obliged to adopt legislative, administrative, and budgetary measures to give full effect to women's rights, including their economic and social rights. I also attended a fireside chat with Africa's female presidents and on the margins of the AU meeting. I also engaged in strategic engagements on the margins of the AU meeting, trying to leverage and maximize scarce resources. I had meetings with the Women, Gender and Youth Directorate to plan with them activities that will be rolled out in terms of the signature, ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. I also had strategic engagement with UN Women and also there towards raising awareness on matters that needed to be addressed on the margins of the summit. I also participated at the 70th CSW in New York, and on the margins of that CSW meeting, I attended several side events. On the 9th of March 2026, I delivered a keynote address at the side event convened by stakeholders to examine Africa's legal framework on sexual and reproductive health rights, particularly safe abortion services for women under the rubric and under the umbrella of the Maputo Protocol. I also attended convening by Center for Reproductive Rights on the 9th of May to actually discuss matters related to reproductive rights and the resolution that was adopted for the study on obstetric violence, the guidelines of obstetric violence. I also participated on the 10th of March 2026 with the EDVAL platform, being the platform of all independent mechanisms responsible for the promotion and protection of women's rights globally and regionally. And we engage in constructive dialogue on the margins of CSW. This is a meeting that is held annually. Also, within the context of the CSW, I attended a meeting convened by Center for Reproductive Rights in collaboration with Rwanda, Cabo Verde, Tunisia, on the Health Development Initiative in New York. And on the 10th of March, I delivered welcome remarks at a photo exhibition hosted by IPAS and Canwich in New York. Also attended the UN Women high-level meeting on violence against women and girls, which was well attended, and I delivered a statement there. Also worked on a side event organized by the EDVAR platform. On the 12th of March, I delivered statements on women human rights defenders from threats, judicial harassment, misuse of laws, just to shed light on the African instruments and call for a stronger legal framework and judicial independence to ensure human rights defenders and women human rights defenders can operate safely and advance justice for women and girls in Africa. On the margins of the CSW, I also attended the meeting of the African Ministers of Gender and Women's Affairs with the Africa Group to discuss the common Africa position before the CSW. The Gambia also convened a meeting on the margins of the CSW in which I participated in and spoke on strengthening integrated national responses to end violence against women and girls, highlighting the relevant provisions of the Maputo Protocol. On the 8th of March, on International Women's Day, I issued a statement on the theme, Rights, Justice, Action for All Women and Girls. I highlighted Africa's progress in women's rights, including the Maputo Protocol and the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, while noting the persistent barriers to justice. On the 10th of April 2026, I participated and delivered a solidarity statement at the Forum of First Ladies of Sweat Plus countries on zero tolerance of gender-based violence, convened in the Gambia, here in the Sado Kareba Jawara Conference Center. I also, from the 18th to the 19th of April, I participated and contributed to the discussions leading to the consultative process on CEDAW General Recommendation 40 on equal and inclusive representation of women in the decision-making system, and shared the perspective of the Africa Regional Mechanism. On the 21st of April 2026, I participated and delivered a keynote address at the virtual e-launch of a toolkit, a narrative guide and short video designed to support the understanding and implementation of General Comment Number 6 on Article 7D of the Maputo Protocol, organized by the Initiative for Gender Equality in Africa in collaboration with Equality Now. And of course, just recently, I attended on the 6th of March 2026, together with the AU Women Gender Directorate, in collaboration with the Office of the Women, Peace and Security, launched a roadmap for the ratification, signature ratification and domestication of the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women. On the margins of this session, I attended several convenings of the NGO Forum, spanning from the one I delivered a keynote address on the launch of the Capacity Strengthening Handbook during the NGO Forum organized by African Renaissance. And my address, I underscored the need for strengthening both institutional and grassroots capacity to effectively respond to human rights challenges, particularly in relation to gender equality and protection frameworks. Within the context of the NGO Forum also, I participated in the panel entitled Beyond Ceasefire, Countering Backlash Through Feminist Approaches to Peace and Justice. Within the margins of the NGO forum also attended another forum, Defending Rights in Hostile Contexts, Attacks on Human Rights Actors, Advancing Sexual and Reproductive Health Rights in the Context of Shrinking Civil Space and Gender Backlash. Part 4 of my report gives an overview of the situation of women and girls in Africa. And I would just like to just give you highlights of it. During the intercession period, I noted the following developments and concerns on the situation of women and girls on the continent. I want to reiterate the most important thing being the celebration of the 40th anniversary of the entry into force of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. I won't dilate too much on it because it's been actually given a whole segment during this session. In terms of violence against women and girls, the adoption of the AU Convention in February 2025 was a bold and necessary step towards establishing a framework that will assist member states with eradicating violence against women and girls. In this regard, it is commendable that 8 member states have already declared their commitment towards improving protection for women and girls on the continent by signing the convention. I urge those member states that are here with us today to join those 8 to sign and ratify and ensure that the convention enters into force. On gender-based violence and sexual violence during conflict, it is disheartening that as a continent, we continue to be confronted with the reality that women and girls are bearing the brunt of protracted armed conflicts. In the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, for example, recent reports indicate that sexual violence, which has been described as an epidemic, has escalated, with armed groups like the Rwanda-backed M23 using sexual violence as a weapon of war against women and girls. Reports further indicate that infants as young as 1 year old and women as old as 75 have been the victims of such violence. In Sudan, where the Independent International Fact-Finding Mission for the Sudan has revealed evidence of the commission of acts of genocide in El Fasher, rape and sexual violence remain part of everyday life. Women and girls seeking assistance from Medicines Sans Frontiers clinics have reported being raped while undertaking everyday tasks necessary for survival, such as collecting firewood and water or walking in the fields. What is equally concerning is that women belonging to the Zagwawa or four minority ethnic group are being targeted and subject to sexual violence. So sexual violence is really endemic within the context of Sudan. Additionally, the findings of the fact-finding mission on Sudan, conducted virtually from 2024 to March 2025, paint an even more harrowing picture of gender-based violence and conflict-related sexual violence. The mission documented that sexual violence in Sudan was widespread and systematic, carried out by both the SAF and the RSF forces, with the RSF responsible for the majority of cases. Girls as young as 13 years and women as old as 60 were subjected to rape, gang rape, sexual slavery, forced marriage, and sexual exploitation. Report narrated several violations. The details are contained in my full report, but in interest of time, I just want to give you highlights. In terms of technology-facilitated gender-based violence, or just to say that the report will be available on the website of the Commission so that you can have the full details. In terms of technology-facilitated gender-based violence, a rise in young internet users has resulted in elevated levels of online violence, especially perpetrated against women and girls. Research into the experiences of women and girls in Ethiopia, for example, illustrates that they suffer various forms of technology-facilitated gender-based violence, including hate speech, non-consensual dissemination of intimate images, and harassment. Equally concerning is the fact that women in politics, human rights activists, journalists, and women with public profiles are increasingly targets of online violence. The impact of services, amongst other issues that emanated from that. With regard to climate crisis and gender inequality, in recent reports, experts assert that although climate change may be a global issue, it is certainly not gender neutral. Climate crises have a greater impact on women and girls as they escalate the burden of unpaid care work, which is primarily undertaken by women and girls. In this regard, because women frequently bear the burden of managing households and undertaking long journeys to fetch firewood and water, unpredictable weather patterns threaten the health of these women and girls, as well as exposing them to the risk of GBV. Further, because of unequal laws, policies, and norms that restrict or prevent women's equitable access to resources, such as land ownership, credit, technology, and employment, women are unlikely to easily adapt to climate crisis. Another stark reality is the fact that climate crises are thrusting people into poverty, and the majority of these are women. In rural and northern region of Ghana, For example, a persistent drought and erratic rainfall have made it difficult for the agriculture sector to thrive, which disproportionately impacts women as they constitute the vast majority of subsistence farmers in this region. Food shortages have also adversely impacted girls' realization of the right to education, as families faced with these struggles are often forced to withdraw girls from school in order that they may share the burden of ensuring the survival of the household. It is with this acute understanding of the additional burdens borne by women and girls because of climate change that I commend the efforts of the Pan-African Lawyers Union in requesting an advisory opinion from the African Court on the obligation of states parties with respect to climate change crisis. The request underscores that, among other things, climate change exacerbates existing inequalities, thus increasing the risk to which specific vulnerable groups, such as women, are exposed. Ongoing backlash and threat of rollback and regression on gains in women's rights protection. Across the African continent, hard-won gains in women's rights protection are facing a concerted and well-funded backlash. This regression is manifested through multiple interconnected pressures: the shrinking of civic space, the weaponization of legal system, the rise of technology-facilitated gender-based violence, and severe funding cuts to women's rights organizations. To women's rights organizations. The civic space in which African women live, organize, and advocate is steadily shrinking, with women human rights defenders facing heightened violence, online and offline, restrictive laws and deep funding cuts that undermine their ability to mobilize and protect hard-won gains. Despite the stark reality, we do have positive developments. I think the AU, in terms of the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women, we know that a child-friendly version has been developed by the Liaison Office of the AU together with the by the African Union Liaison Office together with the AU Women, Gender and Youth Directorate for the development of a version of that is accessible to children. So this is quite commendable. Equatorial Guinea, we commend Equatorial Guinea for signing the convention and joining the 7 states and being the 8th state to sign the convention. We're hoping that they will move towards ratification. South Africa, it is important to note that in November 2025, the South African government declared gender-based violence and femicide a national disaster. This classification reflects the South African government's acknowledgement of the severity of the crisis and underscores the urgency with which intervention must be taken. In Kenya, I'd like to commend Nairobi City County government for its approval of a policy that grants monthly paid menstrual leave to women. The policy provides women with 2 days leave per month and is implemented in recognition of menstrual pain as a legitimate workplace issue. It is further implemented as part of efforts towards the improvement of women's participation in work, education, and community life. In Liberia, Liberia's efforts towards increasing women's political participation in the country must be commended. In March of this year, the High Elections Commission announced that the seats allocated to women in the municipal council have increased from 104 seats during the period between 2012 to 2025 to 205 seats in the period between 2024 and 2025, thus increasing women's participation. We now look at noted challenges. In Burkina Faso, it is troubling to observe that violence against civilians perpetrated by terrorist-linked groups in Burkina Faso is on the rise. At least 3 separate incidents have been documented during the period between 29 January and 22 February of this year, with one of these incidents involving the abduction of 9 women near the northern village of Sole. Islamic militant groups abducted the women, threatened to rape and kill them, and proceeded to release them on the following day. In Burundi, it is disheartening to learn of the sexual assault and murder of a young woman, Renilda Nironkuru, whose body was reportedly found in a field in Burunga Hill in the Matonge community of, I've forgotten the name, on 13 December 2025. Initial reports indicate that the perpetrators were likely to have been 2 men belonging to another ethnic group. These are concerns. In Cameroon, I was deeply troubled to learn of the brutal torture of a woman whose identity remains protected at the hands of law enforcement at Ndele police station and in the Bamingui Bangoran prefecture in December of 2025. The woman had been detained following a dispute between herself and a neighbor, and she was subsequently tortured by police officers that she refused, it is alleged that she refused sexual advances of one of the investigators. In Nigeria, I'm alarmed to learn that in March of this year, 7 members of family, including a pregnant woman, a nursing mother and her child, were abducted by suspected bandits in Sabon Gero community in Jikun local government area. The bandits had already demanded a ransom from the head of the household before the abduction, but such demands have not been met. These are concerning the details are provided for in the full report. For Uganda, I am disheartened to learn that the cases of GBV against women and girls, as well as teenage pregnancy in Uganda, are rising at an alarming rate. Recent reports and studies indicate that 77% of girls in Uganda have been victims of sexual violence, and that Uganda has a 25% prevalence rate of teenage pregnancy. A 2025 study that considered the factors associated with teenage pregnancy among young girls in a district in eastern Uganda found that the child marriage among the contributing factors. Reports also indicate that the prevalence of GBV and teenage pregnancy is higher in rural areas, and so too are the cases of unreported incidents. In South Sudan, it is alarming that the conflict in South Sudan is having devastating effect on access to basic needs such as water and sanitation for women and girls who have been displaced by the conflict. According to statistics released by the Norwegian Refugee Council, 20% of women in South Sudan have no access to toilets or latrine, and women and girls are placing themselves at risk of violence by having to travel long distance to fetch water. And this is within the context of the theme of the year. Democratic Republic of Congo, I am extremely concerned about the violence that is occurring in the DRC, especially within the parts of eastern DRC. In the M23 occupied city of Uvira, for example, recent reports show an escalation of sexual violence against women and girls being targeted while undertaking tasks such as searching for food on their isolated farmlands. In view of all the challenges that have been highlighted, part 5 of the report deals with recommendation. On the 40th anniversary of the Commission, I urge the Member States to take this occasion not only to acknowledge and celebrate the progress achieved in operationalizing the provision of the African Charter, but also soberly reflect on the challenges that persist. I urge Member States to affirm their commitment to the protection of fundamental human rights enshrined in the African Charter by evaluating their compliance with obligations under the Regional Human Rights Instrument to which they are party, and identifying measures to address critical existing gaps in implementation. In particular, I urge Member States that have not ratified the Maputo Protocol, those that have ratified, to ensure effective implementation. On gender-based violence and sexual violence in conflict, I urge all Member States to affirm and solidify their commitment towards eradicating all forms of violence against women, including conflict-related gender-based violence and sexual violence, by signing, ratifying, and ensuring that the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women enters into force without any further delay. On technology-facilitated gender-based violence, I urge Member States to increase their efforts towards preventing and responding to online violence by undertaking public awareness and set of initiatives that emphasize the seriousness of such conduct and that challenge harmful gender stereotypes that perpetuate the conduct. I further urge Member States to adopt and enforce domestic legislation that explicitly criminalize all forms of technology-facilitated gender-based violence by ensuring consistency with their obligations under the Maputo Protocol and the AU Convention where applicable. On progress and setbacks in relation of sexual and reproductive health rights of women and girls, I urge Member States to ensure consistency between their domestic legal and policy frameworks and the Maputo Protocol to ensure equal and unhindered access to SRHR. To do this, I urge Member States to reform restrictive laws, especially on safe abortion, in line with Article 14 of the Maputo Protocol, and to adopt legislation that guarantees the provision of safe abortion and post-abortion care. I urge Member States to prioritize the integration of SRHR, HIV, and GBV services within their healthcare system. Finally, I urge Member States to address the structural and social barriers that prevent access to SR by undertaking community-based initiatives that will combat gender norms, stigma, and discrimination. On climate crisis and gender inequality, I urge Member States to be proactive in their adoption of gender-responsive climate practices that address the disproportionate impact of climate change on women and girls. Member States are urged to improve knowledge production in this regard by improving data collection in order to facilitate the making of informed decisions about policy responses. Member States are urged to ensure that women and girls have equitable access to resources necessary for their livelihood, as well as the livelihood of their families, which include access to land, credit, and technology. Finally, I call on Member States to support the economic resilience of women through investing in climate-resilient agriculture and ensuring that girls can remain in school, notwithstanding climate crisis. On backlash and regression, rollback on women's rights protection, I recommend urgent action to counter the backlash against women's rights. Member States are urged to repeal laws that restrict civic space, criminalize technology-facilitated gender-based violence, and protect women human rights defenders from harassment and attack. I also urge development partners to reverse funding cuts to women's rights organizations that through multi-year to reverse funding cuts to women's rights organizations through multi-year flexible financing, and recommend the establishment of a continental rapid response fund to provide emergency support to feminist groups and defenders under threat. To the government of Burkina Faso, I call on the government of Burkina Faso to strengthen its response to the security threats posed by terror and militant groups within the country. Responses are to include the effective identification of such groups, the strengthening of justice system to ensure the swift apprehension and prosecution of such groups, and the implementation of measures to address the root causes of violence and extremism. I further strongly urge the government to ensure that women and girls, especially, are protected from violence perpetrated by this group by implementing preventive measures and ensuring the provision of healthcare services, including trauma counseling to survivors of abduction and violent harassment. To the government of Burundi, I urge the government of Burundi to ensure that the perpetrators of sexual assault and the murder of Nilda are held accountable for their heinous criminal conduct. Further, I call on the government to take proactive steps towards preventing violent crimes, especially against women and girls, by strengthening the implementation of existing laws and policies on GBV, as well as implementing measures to ensure effective enforcement laws and access to justice for victims of violence. To the government of Cameroon, I strongly urge the government of Cameroon to ensure that the law enforcement officers responsible for the torture of the female detainee are apprehended and successfully prosecuted. I think it is of utmost importance that the government also ensures greater oversight of law enforcement in the fulfillment of their duties, especially when law enforcement comes into contact with vulnerable groups such as women and young girls. It is equally important that the government proactively tackles the root causes of GBV, which include damaging patriarchal norms that contribute to justify and sustain violence against women and girls. To the government of Nigeria, I call on the government of Nigeria to swiftly apprehend the perpetrators who carried out the abduction of the women and children, and urge the government to take serious notice of the prevalence of abduction in the country and the extent to which such occurrences threaten the safety and security of the population as a whole and of women and girls in particular. For government of Uganda, I strongly urge the government of Uganda to take proactive steps towards investigating all of the root causes of teenage pregnancy in Uganda, urge the government to honor its commitment under the Maputo Protocol to improve efforts towards eradicating forced and child marriage, and to improve its provision of accessible pregnancy, preventative methods, devices, and medication, as well as enhance its provision of sexual and health education amongst adolescents. To the government of South Sudan, I urge the government of South Sudan in effective coordination with humanitarian organizations to prioritize the urgent expansion and protection of safe water, sanitation, and hygiene infrastructure in areas hosting internally displaced persons. This should include the installation of gender-segregated and well-lit sanitation facilities within displacement sites, and the deployment of mobile water distribution systems to ensure that women and girls no longer need to embark on long and unsafe journeys to collect water. I further urge the government to integrate protection measures into wash services delivery. To the government of the DRC, I urge the government of the DRC of Congo to take immediate and sustained action to strengthen protection of women and girls affected by the conflict, especially those residing in the eastern region of the DRC. I call on the government to do this by enhancing civilian protection measures in agricultural and remote areas where women and girls. Okay. I'm just looking at very well. I will stop here, and maybe when I'm responding back, I'll just deal with the conclusion in the interest of time, because the chair has urged me. Thank you very much, the Chungis delegates. I now hand over back to the chair so that at least we can open the floor for discussions, and then I'll conclude after I come back here.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. We would like to congratulate you for the brilliant presentation of your report. Let us now embark on the interactive part. We have the NHRIs for civil society organizations have been listed to react to your presentation. But before giving them the floor, I would like to confirm whether there is any member state which would like to react. I can't see any request for the floor on the part of the member state, so I will give the floor to the Ethiopian Commission.
Chairperson, Malawi welcomes the intercession report by the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa and appreciates its importance in the promotion and protection of human rights, particularly the rights of women in Africa. Malawi appreciates the joint letter of commendation on the High Court ruling affirming access to safe abortion services for minor survivors of sexual violence. In 2025, the High Court of Malawi decided that minors who are victims of rape and defilement have the constitutional and legal right to access safe abortion services in both public and private health facilities. The court established that continuing such a pregnancy poses a threat to the minor's mental and physical health. The court's decision is rooted in Malawi's Gender Equality Act, which unequivocally guarantees every person the right to adequate sexual and reproductive health services without discrimination. Since the High Court made its ruling, the government of Malawi, through the Ministry of Health, instituted a national task force comprising government ministries and civil society organizations operating in sexual and reproductive health rights to amend the post-abortion care standards and guidelines to recognize that child survivors of sexual violence have the legal right to seek an abortion. The task force successfully amended the post-abortion care standards and guidelines in April this year. Malawi therefore joins the Special Rapporteur in calling upon all stakeholders, states, civil society organizations, development partners, and the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to remain resilient, united, and unwavering against rolling back hard-won gains on the rights of women and girls in Africa. I thank you, Chairperson.
Merci, honorable délégué. Je donne la parole au Cameroun.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. La délégation du Cameroun voudrait féliciter.
Would like to congratulate the rapporteur for the quality of her presentations and the relevant contents of her report. Cameroon has taken due note of the recommendations that were formulated. However, Cameroon would like to have some clarification on the case mentioned by the Honorable Commissioner, because preliminary research that we have rolled out indicates that the police of Ndele and the prefecture of Mbalindu Bangura are not listed in Cameroon, but rather in Central African Republic. So consequently, we would like to have more information on the case that was mentioned. I thank you. I thank you, Honorable Delegate. Is there any other state party? I will give the floor to Sudan. Thank you. I would like to thank Commissioner Janet. On behalf of my country, I would like to take it upon myself to come up with this statement. The war, which has started on 15th April 2023, this war has had devastating impact in Sudan. Increased number of refugees, displacement of persons, and sexual-based violence. Women have seen their rights violated in an exclusive manner, extended manner, in the regions of Sudan which were affected by the war. The state of Sudan is placing emphasis on the need to put an end to gender-based violence, especially GBV and sexual violence. And Sudan has there have been a lot of violations in Sudan, especially in areas where you have war, Darfur, Al Jazeera, Darfur, Kordofan, and the Blue Nile region. There have also been rapes committed by the Rapid Support Forces, these militia used rape as a weapon of war, and systematically the government of Sudan would like to have access to precise statistics with respect to the violations committed by this militia. So psychological, economic, and social support needs to be given to women. Protection of women and girls is crucial for Sudan with a view to reducing the impact of the crisis. So there is need to put in place decisive and immediate measures to stop the damages being inflicted and also to fight against impunity. With a view to preserving the dignity of women, Sudan has taken measures like as follows: presidential decree to provide psychological support, economic and social and psychological support, with a view to heal those who have been victims of violence and rape, and also to provide the necessary services. Sudan has taken appropriate measures to tackle gender-based violence, and this was done in June 2023. There is also the reference framework to put an end to gender-based violence with the United Nations. Sudan has established a plan with the United Nations to fight against all these forms of violence. We have also prepared the national strategy to fight against violence for 2025 to 2030. We have prepared a bill to fight against gender-based violence. So during this period, we would like to say as follows. Psychological support is needed to allow the girls and the women to benefit from all medical care. Secondly, reproductive health to fight against psychological pressure resulting from sexual-based violence, which has an important psychological impact, and the fact that there are no medical care in some cases of violence and collective violation of women. So there is need to empower the women economically, especially the survivors, so that they can have a new life. They should be given the wherewithal to go beyond this difficult period and to play their rightful role in the society. And this role is very important to preserve family cohesion. And fourthly, there should be justice by putting into place, placing emphasis on creating the necessary platform so that the women can benefit from legal services. I thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, honorable delegate. I would now hand over the floor to Uganda.
Thank you, Chairperson, for giving my delegation the floor, and would like to extend our gratitude to the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women for the comprehensive report that has been provided. Chair, we just want to inform the meeting that indeed we received the letter of joint concern concerning the Karamojong women and children in Uganda, and a formal response will be communicated shortly. And as with regards to the gender-based violence and the prevalence of teenage pregnancies in the country, we hope that we shall be given an opportunity to comprehensively respond to it later under this same agenda item. Thank you, Chair.
La Commission vous remercie pour
I would like to thank you for your statement. Is there any other state party who wishes to take the floor? I'll give the floor to Tunisia. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Special Rapporteur, for this special report, which reflects the activity and that has been taken on board since the last session. We have listened to your report at the previous session, and all the member states here are aware of the importance of the Maputo Protocol, which is the normative framework for the protection of women in Africa, because this protocol contains commitments which go beyond this particular framework with a view to protecting the rights of women. Unfortunately, when we hear intervention from the states, especially our friends from Sudan, we can see that there is a lot of suffering. We see the suffering that the women bear the brunt of in this country and other African countries. And this is just unimaginable. It's unimaginable what the women suffer. These are crimes against humanity. So it is important for us to activate, put into motion all the mechanisms which lead to the implementations of these decisions on peace and security, especially the resolutions of the 1325, Resolution 1325 relating to women, security, and peace. And this is important for the rights of women. So consequently, we also have to act because if there are armed conflicts and other problems, we do know that the women bear the difficulties and they have problems, access to water, and the women are the weakest link and they are the ones who bear the price of these conflicts, the deterioration of human rights. There is indeed an important aspect relating to sensitization of the policymakers and the people with a view to ensuring a behavioral change in order to enhance the position of the women so that they can build peace in particular and also to defend their rights, to find the mechanism that will enable them to have access to all the services when there are flagrant violations of their right. But we, the African women, we are urging for solidarity to be put in place among all women because they play an important role in the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals and the achievement of Agenda 2063. I thank you, Chairperson. I can't see any more requests for the floor on the part of the states. Are there any? I can't see any more. I will now call upon the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission. Commission on Human Rights. They are not present. Now, let me look at the list of civil society organizations that have requested for the floor. And I will now give the floor to Matt for Peace. Matt for Peace. Anybody from Matt for Peace? Equality Now. Reference number 281.
One minute, please. Interprétation en français, s'il vous plaît. Nous n'avons pas l'interprétation.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Commissioner Janet Salanjai, all protocols observed. Equality Now welcomes the report of the Special Rapporteur at this session. Equality Now wishes to congratulate the Special Rapporteur and the African Commission on the adoption of the advocacy framework for withdrawing reservations on some provisions to the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa during its private ordinary session held on, from February 23rd to March
9th this year, which was launched yesterday. We commit to continue to work in collaboration with the Special Rapporteur's mandate to popularize and disseminate this framework. Equality Now is alarmed by the developments relating to the drafting of the proposed African Charter on Family, Sovereignty and Values. The highly retrogressive charter is being developed under the auspices of the Entebbe Interparliamentary Forums, the Pan-African Conferences on Family Values, and the African Bar Association annual conferences convened from 2023 onwards through sponsorship by anti-rights groups without participation by African women's rights organizations and the mandated organs of the African Union. The proposed charter makes the following provisions that greatly undermine gender equality as enshrined in international law, the Maputo Protocol, soft law instruments, and jurisprudence of the African Commission and other AU and UN treaty and policy bodies. Firstly, it rejects universal definitions of gender, sexuality, the family, and SRHR, as well as comprehensive sexuality education that is provided in AU and UN instruments, and further includes and develops retrogressive definitions. Secondly, the proposed charter urges withdrawal and/or reservations to international human or women's rights laws such as CEDAW and the Maputo Protocol, and urges African governments to withdraw from treaties that protect SRHR rights and are contrary to African family, religious, and cultural values. Thirdly, the proposed charter weakens African multilateralism and challenges decisions made by AU and UN institutions and special rapporteurs. Fourthly, it duplicates the bureaucracy and resource wastage, undermining the roles of the African Commission and the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child by proposing a new committee on family, sovereignty, and values, as well as reporting and investigation systems, despite existing AU mechanisms which are already performing these roles. Fifthly, it leaves no scope for reservations, revocation, or withdrawal. Despite encouraging states to revoke and withdraw from progressive treaties, the proposed charter itself has no mechanism for reservations. And finally, it provides explicit reference to anti-rights frameworks, in particular the Geneva Consensus Declaration. We call upon your mandate to urgently engage the relevant AU policy and human rights organs, as well as AU member states, to stop the further development of the Charter, which poses a grave danger to existing protections for women's and girls' rights in Africa as enshrined in the Maputo Protocol. Equality Now commends the 22 member states that have submitted Part B reports on the Maputo Protocol and continues to call upon your mandate to urge the 24 member states that have not provided an initial report on the status of implementation of the Maputo Protocol to forthwith submit initial reports in order to evaluate the promotion and protection of the rights of women at the national level. Finally, we call upon the Special Rapporteur in her specific mandate to collaborate with relevant actors responsible for the promotion and protection of the rights of women internationally, regionally, and nationally. And in this regard, we urge the Special Rapporteur to engage with religious and traditional leaders as strategic partners in her advocacy on the implementation of the Maputo Protocol by AU member states. Equality Now remains committed to collaborate with the mandate of the Special Rapporteur, and in regard to engaging religious and traditional leaders, Equality Now has developed guidelines to support and strengthen CSOs and women's rights engagement with these leaders. I thank you.
La Commission vous remercie. Je donne à présent la parole à Avocats sans frontières.
Floor now to Lawyers Without Borders. Observer number 546. You have 5 minutes. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, distinguished delegates, all protocols observed. The organizations which have Mali the Munyu Women's Association in Burkina Faso, and Narrated Track of Benin, in partnership with Lawyers Without Borders Canada, would like to draw your attention to the persistent obstacles to the effective realization of rights of women and girls in West Africa, particularly in the areas of gender-based violence and sexual and reproductive health rights. In many parts of the region, women and girls continue to suffer serious violations of their rights, despite efforts made by the government. In Mali, the situation is worrying. In 2018, violence acts persist. In 2023, about 16,000 cases were recorded, nearly 1,300 cases per month. Includes domestic violence and violence related to conflict. In Burkina Faso, the security crisis has led to increased risk of women, particularly to abuses committed by certain actors. Despite progressive legal framework, effective access to sexual and reproductive health services remains limited. According to available data, only 34.2% of married women have access to family planning services. Adolescent girls aged 15 to 19 account for only 14.4% of contraceptive use. The protocol that reparations, state party application regarding the prevention, protection, and redress of violation of against rights. So the rights of women in Africa to recommend that the constant stage strengthen efforts to prevent and combat gender-based violence, including in context of crisis and insecurity, guarantee effective access for women and girls to integrated care services, ensure unimpeded access to sexual and reproductive health services, remove the socio-cultural and economic barriers that limit women's promote women's economic empowerment as a key lever for preventing violence and ensuring the effective realization of their rights. The signatory organization advised that the effective realization of women's rights in West Africa requires an integrated approach that takes into account social, economic, health, and security dimensions. Thank you for your attention. I'd like to invite Amnesty International, Dr. Jafet. You have the floor, please. Thank you very much, Amnesty International. This brings to an end the request for the floor by civil society organizations. At this juncture, honorable commissioners, I'd like to return you the floor for your final remarks.
With the floor, Chair, let me just would like to express my profound gratitude to all the delegates that express interest and intervene to share their insights on matters related to the intercession activity report of the Women's Rights Mechanism. I want to thank all the member states for the acknowledgement and recommendation. But in particular, Chair, I would like to immediately hasten to apologize to the distinguished delegate from Cameroon in terms of the mention of Cameroon with regard to the incident that happened in those prefectures. I just checked and I realized that the wrong country was referred to, so I want to express my profound apologies for that reference. And indeed, it was not even DRC, it's Central African Republic. So I want to express my profound and a deep regret for mentioning Cameroon. With regard to Malawi, joint letter of commendation, I think that's quite commendable. I think we've commended Malawi, and we're hoping that other member states will actually emulate as best practice. Uganda, we look forward to receiving the feedback on the joint letter of response, because the letters are just meant to flag allegations made, and we always welcome feedback and response. Tunisia, we take note of the concerns that you have raised. Just to say a big thank you to all the member states. Sudan also for highlighting the challenges at the national level. Equality now, we take note of the concerns that have been raised regarding the rollback and threat of regression. And we assure you that we'll work together at all times to reinforce the gains made and work together to ensure that those member states that have not actually submitted reports will actually submit their reports. In fact, the Commission is taking action on that and ensuring that member states who've never submitted their reports to the African Commission will do so with a project that has been launched by the Commission. And of course, our approach in the Commission is to work with religious and traditional leaders. So we'll strengthen and reinforce that, and we can work together to make sure that happens. Avocats Sans Frontières also, thank you for the issues raised. Amnesty International, we take note of the concerns raised regarding Ethiopia. In previous reports, we flagged the issue of Ethiopia. We take note and monitor and follow the progress being made in Ethiopia. Chair, as I draw to a conclusion my report, I do so with a deep sense of profound gratitude to all the partners who have worked with me over the years. I think we've noted the progress made, the challenges and, that are reported and documented in this report. We would not have been able to do so if we didn't have the collaboration of our partners who continue to work with us. So I want to extend my deepest and most sincere gratitude to all my partners. In particular, I want to express my sincere gratitude to the African Union Women, Gender and Youth Directorate for their collaboration and support of the mandate. We continue to work together and to present a united AU front together with the Office of the Special Envoys on Women, Peace and Security. To partners who have actually specifically contributed in this intercession period, I want to say a big thank you to IPAS and Center for Reproductive Rights, University of Pretoria, for your steadfast financial, material, and technical support to the mandate over the years. Equality Now, we work together with other stakeholders in putting together the framework, and we thank you for your steadfast partnership and want to continue working with you in terms of the framework for lifting reservations and other initiatives that are embarked on by the mechanism. Baobab for Women's Rights, for your relentless mobilization of Pan-African feminist movement and your commitment to enduring sexual violence across the continent is challenging. UN Women at both the AU office at headquarters and the regional office in Dakar, a big thank you to you for all the support you've given in strengthening and advancing the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women, the roadmap, and gender responsive budgeting and amplifying the voice of women and in peace. And also working together with other partners like EDVAO Platform, to all my partners in EDVAO Platform to pick up. And finally, to the countless CSOs, women human rights defenders, grassroots activists, and survivors who risk their safety and their life daily to demand justice. You are the conscience of this continent, and this report is above all a testament to your courage. As we look ahead to the next intercession period, the challenges before us remain formidable, and I'll be remiss if I did not address with the utmost seriousness the growing tide of pushback and anti-arrest movement emerging across our continent. We are witnessing coordinated efforts by state and non-state actors alike to roll back hard-won gains and rights of women and girls. I therefore call on all stakeholders, state, civil society partners, and the Commission itself to remain resilient, united, and unwavering in the face of this pushback. I want to also take the opportunity to thank colleague commissioners for the collaboration that was generated in adopting the soft laws, the resolutions relevant to women's rights, and the technical team of the Secretariat of the Commission for all the hard work that goes into supporting the mechanism. Irene, Meron, and Musu, and all the team, thank you very much for putting this thing together. Thank you.
Merci, honorable commissaire. Je réitère les compliments et félicitations que je vous ai déjà adressés. Je vous exhorte avec vos partenaires et toutes les parties prenantes à continuer à faire le bon travail que vous êtes en train de mener pour la préservation des droits des femmes partout en Afrique.
In Africa, the Commission takes due note of the report, and you have actually fulfilled your statutory role of presenting the report under Article 64 of our Rules of Procedure. Right now, I'm going to give the floor to the Honorable Vice Chairperson to present the report. Thank you for the floor, Honorable Chairperson, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to submit to you this report in my capacity as Chairperson of the Committee of Prevention of Torture, as well as member and Vice Chairperson of the African Commission, and my capacity as Special Rapporteur for Country Rapporteur for the Republic of Benin, Djibouti, Mauritius, Madagascar, and Sudan. This report covers the period between 85 and the 87 session, ordinary session, that is from 1st November 2025 to 2026. During this period, I took part in all activities provided for by the item of work. This report is divided into 3 parts. We have a party under the activities carried out during the intersession, then the report of the situation of torture in Africa, and then the third party is on recommendations. Now, as regards activities carried out during the intersession, I'd like to start with the celebration of the 10th International Colloque on the Prevention of Torture in Tunisia. In my capacity as chairperson of the CPT, I took part in this colloquium that took place on 25 and 26 November 2025 in Gamad under the theme Alternatives to Punishment, Alternative Sentences as a Means of Preventing Torture, together with the president of the INPT Tunisia and the High Commissioner of Human Rights, who was online. I chaired the opening of the proceedings, which were attended by numerous experts from all continents, as well as representatives from UN bodies, APT, and CEPC. Alternative sentences generated enriching discussions among the participants. For my part, I highlighted the CPT's efforts to promote the Mendes principles in Africa and to disseminate the Abidjan rules. The symposium was concluded with the adoption of the Tunis Declaration on the Promotion of Non-Custodial Measures. On the other hand, we also developed a resolution on the prevention of torture, including in non-custodial settings. This resolution was adopted by the Commission during its 39th extraordinary session held virtually from 8 to 13 December 2025. The resolution aims, among others, to mandate the CPTA to draft a general comment to serve as a standard-setting tool for strengthening the interpretation and implementation of Article 5 of the African Charter regarding the prohibition of torture, and pays particular attention to the prevention of torture in non-custodial situations, particularly during arrest, the transportation of persons, and the maintenance of order during gatherings. As chairperson of the Concert Advisory Commission to the AU governance bodies, I reviewed the execution of the budget in the first quarter and reviewed the challenges and the lack of resources for some activities. Now on to the activities carried out as a member and vice chair of the commission. Now the advocacy mission to the AU governance bodies. The new bureau of the commission that was elected in October, made up of a chairperson, so myself traveled in mid-November to Addis Ababa to introduce ourselves to the organization's leadership and undertake the advocacy in respect of the commission's pending issues, the lack of human and financial resources, and the funding of the fact-finding mission to Sudan. The Bureau also discussed these issues with the chairperson of the African Union Commission, the vice chairperson, and the Commissioner for Peace and Security. These officials also expressed their understanding and support while reminding us of the practical difficulties. These meetings helped us to explore ways and means to build our headquarters with the chairperson of the African Union Commission. The delegation in Addis Ababa took advantage of his stay to meet with the ambassadors of the following states: Algeria, South Africa, Cameroon, Djibouti, Egypt, Kenya, and Tunisia. The permanent representatives were informed about the Commission's activities, and I'll leave it to the chairperson to get into greater details regarding this mission. With regard to that 39th extraordinary session of the Commission, I participated, just like my peers, in the 39th extraordinary session of the ACHPR, held virtually from 8 to 13 December 2025. This session led to the adoption of the 2026 work plan and the scheduling of the ordinary sessions. This session was used to finalize communications and resolutions left pending by the 85th ordinary session, the previous session. We also took part in the 48th ordinary session of the Executive Council and the 39th session of the AU Assembly, and that took place in Addis Ababa from 12 to 16 February 2026. Our delegation was made up of the Bureau and the Commissioner Selma Sassi during these meetings. The Executive Council adopted the 54th and 55th reports of the Commission presented by the chairperson. In addition to the numerous meetings with delegations from member states present in Addis Ababa and officials from the African Union Commission, we held working sessions with the regional representatives of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, where the focus was on the situation in the Sudan and collaboration on the country's UPR files. We briefed the European Union delegation, which received us on 16 February on the progress of the investigation in Sudan and our efforts to draft a model law on torture and the dissemination of the Abidjan rules. As for our meeting with the delegation from the organization, Studies of Francophonie, it focused on prospects for cooperation, particularly regarding the training of commission staff. During the 86th ordinary session, I participated, just like my peers, in the proceedings of the 86th ordinary session, which was held virtually from 23 February to 9 March 26. In addition to the presentations assigned to us, I had the opportunity to present to my peers the briefing report on the fact-finding mission to the Republic of Sudan conducted on the ground in the Republic of Chad. Now, activities conducted as a country rapporteur. As regards the Republic of Benin, I sent a joint letter of concern to the Republic of Benin signed with the Honorable Commissioner Remy Ngoy Lumbu, Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders, and the Honorable Commissioner Uvina Girisha Topsitono, Special Rapporteur on the Freedom of Expression and Access to Information in Africa, and addressed to His Excellency the President of the Republic. This letter addressed the prolonged detention of Mr. Hugues Komlan Susukope, a journalist, whistleblower, and human rights defender who was reportedly forced to flee the country and settle in Togo with the status of refugee since 2021. As regards Sudan, The fact-finding mission to Sudan was conducted from 20 to 26 January 2026 in the Republic of Chad, where the delegation was able to meet with Sudanese refugees and victims in camps located near the border. The mission, composed of 4 commissioners, a human rights specialist from the Department of Political Affairs, Peace and Security, and 5 Secretariat staff members, was received by Chadian government authorities in Jamena. It then traveled to Adre, where it received logistical support from the UNHCR and the WFP for accommodation and transportation. The Chadian armed forces provided security for convoys. The delegation was thus able to visit 3 major Sudanese refugee camps in Adre, Meche, and Abotinge. The delegation met with victims and witnesses in tents designated for men and women to preserve their privacy. The fact-finding mission allowed us to document and confirm the abuses and crimes already identified during a virtual investigation, namely attacks on life and dignity, gang rapes, adoptions, and the denial of the rights to health and education, among others. We also noted the ethnic nature of the abuses. The complete report is under finalization, and you have all the details when it will be made public shortly. Advocacy mission on the fact-finding mission to Sudan in Geneva. As part of the Addis Ababa roadmap, we agreed with the Committee for Justice, with the support of the Open Society Foundation, to undertake an advocacy and coordination mission with the United Nations Commission of Inquiry in Sudan and some partners in Geneva. The mission took place from 22 to 26 March 2026 on the sidelines of the 61st session of the Human Rights Council. The fact-finding mission in Sudan was represented by myself, Commissioner Selma Sassi, and Mr. Mohamed Sak. Was further strengthened by the presence of the chairperson of the commission. The highlight of the mission was the organization of a side event with the United Nations Mission on Sudan on the margins of the 61st session of the Human Rights Council to present the findings of the commission fact-finding and highlight its conclusions and recommendations. The event, supported by the CFJ and OSF, was also attended by the UN Working Group on Enforced Disappearances, member states including Sudan, and NGOs based in Switzerland. The delegation held several meetings during its stay in Geneva, and among others, the meeting with the UN Limited International Fact-Finding Mission on the Sudan. The 2 mechanisms agreed on several points. Nearly all of the conclusions and recommendations of the 2 missions are identical, and their legal analysis converge. The 2 missions agreed to issue a joint press release on the anniversary of the outbreak of the conflict. This was done in last April. It was also decided to organize a joint panel during the commission session in May, which will adopt a joint statement this morning. We also held these meetings with the Sudan office of a High Commissioner for Human Rights, where in the absence of the High Commissioner, the delegation met with the Sudan office, which emphasized the complementarity between regional international mechanisms and the coordination of efforts to protect civilians. We also held a meeting with the group of African ambassadors accredited to Geneva, and we gave a presentation on the fact-finding mission on Sudan, its mandate, methodology, findings, and current activities. We also had a meeting with the core group on Sudan. This group leads the drafting of resolutions on Sudan at the Human Rights Council. It is composed of the missions of the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, Ireland, Norway, Germany, and the European Union. And we presented to the diplomat our mandate and the challenges encountered. I also outlined the findings from the federal phase of our mission and the details of the visit to refugee camps in Chad, commending the cooperation with UN agencies. We also held a meeting with the UN Working Group on enforced or involuntary disappearances, and both parties reviewed the documented cases of enforced disappearances in the context of the conflict in Sudan and explored opportunities for cooperation. Our delegation presented the FFM Sudan, the findings of its work and allegations of arbitrary detention and enforced disappearances. We also held a meeting with the Embassy of the Republic of Sudan, and the Ambassador of Sudan also gave a presentation on the situation in his country. denouncing foreign interference noted by his government. He stated that a visit by the fact-finding mission to Khartoum could be arranged if an official request were made. We also met with international NGOs and civil society organizations in Geneva. On Sudan, it helped to inform the audience and stakeholders, especially regards to methodology, conclusion, and perspective. Participants raised several questions regarding documentation, accountability mechanisms, and cooperation with United Nations mechanisms. As regards Sudan, still on 23rd March 2026, I joined the Honorable Commissioner Dr. Maurice Amobo, Chair of the Working Group on the Rights of Other Persons and Persons with Disabilities in Africa regarding the specific targeting of persons with disabilities by the Rapid Support Forces during their takeover of El Fasher as part of the conflict in Sudan. The statement expressed grave concern over the serious violations committed against persons with disabilities and reiterated the need to ensure their protection in accordance with obligations under international human rights law and international humanitarian law. Still with as far as statements are concerned, there was a joint statement by the UN fact-finding mission on Sudan and the joint fact-finding mission of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and this took place on 13 April 2026. I spoke about this in the previous paragraph. Now on to the report of this on the situation of torture and other ill treatment in Africa. I will spare you with the definition of torture. Everyone knows that definition, I assume. And directly onto the positive development. During the period under review, that is from November 2025 to May 2026, the Committee of United Nations Against Torture held its fourth session that took place from 10 to 28 November 2025. The committee did not issue any concluding observations to any African state. However, it issued lists of issues prior to the submission of the second periodic report of Malawi, Nigeria, Somalia, and the third periodic report of Uganda. As regards the UN Subcommittee on the Prevention of Torture, on 10 November 2025, the UN Subcommittee on the Prevention of Torture published its report following its second visit to Mozambique, carried out between 20 and 30 October 2025, to evaluate the implementation of recommendations made after its visit, its 2016 visit. I'll spare you the details. It's in the report on the site. Now on to ratification. As regards to ratification, the United Nations Convention Against Torture, since the previous report, there has been no new signatories of African states to the United Nations Convention Against Torture. And like I said 6 months ago, there are 52 African states that have ratified the United Nations Convention Against Torture. And we only need 2 more states that have to sign it. That's Tanzania and Zimbabwe. Ratification of OPCAT. Since the previous report, there have been no new signatories of the African states to the optional protocol against torture. To date, the following 25 African states have ratified OPCAT. 7 African states are signatories of OPCAT, and 22 African states have not ratified or signed the OPCAT. The list is on the website as well. Compliance with OPCAT. Since the previous report, there have been additional state parties listed as non-compliant under Article 17 of OPCAT in establishing national preventive mechanisms. The following 7 African states listed as non-compliant include Burundi, Central African Republic, Democratic Republic of Congo, Gabon, Ghana, Liberia, and South Sudan. Other positive developments. On 7 October 2025, the United Nations Committee on Enforced Disappearance welcomed Benin's stated intention to amend its criminal code to recognize enforced disappearance as a separate offense and to attach penalties reflecting its gravity. On 21 November 2025, Zimbabwe published the Persons with Disabilities Act number 3 of 2025 in the official gazette. The Act provides for the protection of persons with disabilities from torture and cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment. On 15 December 2025, the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights Office welcomed Eritrea's release of 13 people held for nearly 18 years in arbitrary detention, noting that 10,000 persons are still in arbitrary detention. On 26 December 2020, the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights welcomed the release of 6 opposition figures from the detention in Guinea-Bissau, but expressed concern over continuing arbitrary detentions. And on 26 January 2026, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights welcomed the actions taken by the Libyan authorities that led to the discovery of clandestine detention sites, the release of more than 200 migrants from a clandestine detention center in Kufra. And 28 January 2026, the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights in Liberia issued a report on the 2025 by-elections in Nimba County, finding that the deployment of security personnel trained on human rights and elections helped to prevent violations. The report on 5th February 2026, the quarterly mixed migration report by the Mixed Migration Center reported that at the end of October, South African authorities rescued 58 Ethiopians from a human trafficking ring in Johannesburg. Now, reported prosecutions of officials for the crime of torture or other ill treatment. On 16 October 2025, the High Court of South Africa held that the shooting, arrest, and detention of Motsamai Samuel Mokone by a member of the South African Police Service were unlawful and found the Minister of Police vicariously liable for those acts committed in the course and scope of the officer's employment. On 30 October 2025, the High Court of South Africa ruled that the Minister of Police was liable for the unlawful arrest and 16-month detention of Olekile Wesley Mogwaimang, during which he was subjected to severe physical assault. On 10 November 2025, the ECOWAS Court of Justice held that the prolonged detention of a 72-year-old Nigerian citizen on death row for approximately 30 years in inhumane conditions in a maximum security prison in Nigeria constituted torture and cruel, inhumane, or degrading treatment. The court ordered the authorities to reverse the death sentence and release the applicant on compassionate grounds. On 9 December 2025, the High Court of South Africa held the Minister of Police responsible for unlawfully arresting and detaining 2 plaintiffs, as well as for their assault by South African Police Service members. On 19 March 2026, the High Court of the United Republic of Tanzania convicted a police officer and a local militiaman of manslaughter in relation to the death of a man following torture while in their custody. I don't have the details of all these cases. They are on the website, since time is against us. Extrajudicial killings, arbitrary executions, the death penalty, and enforced disappearances. On 1st October, Human Rights Watch stated that the conviction and death sentence imposed by a military court in the Democratic Republic of Congo on former President Joseph Kabila following a trial in absentia and without defense counsel raised serious concerns regarding the fair trial guarantees. On 8 October 2025, Amnesty International expressed alarm over the possible enforced disappearance of former Tanzanian ambassador and government critic Humphrey Polepole in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. And on 27 October 2025, the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights condemned atrocities reportedly committed by the Rapid Support Forces in El Fasher and Bara, Sudan. On 10 November 2025, a group of human rights organizations, including the World Organization Against Torture, expressed deep concern over the escalating pattern of punishment by proxy employed by the Egyptian authorities. And 14 November 2025, the UN Committee Against Torture issued a decision finding Burundi responsible for the torture and degrading treatment of former police officer Donatien Ndambigeze and the murder of 2 of his immediate family members. On 17 November 2025, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights expressed deep concern over the catastrophic humanitarian situation of internally displaced persons in North Darfur, Sudan, noting that nearly 90,000 people had been newly displaced from El Fasher and surrounding villages between 26 October and 9 November 2025. On 20 November 2025, the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees for Human Rights expressed concern over the apparent enforced disappearance of family members of Guinean opposition activist Elia Kamano and called on the authorities to disclose the fate and whereabouts of at least 5 other individuals reportedly subjected to enforced disappearance. On 25 November 2025, the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights expressed shock at a surge in mass abductions in north-central Nigeria, reporting that at least 402 people, most of them school children, had been adopted in the state of Niger, Kebbi, Kwara, and Borno. On 27 November 2025, UN human rights experts expressed their concern over reports of trafficking of women and girls for sexual exploitation and sexual slavery in the context of the escalating violence in El Fasher in Sudan. On 2nd December 2025, its concluding observation on the combined 11th to the 19th periodic reports of Burundi, the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination expressed concern that political opponents, human rights defenders, lawyers, and journalists had been subject to arbitrary detention. 13 February 2026, the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights reported that violations committed by the Rapid Support Forces during the capture of El Fasher, Sudan, amounted to war crimes and possible crimes against humanity. On 7 November 2025, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights expressed concern over the arrest and arbitrary detention of Mauritanian human rights defender and anti-slavery activist Warda Ahmed Suleiman, reportedly linked to her participation in the Commission's 85th session. The Commission called on the Mauritanian authorities to release her if no charges were brought and to end restrictions on civic space. On 23 November 2025, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights deplored violent attacks on schools in Kebbi and Niger State in Nigeria. On 4 December 2025, Amnesty International stated that civilians in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo continue to face serious abuses by the M23 and the Wazalendo. On 18 December 2025, the Office of the United Nations Commissioner for Human Rights issued a report detailing widespread killings, rape, and other forms of conflict-related sexual violence, torture, and abductions committed during the Rapid Support Forces attack on Zamzam IDP camp in Sudan in April 2025. On 19 December 2025, Amnesty International reported that the Allied Democratic Forces in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo were responsible for the killings, abductions, and conflict-related sexual violence against civilians. On 10 February 2026, the United Nations Commissioner for Human Rights urged restraint and de-escalation and renewed fighting in the Tigray region of Ethiopia. On 10 March 2026, the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights expressed alarm over serious violations in South Sudan, including killings of at least 160 civilians, the destruction and poisoning of key water sources, torture during deprivation of liberty, and poor conditions of detention. On 6 October 2025, the Law Society of Kenya, Vocal Africa, and Amnesty International in Kenya expressed their deep concern over the abduction and incommunicado detention of Kenyan human rights defenders Bob Njagi and Nicola Oyo. On 14 November 2025, the United Nations Committee Against Torture adopted a decision finding that Burundi violated the Convention Against Torture in the case of the opposition representative Tharcisse Nikombayereye. On 23 December 25, a UN Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights defenders urged the authorities to release human rights defender Abdulaziz Goma, who had been arbitrarily detained for 7 years. On 25 February 2026, Amnesty International reported that the Tiger-based police unit in Owerri, Imo State, Nigeria, was responsible for widespread torture, ill-treatment, prolonged unlawful detention. On 17 March 2026, in its concluding observations on the third periodic report of Chad, the Human Rights Committee expressed grave concern over reports of an increase in arbitrary detention and torture by security forces. On 18 March 2026, the Committee on Enforced Disappearances, in its concluding observations on Malawi, raised concerns about reports of death in custody at Mikuyuku prison. torture and excessive use of force against Protestants. I'm going to be very quick. Since time is of the essence, I'll just mention 21 October 2025, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights expressed deep concern over post-election violence in Cameroon. Similarly, on 31 October 2025, the Office of United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights expressed alarm over deaths and injuries during election-related protests in Tanzania. On 11 November 2025, the UN High Commissioner urged investigations into killings and other violations in Tanzania. On 14 November, the UN Committee Against Torture concluded that Burundi had violated the Convention Against Torture. Now on to the attacks against migrants. On 3 December 2025, periodic combined 28th to the 22nd periodic reports of Tunisia. The Committee on the Linkage of Racial expressed grave concern over reports that sub-Saharan migrants and asylum seekers had been subjected to arbitrary arrest. On 26 January 2026, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights expressed deep concern following reports of the discovery of clandestine detention sites in Libya. The Commission also raised alarm over reports that migrants, including women and children, had been held in inhumane conditions. Now, on to the recommendations. In view of the following recommendations, the following recommendations can be made in states that have not yet done so should ratify the UN CAT. 2. States that have not yet done so should ratify OPCAT and establish, designate, or maintain national preventive mechanisms in accordance with Article 70 of OPCAT. 3. All states should criminalize torture and all other ill treatment according to the UN CAT. 4. All states should ensure that no statement obtained through torture is admitted as evidence in any proceedings. 5. States should take steps to avoid the use of broad laws such as anti-terror legislation, state of emergency laws, and other state security legislation to carry out arbitrary arrests, searches, and detentions. States should review their national laws to protect individuals from enforced disappearances, torture, and other ill treatment by prohibiting incommunicado detention, prolonged solitary confinement. States should establish mechanisms empowered to receive complaints of torture and other ill treatment. States should initiate prompt through independent and impartial investigation into all allegations of torture and other ill treatment and ensure that perpetrators are held accountable and are subjected to the appropriate sanctions that reflect the gravity of the offenses. 9. States should respect and protect the rights of persons or groups at heightened risk to acts of torture and other ill treatment, including persons with intellectual or psychosocial disabilities, homeless persons, women and children, persons with albinism, LGBTQIA persons, migrants. 10. States should ensure that victims of torture and other ill treatment have the right to all forms of redress, including restitution, compensation, rehabilitation, satisfaction, and guarantees of non-repetition in accordance with the General Comment number 4 on the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. 11. All parties to conflict should respect international humanitarian law set out in the Geneva Conventions in their treatment of civilians and civilian property. 12. States should ensure that they implement the recommendations made by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and UN bodies to prohibit and prevent torture and other ill treatment. 13. Anyone with information regarding allegations of torture and other ill treatment should bring allegations to the attention of the CPTA. Honorable Chairperson, thank you for your kind attention and I'd like to yield the floor back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Vice President. Thank you for the presentation. So I'll now move to the next session where we hear from those who would like to take the floor. States parties will first take the floor, followed by NGOs. So Mauritania. Thank you, Chair. the Mauritanian delegation would like to commend the Commissioner for the activity report that's been shared, the CPTA. In particular, the recommendations with regard to paragraph 70 on Madam Wada Suleiman. This doesn't reflect the legal context and the factual context of the matter that has been referred to. The government of Mauritania would like to remind the national authorities do operate in the strict adherence of the laws and our constitution. And Mauritania is fully committed to human rights protection. Contrary to the allegations made, the measures taken with regard to this person is not linked to the fact of her work with the African Commission, nor to do with her work as a human rights defender as such. The proceedings have been related to the national legislation as far as the principles of equality of all before the law. And so the government would like to remind you that official clarification has already been provided in the communication published by the Commissariat on Human Rights and Civil Society Activities on the 8th of November 2025. Now, here we indicated that the person in question was not brought before the authorities for her activities for human rights protection, but for encouraging civil disobedience. And this was recognized, and the course of the law was in accordance with the laws of our country. In any case, Mariam Suleiman was given all her rights as per the principles of law in Mauritania, and she had a free and fair trial in accordance with the legal principles of our country. The government of Mauritania would like to take note of the concerns that have been raised. The government believes that there must be a balanced assessment of the matter, and the national authorities must be able to also give their side to ensure that there's impartiality and constructive cooperation to guide African nations in their work, in particular here, the respect of human rights. As far as the civic space, Mauritania would like to remind you that civil society organizations and human rights activists do fully committed to constructive cooperation, transparency, and respectful cooperation with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and expresses once again their availability to continue dialogue with the mechanisms in the spirit of mutual respect and institutional cooperation. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The Commission would like to thank you, Honorable Delegate Wood. Anyone else wish to take the floor? I recognize Benin. Thank you, Vice Chairperson of the Commission. The Republic of Benin would also like to assure the Commission of their full commitment in implementing the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, we acknowledge receipt of the letter sent to the President of the Republic by some members of the Commission chaired by the Vice Chair. This was to do with Comra Susube case. The Republic of Benin received a letter on the 21st of April 2026 and is currently carrying out investigations so that they can respond in writing within the time frame given. I would just like to reiterate that everything was done within the confines of the law of Benin, and the response of the state of Benin will come to you within the allotted time. I would also like to take the opportunity to say that as far as the theme that we are considering during this 87th session of the Commission, that is water and sanitation, the government of Benin does have numerous projects that are ongoing with regard to providing water and sanitation to all. There have been significant activities carried out throughout the country. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for the presentation of the report. Thank you very much for your input. Are there any other requests for the floor? I see no requests, so I would like to ask Vice Chair if you can take the floor to make your comments. Oh, I beg your pardon, I did not notice Malawi is asking for the floor. Malawi, you have the floor.
The chairperson of the Committee for the Prevention of in Africa for the comprehensive report. The delegation has taken note of the issues relating to Malawi raised in the report, arising from the recommendations of the United Nations Committee on Enforced Disappearances. The government of Malawi recognizes that the enactment of a standalone law criminalizing enforced disappearance as an autonomous offense with a definition fully aligned with Article 2 of the Convention remains an outstanding legislative obligation. Consultations towards the development of such legislation are at an early stage, involving key government ministries, the Malawi Human Rights Commission, and the civil society organizations working in the justice and human rights sector. In the interim, existing constitutional and statutory provisions provide a measure of protection against acts amounting to enforced disappearance. Section 19 of the Constitution guarantees the inviolability of human dignity. Section 42 guarantees the rights of all persons deprived of liberty. And sections 261 to 264 of the Penal Code criminalize kidnapping, abduction, unlawful confinement and concealment of abducted persons, carrying penalties of up to life imprisonment. The Trafficking in Persons Act 2015 further addresses the removal and concealment of persons by private actors. With regard to the prohibition of torture in places of detention, Malawi has established a multi-layered framework to monitor compliance with the prohibition on torture. The Prisons Inspectorate provides dedicated oversight of prison conditions. The Independent Complaints Commission receives complaints against police conduct, including allegations of torture. The Malawi Human Rights Commission retains an independent inspection mandate, and the Police Lay Visitor Scheme contributes community-based oversight. Together, these mechanisms reflect Malawi's commitment to the prevention of torture. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Representative of Malawi will now give the floor to Tunisia.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Commissioner, for your report, which was full of information, and it was detailed on the activities during the period that it was covering. I would like only to give an observation or a comment on what was said in your report concerning the recommendation that came from the United Nations Committee concerning and it was directed to the Tunisian country concerning the inhumane treatment to the illegal immigrants. And I would like to confirm in this aspect that during the discussion sitting with the United Nations Committee, during the discussion of the national report in December 2025, these issues had been clarified, and through a delegation composed of many personalities from different ministries, there had been given the explanation. We would like to reaffirm now that the Tunisian Republic is committed to respect its commitment that signed in international treaties and as well the articles of the African Charter for the prevention of torture. And Tunisia respects the rights of all people, either Tunisians or immigrants, and this all takes place in a frame of respect of human dignity and according to the international standards, including the principles of Bangkok, of the respect of the rights of women in prison and the accompanying children. With my due thanks to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. I can't see any request for the floor. I can't see any. Vice Chair, can you take the floor for your concluding remarks? Thank you, Chairperson, for giving me the floor. I would like to thank the delegations who intervened following the presentation of the report of the CPTA and the relevant activities for the last 6 months. I am glad to hear the honorable delegation from Mauritania who gave us assurances with respect to what Madam Walda Absuleiman would happen to her. So it is an interactive discussion with the delegations from the government, and we are happy to hear what has been said. We are also happy about the assurances given with respect to the civic space in Mauritania. With respect to Benin also, I am happy hearing my sister giving us assurance with respect to the case I mentioned. And we have sent you the letter of concern is with a view to having the version of the authorities. So the assurances that have been given are welcome. I thank the representative from Malawi with respect to the provisions of the Criminal Code of Malawi on enforced disappearances, and sentences go all the way to life. With respect to the last case, which was mentioned by the honorable representative of Tunisia, we have very briefly, we have taken the data of the Committee Against Racial Discrimination, and what is stipulated in the cases that we have dealt with, these are not really inhuman treatment. That terminology was not employed, was not made. It may be mentioned in the written report, but this is still a hypothesis. We're talking, are allegedly victims of bad treatment. There is nothing like inhuman treatment, and I'm happy to have her hearing the assurances she gave us with relation to that particular case. Chairperson, we will maintain these discussions with the states, and it is commendable because it is for the well-being of the African citizens. I thank you, Vice Chair, and congratulations for the brilliant presentations of that holistic report. In conclusion, let me announce the ruling. The Commission has taken due note of the presentation of the report and that you have respected your statutory obligations in accordance to Article 64 of our Rules of Procedure. This is, we now are at the end. This puts an end to these presentations of reports. So I would therefore close item number 6. Let me indicate that member states have the possibilities of responding the right of reply, but they have to be registered before. Sorry, this is not the way that you intervene here. The discussions have been closed. You have to register beforehand. Sorry, I did not hear you. I did not receive it. So I would like to close item number 6 of the agenda. At this juncture, we still have 30 minutes, so I would like to reopen item number 4, devoted to the situation of human rights in Africa. And in that regard, we have researched requests from the civil society organizations. So we will continue the list that we had started this morning. I call upon Amnesty International, number 1, Jafet Bijan.
Honorable Chairperson, Amnesty International welcomes this opportunity to address the Commission during this session. In this statement, we seek to provide an update on the implementation of the Commission's Resolution 645 on the obligation of African states in the context of the externalization of migration governance and the extra-regional transfer of migrants to Africa. Honorable Chairperson, at least 9 African states have received or agreed to receive third country nationals from the United States of America: Cameroon, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Eswatini, Ghana, Liberia, Rwanda, South Sudan, and Uganda. Removal flights have landed for refueling or layover in Egypt and Senegal. Since the Commission adopted Resolution 645, removals of third country nationals have started to Cameroon, Equatorial Guinea, and Uganda, while new removals have taken place to Eswatini and Ghana. The DRC has announced the conclusion of a new agreement. The agreements with Cameroon, Equatorial Guinea, and Ghana remain secret. The agreements with Eswatini, Liberia, Rwanda, and South Sudan, which were previously secret, have now become public. Honorable Chairperson, as of today, individuals are still being held in arbitrary detention in Eswatini and South Sudan, and lawyers are still facing difficulties in accessing their clients. Amnesty International remains particularly concerned about the asymmetrical partnership these agreements embody in the context of the U.S. administration's abrupt, chaotic, and sweeping suspension of U.S. foreign aid and the imposition of trade tariffs and visa restrictions. For example, after the conclusion of the respective third-country removals agreements in Liberia, Rwanda, and Uganda, these countries managed to secure U.S. investments into their health sector under the U.S. government's America First Global Health Strategy. The U.S. and the Democratic Republic of Congo signed a similar health cooperation agreement on 26 February. Honorable Chairperson, Amnesty International urges African countries present here to deny the US administration cruel and inhuman mass removal campaign any form of facilitation, cooperation, or tolerance. We urge the African Commission to address this grave situation by 1, continuing to denounce unequivocally arrangements and agreements with the US for the unlawful removal of third country nationals. We also call on African states to reject these arrangements and agreements as coercive and abusive and the result of unequal power relations, to take all necessary measures to prevent the use of their airspaces, airports, and related facilities for unlawful US third country removals, and to ensure that individuals already removed are released from arbitrary detention, are protected from refoulement, treated with dignity, and provided with an effective remedy. We also urge the African Commission, where feasible, to undertake visits to these countries, including Cameroon, Equatorial Guinea, Eswatini, Ghana, Liberia, Rwanda, and South Sudan, to assess the situation of the individuals who have been removed there from the United States. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you, Amnesty International. The right of equity in the conduct of our discussions means that I have to come back to make a small clarifications. The Secretariat has indeed confirmed that indeed the national mechanism for the prevention of torture in Mauritania was indeed registered, and that the person who took the floor spoke on behalf of the government. So in all equality, I would give them the floor so that they will be able to express themselves.
I would like to congratulate you, Chair. I'd like to congratulate you, Chair, and your commission. Yes, I'm working here, the English interpretation into English channel, please. It is English. Are you getting me into English? English. Yes, interpreting. I'm interpreting into English. French channel, could you get me? French. Thank you once again, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to congratulate you and members of the Commission, Honorable Commissioners, for the noble mission you are doing, which is the promotion and protection of human rights in our African continent. I would like also to thank the commissioner who presented this very good report. In Mauritania, we have a national body of anti-torture. By its establishment, and Mauritania being a party to the optional protocol for that protocol prohibiting this type of treatment, Mauritania is taking far steps, starting by visiting the detention centers and areas where these people are being kept. And here I would like to state that we submit our observations and comments to the concerned executive bodies. Therefore, it is very easy for the rapporteur concerned with this matter to contact us for further clarification about the efficiency of this mechanism in Mauritania. This is what I have to explain. Thank you.
I thank you for your statement. We have taken note. I will now come back to my list, the list of NGOs. And now I'll give the floor to Equality Now, number 281. I would now call upon the network of human rights defenders in Central Africa. Maximilian Gombe, 424. Excellency, Honorable Commissioners, RIDAC would like to commend your leadership in your mission of protection and promotion of human rights in Africa in this world, which is becoming more and more violent. We would like to commend the commissioners and wish them success. We note with satisfaction the significant inroads with respect for the protection of human rights defenders, especially adoption of the legislation for protection in DRC, Congo, Gabon, even though we are waiting for their implementation. Distinguished Chairperson, RIDAC would like to draw your attention on the continued restriction of the civic space, serious violation of human rights committed in the context of armed conflicts and post-electoral crisis in Central Africa. We talk about arbitrary arrest, information campaign online to an abusive justice system and penalization of the work of civil society. Gender-based violence has been increased, as well as the will for institutional changes by the states. In DRC, the persistence of violence in the East against human rights defenders, and we also new arrests and arbitrary detentions, massive departure of defenders. In Cameroon, the post-electoral counties of October 20, or at least 2,000 arbitrary arrests, among them which minors, deaths and destruction of public property. Conditions of detention are a main challenge, especially political prisoners in the English-speaking, as Mr. Kane, leader of political party, which was arrested during the 2017 election, and also Mr. Dango, who was arrested and is now in detention in degrading conditions. In Chad, the proliferation of inter-community conflicts have led to hundreds of deaths. In April 2020, 8 leaders of the opposition who are in a coalition group of political stakeholders have been sentenced to 8 years of prison. Mr. Succès Masra was handed down 20 years and is incommunicado. The associations also have been suspended and some of them have been dissolved. In Galbol, we are vigilant on the situation of journalists. In Equatorial Guinea, several organizations and activities are undergoing administrative bottlenecks. Chairperson, Your Excellency, our concern indeed violations of the obligation of the state vis-a-vis the African Charter. This is why RIDAC would like to call upon the African Commission to enhance the monitoring of the human rights defenders in Central Africa, encourage the member states to privilege inclusive discussion, prevention of conflict, and transitional justice in countries affected by conflicts, multiform conflicts, and call upon the Central African states to stop the arrest and arbitrary detention, legal harassment, intimidation against human rights defenders, journalists, and activists of democracy. Adopt and implement national legislation for the protection of, in line with international standards, enhance the protection mechanisms for women who are human rights defenders and those who defend the sexual minorities, fast-track independent and impartial investigation on violations committed against the defenders, and also to ensure material and psychological redress to fight against this impunity. Free prisoners of Position after the crisis in Chad, in Cameroon, including in the prisons in the Anglophone countries and areas. And RIDAC Chairperson would like to reaffirm its commitment to collaborate with the African Commission, special mechanisms, the states and development partners for the protection of human rights without discrimination, the protection of human rights defenders, consolidation of peace, social justice, and the rule of law in Central Africa. And I thank you, Chairperson, for your kind attention. The Commission would like to thank you and has taken due note of your statement. Ansam La Pendumol, Julia Bovino Fernandez, 508, registration number. Together Against Death Penalty. They are not here. Pan-African Union of Lawyers, 485. IPAS Afrique, 421. They are not here. The Association of Associations Against Impunity in Togo, 445. They are not here. The Forum for the Sensitization and Promotion of Human Rights, 496. Who are you representing, sir? The collective, the Association of Associations Against Impunity in Togo. You have 5 minutes. Thank you. Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, honorable commissioners, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Association of Against Impunity and the International Federation of FIACAT and the SOS Torture Networks would like to reaffirm their support to your commission and would like to encourage you to continue your mandate characterized by challenges on the continent, complex challenges on the continent. Chairperson, honorable commissioners, we would like to commend the efforts deployed by the government of Togo to respect its international commitments and to maintain discussions with the civil society. Notable significant inroads should be indicated. Inter alia, the establishment of a platform for collaboration between the state and the civil society organizations to support and to improve the conditions in detention areas, as well as the recent publications by the National Human Rights Commission of a guide, a handbook for wardens to professionalize the prison authorities. We would also like to congratulate, my apologies, we would also like to commend the recent liberation of several people who were arrested, and this shows a desire on the part of the state to improve the detention conditions and to work towards enhancing social cohesion. We would like to encourage the state to continue in that direction. However, major challenges remain, and there is need to urgently respond to this. Between January and February 2026, we have conducted a monitoring mission in all the civilian prisons in Togo and the Center for Access to Right and Justice for Children, with the support, obviously, of FIACAT. What we noted is very alarming. Overpopulation in the prisons, 329% occupation rate, 238% occupation rate in Gapa, and which exposes the detainees to inhuman treatment, lack of air in the cells, and suffocation and skin diseases. The hospitals are not functional, and no supply of medicine has been noted, and the detainees are several activists have been deprived of freedom for having denounced bad governance, just like Makei Nyakadi and Mr. Jean-Paul Omolu. The latter, according to our information, are found in a very critical health condition. Information documented recently also talk about the fact that some individuals who have been freed thanks to presidential pardon have also been taken back to prison because there is no monitoring mechanism and also to support them. Furthermore, the working conditions of the prison wardens are very difficult, and the fact that there are not enough judges to deal with the cases. In view of the above, CACIT and SIACA calls upon the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to recommend to the government of Togo to guarantee on a sustainable basis the improvement of detention conditions by adopting, among others, as soon as possible, the new Criminal Procedure Code with a view to reduce the excessive use of detention and to put in place alternative sentences. Once again, to free detainees, taking into account people who are sick, the age, and also to ensure that they collaborate with the civil society and put in place appropriate mechanisms for monitoring. When it comes to the freeing of people, the particular situation of human rights defenders and activities, just like Mr. Jean-Paul Omolu and Madam Makterel Nyakadi. You are called upon to adopt the law on the protection of human rights defendants now towards 2026, and to also put in place national reinsertion policies as soon as possible. They should ensure that the hospitals in the prisons are given the appropriate medicine, put in place appropriate measures to improve the conditions of life, the living conditions of the detainees and the staff. We would like to reiterate our commitment to support the state in that move, and we would like to call upon the Commission to urge the Togolese government to implement these recommendations as well as the previous recommendation that we have communicated. Thank you. We have taken due note of your statement. Now I would like to call upon the Forum for the Sensitization and Promotion of Human Rights, number 496. African Forum on People with Disability, 588, reference number. Thank you, Chairperson. I would, from the onset of this statement, I would like to request your indulgence and flexibility in terms of the presentation time, given that I am reading my declaration with my hands, braille, and not my eyes. Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson of the African Commission, Honorable Commissioners, the African Forum for People Living with Disability, African Disability Forum, would like to commend you for giving us this opportunity to make our statement before the Commission on the fundamental issue of the protection and promotion of the rights of people living with disabilities, around 1,000 people in Africa. The African Forum is an organization bringing together 10 continental organizations, 4 sub-regional organizations, and 49 federations of organizations of people living with disabilities, all the above from 48 African countries. Chairperson, honorable commissioners, please allow me to commend the significant progress that has been accomplished in the region during the past year. The African Forum for People with Disability would like to commend the attribution of the status number 588 during the 85th ordinary session of the Commission, by giving us this status of observatory to the Commission Forum. The Commission is facilitating the participation and the commitment of a big community of people living with disability from 48 African countries, and would like to extend their civic space. For example, this year, our members from Kenya and Mauritius have submitted shadow reports before the country evaluations, and we hope that these information would be useful to the Commission during the evaluation of the situation of human rights in the said countries, and that relevant recommendations would be made to guide the implementation of the rights of people living with disabilities in Africa. Distinguished Honorable Commissioners, Chairperson of the Commission, this year we celebrate the 45th anniversary of the adoption of the African Charter and the 45th anniversary of its entry into force. As a movement, we would like to acknowledge that it is thanks to Article 18, Paragraph 2 of the said Charter that the obligations of the states when it comes to promotion and protection and the protecting the rights of people with disability have been guaranteed for the first time in the continent. And today, whilst I am here before you, several subjects are commendable, especially the entry into force of the African Protocol on the rights of people living with disability and the acknowledgement of the people with disability in Agenda 2033. Despite these significant inroads, millions of people living with disability in the continent continue to bear the brunt of considerable challenges. 45 years after the adoption of the Charter and 40 years after its entry into force, a child, an intellectual, a child in that situation cannot be accepted in the ordinary schools because of lack of inclusive infrastructure, stigma, discrimination, and lack of school programs that will orient them towards a different life. A person living with disability who is pregnant, living in conflict zones, cannot have access to maternal services because of the humanitarian crisis and also the fact that the health systems are not functioning. An individual who is living with social handicap is deprived of freedom in the churches, and they cannot decide on their health. Furthermore, the funding of programs and inclusive programs for people living with disability is largely insufficient, so which impedes progress throughout the continent. So the day-to-day realities of millions of people living with disabilities in our region. This situation has to change, and the situation has to change with less speeches and more concrete action in synergy with all the stakeholders involved. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, during the 85th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the African Forum for People Living with Disability had the privilege of participating in a roundtable convened by the Working Group on the Rights of Elderly People and Persons Living with Disability in Africa. During that roundtable, we showcased to the Commission our concerns relating to access to ordinary sessions. We would like to remind the Commission the need to fast-track the process aimed at guaranteeing accessibility to all people living with disability, especially by availing them interpretation, sign language interpretation, and documents in Braille, including simple or facile languages. Chairperson, distinguished commissioners, I would like to underscore the importance of the ratification of the African Protocol on people living with disabilities. To date, only 16 or 17 countries have ratified the said protocol. We would like to commend the regional workshop, which was convened last year on the ratification of regional instruments on human rights instruments. We are optimistic because additional efforts would be undertaken to increase the number of countries that ratify the protocol. Chairperson, the African Forum of People Living with Disability, on its part, commits ourselves to continue to promote the rights of people living with disability in the continent, and we would like to express our desire to collaborate actively with the Commission in that regard. I thank you for your kind
The Commission would like to thank you for your statement and has taken due note of this petition on the accessibility of our sessions or to our sessions. I will be commit with the Honorable Marie-Louise. I want to share with her the points that you raised in your statement. Now, this last statement brings an end to item 4 and to today's agenda. It is 17:30. We have exhausted all the items on the agenda. Simply like to thank you now for your inputs to our debates and discussions and give the floor to the Secretary for announcements, and then we adjourn for the day. Secretary, you have the floor. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for giving the floor to the Secretariat. Honorable delegates taking part in this meeting. The Secretary would like to inform you about a side event on the rights of protection of human rights defenders in Central Africa. This side event will take place in Press Room 2. There's a side event on the law on the protection of human rights defenders in Central Africa in 2026, organized by the Network of Human Rights Defenders in Central Africa. It will take place from 17:30 to 18:30 in conference room number 2. Mr. Chairperson, with your permission, I'm going to announce the agenda for the third day, that is tomorrow, 13 May 2026. Tomorrow we'll start with item 4 on human rights situation in Africa from 9 to 11, and then we'll break. We'll have a health break from 11 to 11:30. Then we'll continue directly with item 5. That's the panel from 11:30 to 12:30. The panel on the promotion and of peoples belonging to minority communities. And then we have the second panel from 12:30 to 1:30 on the African Declaration on the promotion of the role of human rights defenders and their protection in Africa. After the lunch break from 13:30 to 14:30, we'll start item 6 with activity report of members of the Commission and special mechanisms with the presentation of the chairperson of the working group on economic and socio-cultural groups on 15 to 15:30. Item 4 on the human rights situation in Africa, and that will bring an end to the third day of our session. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you. Since we have no more item on the agenda, I'd like to adjourn for tomorrow and have a good evening.